Section 125 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 156. London, January 6th, Old Style, 1752. My dear Friend, I recommended to you in my last some inquiries into the constitution of that famous society the Sorbonne; but as I cannot wholly trust to the diligence of those inquiries, I will give you here the outlines of that establishment, which may possibly excite you to inform yourself of particulars, which you are more 'apportee' to know than I am. It was founded by Robert de Sorbonne, in the year 1256, for 16 poor scholars in divinity, 4 of each nation, of the university of which it made a part. Since that, it hath been much extended and enriched, especially by the liberality and pride of Cardinal Richelieu, who made it a magnificent building for 36 doctors of that society to live in; besides which, there are 6 professors in schools for divinity. This society has long been famous for theological knowledge and exercitations. There, unintelligible points are debated with passion, though they can never be determined by reason. Logical subtleties set common sense at defiance, and mystical refinements disfigure and disguise the native beauty and simplicity of true natural religion. Wild imaginations form systems, which weak minds adopt implicitly, and which sense and reason oppose in vain. Their voice is not strong enough to be heard in schools of divinity. Political views are by no means neglected in those sacred places, and questions are agitated and decided according to the degree of regard, or rather submission, which the sovereign is pleased to show the Church. Is the king a slave to the Church, though a tyrant to the laity? The least resistance to his will shall be declared damnable. But if he will not acknowledge the superiority of their spiritual over his temporal, nor even admit their imperium in imperio, which is the least they will compound for, it becomes meritorious not only to resist, but to depose him. And I suppose that the bold propositions in the thesis you mention are a return for the valuation of les biens du clergé. I would advise you by all means to attend 2 or 3 of their public disputations, in order to be informed both of the manner and the substance of those scholastic exercises. Pray remember to go to all those kind of things. Do not put it off, as one is too apt to do these things which one knows can be done every day, or any day; for one afterward repents extremely, when too late, the not having done them. But there is another so called religious society, of which the minutest circumstance deserves attention, and furnishes great matter for useful reflections. You easily guess that I mean the society of les RRPP Jesuits, established in the year 1540, by a bull of Pope Paul III. Its progress, and I may say its victories, were more rapid than those of the Romans; for within the same century it governed all Europe, and in the next, it extended its influence over the whole world. Its founder was an abandoned profligate Spanish officer, Ignatius Loyola, who in the year 1521, being wounded in the leg at the siege of Pampeluna, went mad from the smart of his wound, the reproaches of his conscience, and his confinement, during which he read the Lives of the Saints. Consciousness of guilt, a fiery temper, and a wild imagination, the common ingredients of enthusiasm, made this madman devote himself to the particular service of the Virgin Mary, whose knight errant he declared himself, in the very same form in which the old knight errants in romances used to declare themselves the knights and champions of certain beautiful and incomparable princesses, whom sometimes they had, but oftener had not seen. For Dulcinea del Toboso was by no means the first princess whom her faithful and valorous knight had never seen in his life. The enthusiast went to the Holy Land, from whence he returned to Spain, where he began to learn Latin and philosophy at 33 years old, so that no doubt but he made great progress in both. The better to carry on his mad and wicked designs, he chose 4 disciples, or rather apostles, all Spaniards, viz., Lane, Salmeron, Bobadilla, and Rodriguez. He then composed the rules and constitutions of his order, which in the year of 1547 was called the Order of Jesuits, from the Church of Jesus in Rome, which was given them. Ignatius died in 1556, aged 65, 35 years after his conversion, and 16 years after the establishment of his society. He was canonized in the year 1609, and is doubtless now a saint in heaven. If the religious and moral principles of this society are to be detested, as they justly are, the wisdom of their political principles is as justly to be admired. Suspected, collectively as an order, of the greatest crimes, and convicted of many, they have either escaped punishment or triumphed after it, as in France in the reign of Henry IV. They have, directly or indirectly, governed the consciousness and the councils of all the Catholic princes in Europe. They almost governed China in the reign of Kanghi, and they are now actually in possession of the Paraguay in America, pretending, but paying no obedience to the crown of Spain. As a collective body they are detested, even by all the Catholics, not excepting the clergy, both secular and regular; and yet, as individuals, they are loved, respected, and they govern wherever they are. Two things, I believe, contribute to their success. The first, that passive, implicit, unlimited obedience to their general, who always resides at Rome, and to the superiors of their several houses, appointed by him. This obedience is observed by them all to a most astonishing degree; and, I believe, there is no one society in the world, of which so many individuals sacrifice their private interest to the general one of the society itself. The second is the education of youth, which they have in a manner engrossed. There they give the first, and the first are the lasting impressions. Those impressions are always calculated to be favorable to the society. I have known many Catholics, educated by the Jesuits, who, though they detested the society, from reason and knowledge, have always remained attached to it, from habit and prejudice. The Jesuits know, better than any set of people in the world, the importance of the art of pleasing, and study it more. They become all things to all men in order to gain, not a few, but many. In Asia, Africa, and America, they become more than half pagans, in order to convert the pagans to be less than half Christians. In private families they begin by insinuating themselves as friends; they grow to be favorites, and they end directors. Their manners are not like those of any other regulars in the world, but gentle, polite, and engaging. They are all carefully bred up to that particular destination, to which they seem to have a natural turn; for which reason one sees most Jesuits excel in some particular thing. They even breed up some for martyrdom in case of need, as the superior of a Jesuit seminary at Rome told Lord Bolingbroke: "E abbiamo anche martiri par il martirio, se bisogno." Inform yourself minutely of everything concerned in this extraordinary establishment. Go into their houses, get acquainted with individuals, hear some of them preach. The finest preacher I ever heard in my life is le Pere Neufville, who, I believe, preaches still at Paris, and is so much in the best company, that you may easily get personally acquainted with him. If you would know their morale, read Pascal's Lettres Provinciales, in which it is very truly displayed from their own writing. Upon the whole, this is certain, that a society of which so little good is said, and so much ill believed, and that still not only subsists but flourishes, must be a very able one. It is always mentioned as proof of the superior abilities of the Cardinal Richelieu, that though hated by all the nation, and still more by his master, he kept his power in spite of both. I would earnestly wish you to do everything now, which I wish that I had done at your age, and did not do. Every country has its peculiarities, which one can be much better informed of during one's residence there, than by reading all the books in the world afterward. While you are in Catholic countries, inform yourself of all the forms and ceremonies of that tawdry church; see their converts, both of men and women; know their several rules and orders; attend their most remarkable ceremonies; have their terms of art explained to you, their tierces, sextes, nones, matins, vespres, complies, their breviaries, rosaries, heures, chapelets, agnus, etc. Things that many people talk of from habit, though few people know the true meaning of any one of them. Converse with, and study the characters of some of those incarcerated enthusiasts. Frequent some parloirs, and see the air and manners of those recluse, who are a distinct nation themselves, and like no other. I dined yesterday with Mrs. F., her mother, and husband. He is an athletic Hibernian, handsome in his person, but excessively awkward and vulgar in his air and manner. She inquired much after you, and I thought with interest. I answered her as a Mazzano should do, 'Et je prenais votre tendresse, vos soins, et vos soupirs'. When you meet with any British returning to their own country, pray send me by them any little brochures, maxims, theses, etc., qui font du bruit ou du plaisir à Paris. Adieu, child. End of Section 125. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Section 126 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 157. London, January 23rd, Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, have you seen the new tragedy of Varon, written by the Vicomte de Grave, and at this time the general topic of conversation at Paris? And what do you think of it? Let me know, for I am determined to form my taste upon yours. I hear that the situations and incidents are well brought on, and the catastrophe unexpected and surprising, but the verses bad. I suppose it is the subject of all conversations at Paris, where both women and men are judges and critics of all such performances. Such conversations, that both form and improve the taste, and whet the judgment, are surely preferable to the conversations of our mixed companies here, which, if they happen to rise above brag and whist, infallibly stop short of everything either pleasing or instructive. I take the reason of this to be, that, as women generally give the ton to the conversation, our English women are not near so well informed and cultivated as the French; besides that, they are naturally more serious and silent. I could wish there were a treaty made between the French and English theatres, in which both parties should make considerable concessions. The English ought to give up their notorious violations of all the unities, and all their massacres, racks, dead bodies, and mangled carcasses, which they so frequently exhibit upon their stage. The French should engage to have more action and less declamation, and not to cram and crowd things together, to almost a degree of impossibility, from a too scrupulous adherence to the unities. The English should restrain the licentiousness of their poets, and the French enlarge the liberty of theirs. Their poets are the greatest slaves in their country, and that is a bold word. Ours are the most tumultuous subjects in England, and that is saying a good deal. Under such regulations, one might hope to see a play in which one should not be lulled to sleep by the length of a monotonal declamation, nor frightened and shocked by the barbarity of the action. The unity of time extended occasionally to 3 or 4 days, and the unity of place broke into, as far as the same street, or sometimes the same town; both which, I will affirm, are as probable as 24 hours, and the same room. More indulgence, too, in my mind, should be shown, than the French are willing to allow, to bright thoughts, and to shining images; for though I confess it is not very natural for a hero or a princess to say fine things in all the violence of grief, love, rage, etc., yet I can as well suppose that, as I can that they should talk to themselves for half an hour, which they must necessarily do, or no tragedy could be carried on, unless they had recourse to a much greater absurdity, the choruses of the ancients. Tragedy is of a nature, that one must see it with a degree of self-deception. We must lend ourselves a little to the delusion, and I am very willing to carry that complaisance a little farther than the French do. Tragedy must be something bigger than life, or it would not affect us. In nature the most violent passions are silent; in tragedy they must speak, and speak with dignity too. Hence the necessity of their being written in verse, and, unfortunately for the French, from the weakness of their language, in rhymes. And for the same reason, Cato the Stoic, expiring at Utica, rhymes masculine and feminine at Paris, and fetches his last breath at London, in most harmonious and correct blank verse. It is quite otherwise with comedy, which should be mere common life, and not one jot bigger. Every character should speak upon the stage, not only what it would utter in the situation there represented, but in the same manner in which they would express it. For which reason I cannot allow rhymes in comedy, unless they were put into the mouth, and came out of the mouth of a mad poet. But it is impossible to deceive oneself enough, nor is it the least necessary in comedy, to suppose a dull rogue of an usurer cheating, or gros Jean blundering in the finest rhymes in the world. As for operas, they are essentially too absurd and extravagant to mention. I look upon them as a magic scene, contrived to please the eyes and the ears, at the expense of the understanding; and I consider singing, rhyming, and chiming heroes, princesses, and philosophers, as I do the hills, the trees, the birds, and the beasts, who amicably joined in one common country dance, to the irresistible turn of Orpheus's lyre. Whenever I go to an opera, I leave my sense and reason at the door with my half guinea, and deliver myself up to my eyes and my ears. Thus I have made you my poetical confession, in which I have acknowledged as many sins against the established taste in both countries as a frank heretic could have owned against the established church in either; but I am now privileged by my age to taste and think for myself, and not to care what other people think of me in those respects; an advantage which youth, among its many advantages, hath not. It must occasionally and outwardly conform, to a certain degree, to established tastes, fashions, and decisions. A young man may, with a becoming modesty, dissent, in private companies, from public opinions and prejudices; but he must not attack them with warmth, nor magisterially set up his own sentiments against them. Endeavor to hear, and to know all opinions; receive them with complaisance; form your own with coolness, and give it with modesty. I have received a letter from Sir John Lambert, in which he requests me to use my interest to procure him the remittance of Mr. Spencer's money, when he goes abroad, and also desires to know to whose account he is to place the postage of my letters. I do not trouble him with a letter in answer, since you can execute the commission. Pray make my compliments to him, and assure him that I will do all I can to procure him Mr. Spencer's business; but that his most effectual way will be by Messrs. Hoare, who are Mr. Spencer's cashiers, and who will undoubtedly have their choice upon whom they will give him his credit. As for the postage of the letters, your purse and mine being pretty near the same, do you pay it, over and above your next draught. Your relations, the Princes B , will soon be with you at Paris, for they leave London this week. Whenever you converse with them, I desire it may be in Italian, that language not being yet familiar enough to you. By our printed papers, there seems to be a sort of compromise between the King and the Parliament, with regard to the affairs of the hospitals, by taking them out of the hands of the Archbishop of Paris, and placing them in Monsieur d'Argenson. If this be true, that compromise, as it is called, is clearly a victory on the side of the court, and a defeat on the part of the Parliament; for if the Parliament had a right, they had it as much to the exclusion of Monsieur d'Argenson as of the Archbishop. Adieu. End of Section 126, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 127 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 158. London, February 6th, Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, your criticism of Varon is strictly just, but in truth severe. You French critics seek for a fault as eagerly as I do for a beauty. You consider things in the worst light, to show your skill, at the expense of your pleasure. I view them in the best, that I may have more pleasure, though at the expense of my judgment. A trompeur trompeur et demi is prettily said; and if you please, you may call Varon un normand, and Sostrate un manceau, qui vaut un normand et demi; and considering the denouement in the light of the trick upon trick, it would undoubtedly be below the dignity of the buskin, and fitter for the sock. But let us see if we cannot bring off the author. The great question upon which all turns, is to discover and ascertain who Cleonice really is. There are doubts concerning her etat; how shall they be cleared? Had the truth been extorted from Varon, who alone knew, by the rack, it would have been a true tragical denouement. But that would probably have not done with Varon, who is represented as a bold, determined, wicked, and at that time desperate fellow; for he was in the hands of an enemy who he knew could not forgive him, with common prudence or safety. The rack would therefore have extorted no truth from him, but he would have died enjoying the doubts of his enemies, and the confusion that must necessarily attend those doubts. A stratagem is therefore thought of to discover what force and terror could not; and the stratagem such as no king or minister would disdain, to get at an important discovery. If you call that stratagem a trick, you vilify it, and make it comical; but call that trick a stratagem, or a measure, and you dignify it up to tragedy; so frequently do ridicule or dignity turn upon one single word. It is commonly said, and more particularly by Lord Shaftesbury, that ridicule is the best test of truth, for that it would not stick where it is just. I deny it. A truth learned in a certain light, and attacked in certain words, by men of wit and humor, may, and often doth, become ridiculous; at least so far that the truth is only remembered and repeated for the sake of the ridicule. The overturn of Mary of Medicis into a river, where she was half drowned, would never have been remembered, if Madame de Verneuil, who saw it, had not said, 'La reine boit'. Pleasure or malignity often gives ridicule a weight which it does not deserve. The versification, I must confess, is too much neglected and too often bad; but, upon the whole, I read the play with pleasure. If there is but a great deal of wit and character in your new comedy, I will readily compound for its having little or no plot. I chiefly mind dialogue and character in comedies. Let dull critics feed upon the carcasses of plays; give me the taste and the dressing. I am very glad you went to Versailles to see the ceremony of creating the Prince de Conde Chevalier de l'Ordre; and I do not doubt but that upon this occasion you informed yourself thoroughly of the institution and rules of that order. If you did, you were certainly told that it was instituted by Henry the Third immediately after his return, or rather his flight, from Poland. He took the hint of it at Venice, where he had seen the original manuscript of an order of the Saint Esprit, ou droit de sire, which had been instituted in 1352, by Louis d'Anjou, King of Jerusalem and Sicily, and husband to Jane, Queen of Naples, Countess of Provence. This order was under the protection of St. Nicholas de Bari, whose image hung to the collar. Henry the Third found the order of St. Michael prostituted and degraded, during the civil wars; he therefore joined it to his new order of the Saint Esprit, and gave them both together; for which reason every knight of the Saint Esprit is now called Chevalier des Ordres du Roi. The number of knights hath been different, but is now fixed to 100, exclusive of the sovereign. There are many officers who wear the riband of this order, like the other knights; and what is very singular is, that these officers frequently sell their employments, but obtain leave to wear the blue riband still, though the purchasers of those offices wear it also. As you will have been a great while in France, people will expect that you should be au fait of all those sort of things relative to that country. But the history of all the orders of all countries is well worth your knowledge; the subject occurs often, and one should not be ignorant of it, for fear of some such incident as happened to a solid Dane at Paris, who, upon seeing l'Ordre du Saint Esprit, said, 'Notre Saint Esprit chez nous c'est un elephant'. Almost all the princes in Germany have their orders too, not dated indeed from any important events, or directed to any great object, but because they will have orders, to show that they may; as some of them, who have the 'jus connandi monetae', borrow 10 shillings worth of gold to coin a ducat. However, wherever you meet with them, inform yourself, and minute down a short account of them; they take in all the colors of Sir Isaac Newton's prisms. When you inquire about them, do not seem to laugh. I thank you for 'Le Mandement de Monseigneur de l'Archevêque'; it is very well drawn, and becoming an archbishop. But pray do not lose sight of a much more important object; I mean the political disputes between the King and the Parliament, and the King and the clergy; they seem both to be patching up; but, however, get the whole clue to them, as far as they have gone. I received a letter yesterday from Madame Montconseil, who assures me you have gained ground 'du cote des Maniers', and that she looks upon you to be 'plus qu'à moitié chemin'. I am very glad to hear this, because, if you are got above half way of your journey, surely you will finish it, and not faint in the course. Why do you think I have this affair so extremely at heart, and why do I repeat it so often? Is it for your sake, or for mine? You can immediately answer yourself that question; you certainly have. I cannot possibly have any interest in it. If then you will allow me, as I believe you may, to be a judge of what is useful and necessary to you, you must in consequence be convinced of the infinite importance of a point which I take so much pains to inculcate. I hear that the new Duke of Orleans a remercié Monsieur de Melfort, and, I believe, pas sans raison, having had obligations to him; mais il ne l'a pas remercié et mérite pas lui, but rather roughly. Il faut que ce soit un bourreau. I am told, too, that people get bits of his father's rags, by way of relics. I wish them joy; they will do them a great deal of good. See from hence what weaknesses human nature is capable of, and make allowances for such in all your plans and reasonings. Study the characters of people that you have to do with, and know what they are, instead of thinking them what they should be. Address yourself generally to the senses, to the heart, and to the weaknesses of mankind, but very rarely to their reason. Good night or good morrow to you, according to the time you shall receive this letter from Yours. End of Section 127. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 128 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 159. London, February 14th, Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, in a month's time, I believe I shall have the pleasure of sending you, and you will have the pleasure of reading, a work of Lord Bolingbroke's, in 2 volumes 8vo, upon the use of history, in several letters to Lord Hyde, then Lord Cornbury. It is now put into the press. It is hard to determine whether this work will instruct or please most. The most material historical facts, from the great era of the Treaty of Munster, are touched upon, accompanied by the most solid reflections, and adorned by all that elegance of style which was peculiar to himself, and in which, if Cicero equals, he certainly does not exceed him. But every other writer falls short of him. I would advise you almost to get this book by heart. I think you have a turn to history; you love it, and have a memory to retain it. This book will teach you the proper use of it. Some people load their memories indiscriminately with historical facts, as others do their stomachs with food, and bring out the one, and bring up the other, entirely crude and undigested. You will find in Lord Bolingbroke's book an infallible specific against that epidemical complaint. It is important to remember that at this time Lord Bolingbroke's philosophical works had not appeared, which accounts for Lord Chesterfield's recommending to his son, in this, as well as in some foregoing passages, the study of Lord Bolingbroke's writings. End editor's note. I remember a gentleman who had read history in this thoughtless and undistinguishing manner, and who, having travelled, had gone through the Valtelline. He told me that it was a miserable poor country, and therefore it was, surely, a great error in Cardinal Richelieu to make such a route, and put France to so much expense about it. Had my friend read history as he ought to have done, he would have known that the great object of that great minister was to reduce the power of the House of Austria, and, in order to do that, to cut off as much as he could the communication between the several parts of their extensive dominions; which reflections would have justified the Cardinal to him, in the affair of the Valtelline. But it was easier to him to remember facts, than to combine and reflect. One observation I hope you will make in reading history, for it is an obvious and a true one. It is, that more people have made great figures and great fortunes in courts by their exterior accomplishments, than by their interior qualifications. Their engaging address, the politeness of their manners, their air, their turn, hath almost always paved the way for their superior abilities, if they have such, to exert themselves. They have been favorites before they have been ministers. In courts, an universal gentleness and douceur dans les manières is most absolutely necessary. An offended fool, or a slighted valet de chambre, may very possibly do you more hurt at court than 10 men of merit can do you good. Fools and low people are always jealous of their dignity, and never forget nor forgive what they reckon a slight. On the other hand, they take civility and a little attention as a favor. Remember and acknowledge it. This, in my mind, is buying them cheap, and therefore they are worth buying. The prince himself, who is rarely the shining genius of his court, esteems you only by hearsay, but likes you by his senses, that is, from your air, your politeness, and your manner of addressing him, of which alone he is a judge. There is a court garment, as well as a wedding garment, without which you will not be received. That garment is the volto sciolto, an imposing air, an elegant politeness, easy and engaging manners, universal attention, an insinuating gentleness, and all those je ne sais quoi that compose the Graces. I am this moment disagreeably interrupted by a letter, not from you, as I expected, but from a friend of yours at Paris, who informs me that you have a fever which confines you at home. Since you have a fever, I am glad you have prudence enough in it to stay at home, and take care of yourself. A little more prudence might probably have prevented it. Your blood is young, and consequently hot, and you naturally make a great deal by your good stomach and good digestion. You should therefore necessarily attenuate and cool it, from time to time, by gentle purges, or by a very low diet, for 2 or 3 days together, if you would avoid fevers. Lord Bacon, who was a very great physician in both senses of the word, hath this aphorism in his Essay upon Health: Nihil magis ad sanitatem tribuit quam crebrae et domesticae purgationes. By domesticae he means those simple, uncompounded purgatives which everybody can administer to themselves, such as senna tea, stewed prunes, and zenria, chewing a little rhubarb, or dissolving an ounce and a half of manna in fair water, with the juice of a lemon to make it palatable. Such gentle and unconfining evacuations would certainly prevent these feverish attacks to which everybody at your age is subject. By the by, I do desire and insist, that whenever, from any indisposition, you are not able to write to me upon the fixed days, that Christian shall, and give me a true account how you are. I do not expect from him the Ciceronian epistolary style, but I will content myself with the Swiss simplicity and truth. I hope you extend your acquaintance at Paris, and frequent a variety of companies, the only way of knowing the world. Every set of company differs in some particulars from another, and a man of business must, in the course of his life, have to do with all sorts. It is a very great advantage to know the languages of the several countries one travels in, and different companies may, in some degree, be considered as different countries. Each hath its distinctive languages, customs, and manners. Know them all, and you will wonder at none. Adieu, child. Take care of your health. There are no pleasures without it. End of Section 128. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 129 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 160. London, February 20th, Old Style, 1752. My dear Friend, in all systems whatsoever, whether of religion, government, morals, etc., perfection is the object always proposed, though possibly unattainable; hitherto at least, certainly unattained. However, those who aim carefully at the mark itself will unquestionably come nearer it, than those who from despair, negligence, or indolence leave to chance the work of skill. This maxim holds equally true in common life. Those who aim at perfection will come infinitely nearer it than those desponding or indolent spirits, who foolishly say to themselves, Nobody is perfect, perfection is unattainable, to attempt it is chimerical, I shall do as well as others, why then should I give myself trouble to be what I never can, and what, according to the common course of things, I need not be, perfect? I am very sure that I need not point out to you the weakness and the folly of this reasoning, if it deserves the name of reasoning. It would discourage and put a stop to the exertion of any one of our faculties. On the contrary, a man of sense and spirit says to himself, though the point of perfection may, considering the imperfection of our nature, be unattainable, my care, my endeavors, my attention, shall not be wanting to get as near it as I can. I will approach it every day; possibly I may arrive at it at last. At least, what I am sure is in my own power, I will not be distanced. Many fools, speaking of you, say to me, What, would you have him perfect? I answer, Why not? What hurt would it do him or me? Oh, but that is impossible, they say. I reply, I am not sure of that. Perfection in the abstract, I admit to be unattainable; but what is commonly called perfection in a character I maintain to be attainable, and not only that, but in every man's power. He hath, continue they, a good head, a good heart, a good fund of knowledge, which would increase daily. What would you have more? Why, I would have everything more that can adorn and complete a character. Will it do his head, his heart, or his knowledge any harm, to have the utmost delicacy of manners, the most shining advances of air and address, the most endearing attentions, and the most engaging graces? But as he is, they say, he is loved wherever he is known. I am very glad of it, say I, but I would have him be liked before he is known, and loved afterward. I would have him, by his first abord and address, make people wish to know him, and incline to love him. He will save a great deal of time by it. Indeed, reply they, you are too nice, too exact, and lay too much stress upon things that are of very little consequence. Indeed, rejoin I, you know very little of the nature of mankind, if you take those things to be of little consequence. One cannot be too attentive to them; it is they that always engage the heart, of which the understanding is commonly the bubble. And I would much rather that he erred in point of grammar, of history, of philosophy, etc., than in point of manners and address. But consider, he is very young; all this will come in time. I hope so; but that time must be when he is young, or it will never be at all. The right pli must be taken young, or it will never be easy or seem natural. Come, come, say they, substituting, as is frequently done, assertion instead of argument, depend upon it he will do very well, and you have a great deal of reason to be satisfied with him. I hope and believe he will do well, but I would have him do better than well. I am very well pleased with him, but I would be more, I would be proud of him. I would have him have lustre as well as weight. Did you ever know anybody that reunited all these talents? Yes, I did. Lord Bolingbroke joined all the politeness, the manners, and the graces of a courtier, to the solidity of a statesman, and to the learning of a pedant. He was omnis homo; and pray, what should hinder my boy from being so too, if he hath, as I think he hath, all the other qualifications that you allow him? Nothing can hinder him, but neglect of or inattention to, those objects which his own good sense must tell him are of infinite consequence to him, and which therefore I will not suppose him capable of either neglecting or despising. This, to tell you the whole truth, is the result of a controversy that passed yesterday, between Lady Hervey and myself, upon your subject, and almost in the very words. I submit the decision of it to yourself; let your own good sense determine it, and make you act in consequence of that determination. The receipt to make this composition is short and infallible; here I give it to you. Take variety of the best company, wherever you are; be minutely attentive to every word and action; imitate, respectively, those whom you observe to be distinguished and considered for any one accomplishment; then mix all those several accomplishments together, and serve them up yourself to others. I hope your fair, or rather your brown American is well. I hear that she makes very handsome presents, if she is not so herself. I am told there are people at Paris who expect, from this secret connection, to see in time a volume of letters, superior to Madame Graffiny's Peruvian ones. I lay in my claims to one of the first copies. Francis's Jeanie, Eugenia, hath been acted twice, with most universal applause. Tonight is his third night, and I am going to it. I did not think it would have succeeded so well, considering how long our British audiences have been accustomed to murder, racks, and poison, in every tragedy; but it affected the heart so much, that it triumphed over habit and prejudice. All the women cried, and all the men were moved. The prologue, which is a very good one, was made entirely by Garrick. The epilogue is old Cibber's, but corrected, though not enough, by Francis. He will get a great deal of money by it, and consequently be better able to lend you sixpence upon any emergency. The Parliament of Paris, I find by the newspapers, has not carried its point concerning the hospitals; and though the King hath given up the Archbishop, yet, as he has put them under the management and direction 'du Grand Conseil', the Parliament is equally out of the question. This will naturally put you upon inquiring into the constitution of the Grand Conseil. You will doubtless inform yourself who it is composed of, what things are 'de son ressort', whether or not there lies an appeal from thence to any other place, and of all other particulars, that may give you a clear notion of this assembly. There are also 3 or 4 other conseils in France, of which you ought to know the constitution and the objects. I dare say you do know them already; but if you do not, lose no time in informing yourself. These things, as I have often told you, are best learned in various French companies, but in no English ones, for none of our countrymen trouble their heads about them. To use a very trite image, collect like the bee your store from every quarter. In some companies, parmi les fermiers generaux nommement, you may, by proper inquiries, get a general knowledge, at least, of 'les affaires des finances'. When you are with 'des gens de robe', suck them with regard to the constitution, the civil government, and 'sic de caeteris'. This shows you the advantage of keeping a great deal of different French company, an advantage much superior to any that you can possibly receive from loitering and sauntering away evenings in any English company at Paris, not even excepting Lord A. Love of ease, and fear of restraint, to both which I doubt you are, for a young fellow, too much addicted, may invite you among your countrymen; but pray withstand those mean temptations, 'et prenez sur vous', for the sake of being in those assemblies, which alone can inform your mind and improve your manners. You have not now many months to continue at Paris; make the most of them; get into every house there if you can; extend acquaintance; know everything and everybody there, that when you leave it for other places, you may be 'au fait', and even able to explain whatever you may hear mentioned concerning it. Adieu. End of Section 129. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 130 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 161. London, March 2d, Old Style, 1752. My dear Friend: Whereabouts are you in Ariosto? Or have you gone through that most ingenious conjecture of truth and lies, of serious and extravagant, of knights errant, magicians, and all that various matter which he announces in the beginning of his poem, 'Le don I cavalier, l'arme, gli amore, le cartese, l'audici, l'impresso I canto'? I am by no means sure that Homer had superior invention, or excelled more in description than Ariosto. What can be more seducing and voluptuous, than the description of Alcina's person and palace? What more ingeniously extravagant, than the search made in the moon for Orlando's lost wits, and the account of other people's that were found there? The whole is worth your attention, not only as an ingenious poem, but as the source of all modern tales, novels, fables, and romances, as Ovid's Metamorphoses was of the ancient ones. Besides that, when you have read this work, nothing will be difficult to you in the Italian language. You will read Tasso's Gerusalemme, and the Decamerone di Boccaccio, with great facility afterward; and when you have read those three authors, you will, in my opinion, have read all the works of invention that are worth reading in that language, though the Italians would be very angry at me for saying so. A gentleman should know those which I call classical works, in every language, such as Boileau, Corneille, Racine, Moliere, etc., in French; Milton, Dryden, Pope, Swift, etc., in English; and the three authors above mentioned in Italian. Whether you have any such in German I am not quite sure, nor indeed am I inquisitive. These sorts of books adorn the mind, improve the fancy, and are frequently alluded to by, and are often the subjects of conversations of the best companies. As you have languages to read, and memory to retain them, the knowledge of them is very well worth the little pains it will cost you, and will enable you to shine in company. It is not pedantic to quote and allude to them, which it would be with regard to the ancients. Among the many advantages which you have had in your education, I do not consider your knowledge of several languages as the least. You need not trust to translations; you can go to the source; you can both converse and negotiate with people of all nations, upon equal terms, which is by no means the case of a man who converses or negotiates in a language which those with whom he hath to do know much better than himself. In business, a great deal may depend upon the force and extent of one word; and in conversation, a moderate thought may gain, or a good one lose, by the propriety or impropriety, the elegance or inelegance of one single word. As, therefore, you now know four modern languages well, I would have you study, and by the way it will be very little trouble to you, to know them correctly, accurately, and delicately. Read some little books that treat of them, and ask questions concerning their delicacies, of those who are able to answer you. As, for instance, should I say in French, 'La lettre que je vous ai écrite', or 'La lettre que vous ai écrite', in which, I think, the French differ among themselves? There is a short French grammar by the Port Royal, and another by Pierre Bouffier, both which are worth your reading; as is also a little book called 'Les Synonymes Francois'. There are other books of that kind upon the Italian language, into some of which I would advise you to dip. Possibly the German language may have something of the same sort; and since you already speak it, the more properly you should speak it the better. One would, I think, as far as possible, do all one does correctly and elegantly. It is extremely engaging to people of every nation, to meet with a foreigner who hath taken pains enough to speak their language correctly. It flatters that local and national pride and prejudice of which everybody hath some share. Francis's Eugenia, which I will send you, pleased most people of good taste here. The boxes were crowded till the 6th night, when the pit and gallery were totally deserted, and it was dropped. Distress, without death, was not sufficient to affect a true British audience, so long accustomed to daggers, racks, and bowls of poison. Contrary to Horace's rule, they desired to see Medea murder her children upon the stage. The sentiments were too delicate to move them, and their hearts are to be taken by storm, not by parley. Have you got the things which were taken from you at Calais restored, and among them the little packet which my sister gave you for Sir Charles Hotham? In this case, have you forwarded it to him? If you have not had an opportunity, you will have one soon, which I desire you will not omit. It is by Monsieur d'Aillon, whom you will see in a few days at Paris, in his way to Geneva, where Sir Charles now is, and will remain some time. Adieu. End of Section 130. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 131 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 162. London, March 5th, Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, as I have received no letter from you by the usual post, I am uneasy upon account of your health; for had you been well, I am sure you would have written, according to your engagement and my requisition. You have not the least notion of any care of your health; but though I would not have you be a valetudinarian, I must tell you that the best and most robust health requires some degree of attention to preserve. Young fellows, thinking they have so much health and time before them, are very apt to neglect or lavish both, and beggar themselves before they are aware; whereas a prudent economy in both would make them rich indeed, and so far from breaking in upon their pleasures, it would improve and almost perpetuate them. Be you wiser, and before it is too late, manage both with care and frugality, and lay out neither, but upon good interest and security. I will now confine myself to the employment of your time, which, though I have often touched upon formerly, is a subject that, from its importance, will bear repetition. You have, it is true, a great deal of time before you; but in this period of your life, 1 hour usefully employed may be worth more than 24 hereafter. A minute is precious to you now; whole days may possibly not be so 40 years hence. Whatever time you allow, or can snatch for serious reading, I say snatch, because company and the knowledge of the world is now your chief object, employ it in the reading of some one book, and that a good one, till you have finished it, and do not distract your mind with various matters at the same time. In this light I would recommend to you to read tout de suite Grotius's De Jure Belli et Pacis, translated by Barberec, and Puffendorf's Jus Gentium, translated by the same hand. For accidental quarters of hours, read works of invention, wit, and humor, of the best, and not of trivial authors, either ancient or modern. Whatever business you have, do it the first moment you can; never by halves, but finish it without interruption, if possible. Business must not be sauntered and trifled with; and you must not say to it, as Felix did to Paul, "At a more convenient season I will speak to thee." The most convenient season for business is the first; but study and business in some measure point out their own times to a man of sense. Time is much oftener squandered away in the wrong choice and improper methods of amusement and pleasures. Many people think that they are in pleasures, provided they are neither in study nor in business. Nothing like it; they are doing nothing, and might just as well be asleep. They contract habitudes from laziness, and they only frequent those places where they are free from all restraints and attentions. Be upon your guard against this idle profusion of time, and let every place you go to be either the scene of quick and lively pleasures, or the school of your own improvements. Let every company you go into either gratify your senses, extend your knowledge, or refine your manners. Have some decent object of gallantry in view at some places; frequent others, where people of wit and taste assemble; get into others, where people of superior rank and dignity command respect and attention from the rest of the company; but pray frequent no neutral places, from mere idleness and indolence. Nothing forms a young man so much as being used to keep respectable and superior company, where a constant regard and attention is necessary. It is true, this is at first a disagreeable state of restraint, but it soon grows habitual, and consequently easy, and you are amply paid for it, by the improvement you make, and the credit it gives you. What you said some time ago was very true, concerning Le Palais Royal. To one of your age the situation is disagreeable enough. You cannot expect to be much taken notice of, but all that time you can take notice of others, observe their manners, decipher their characters, and insensibly you will become one of the company. All this I went through myself, when I was of your age. I have sat hours in company without being taken the least notice of, but then I took notice of them, and learned in their company how to behave myself better in the next, till by degrees I became part of the best companies myself. But I took great care not to lavish away my time in those companies where there were neither quick pleasures nor useful improvements to be expected. Sloth, indolence, and mollesse are pernicious in becoming a young fellow. Do not let them be your resource 40 years hence at the soonest. Determine at all events, and however disagreeable it may be to you in some respects, and for some time, to keep the most distinguished and fashionable company of the place you are at, either for their rank or for their learning, or 'le bel esprit et le gout'. This gives you credentials to the best companies, wherever you go afterward. Pray, therefore, no indolence, no laziness, but employ every minute in your life in active pleasures, or useful employments. Address yourself to some woman of fashion and beauty, wherever you are, and try how far that will go. If the place be not secured beforehand, and garrisoned, 9 times in 10 you will take it. By attentions and respect you may always get into the highest company, and by some admiration and applause, whether merited or not, you may be sure of being welcome among 'les savants et les beaux esprits'. There are but these 3 sorts of company for a young fellow, there being neither pleasure nor profit in any other. My uneasiness with regard to your health is this moment removed by your letter of the 8th N. S., which, by what accident I do not know, I did not receive before. I long to read Voltaire's 'Rome Sauvee', which, by the very faults that your severe critics find with it, I am sure I shall like; for I will at any time give up a good deal of regularity for a great deal of brilliant; and for the brilliant surely nobody is equal to Voltaire. Catiline's conspiracy is an unhappy subject for a tragedy; it is too single, and gives no opportunity to the poet to excite any of the tender passions. The whole is one intended act of horror. Crebillon was sensible of this defect, and to create another interest, most absurdly made Catiline in love with Cicero's daughter, and her with him. I am very glad that you went to Versailles, and dined with Monsieur de St. Contest. That is company to learn 'les bonnes manieres' in, and it seems you had 'les bons morceaux' in the bargain. Though you were no part of the King of France's conversation with the foreign ministers, and probably not much entertained with it, do you think that it is not very useful to you to hear it, and to observe the turn and manners of people of that sort? It is extremely useful to know it well. The same in the next rank of people, such as ministers of state, etc., in whose company, though you cannot yet at your age bear a part, and consequently be diverted, you will observe and learn, what hereafter it may be necessary for you to act. Tell Sir John Lambert that I have this day fixed Mr. Spencer's having his credit upon him. Mr. Hoare had also recommended him. I believe Mr. Spencer will set out next month for some place in France, but not Paris. I am sure he wants a great deal of France, for at present he is most entirely English; and you know very well what I think of that. And so we bid you heartily good night. End of section 131. Read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 132 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 132. London, March 16th, Old Style, 1752. My dear Friend, how do you go on with the most useful and most necessary of all studies, the study of the world? Do you find that you gain knowledge, and does your daily experience at once extend and demonstrate your improvement? You will possibly ask me how you can judge of that yourself. I will tell you a sure way of knowing. Examine yourself, and see whether your notions of the world are changed, by experience, from what they were 2 years ago in theory, for that alone is one favorable symptom of improvement. At that age, I remember it in myself, every notion that one forms is erroneous. One hath seen few models, and those none of the best, to form one's self upon. One thinks that everything is to be carried by spirit and vigor, that art is meanness, and that versatility and complaisance are the refuge of pusillanimity and weakness. This most mistaken opinion gives an indelicacy, a brusquerie, and a roughness to the manners. Fools, who can never be undeceived, retain them as long as they live. Reflection, with a little experience, makes men of sense shake them off soon. When they come to be a little better acquainted with themselves, and with their own species, they discover that plain right reason is, 9 times in 10, the fettered and shackled attendant of the triumph of the heart and the passions, and consequently they address themselves 9 times in 10 to the conqueror, not to the conquered, and conquerors, you know, must be applied to in the gentlest, the most engaging, and the most insinuating manner. Have you found out that every woman is infallibly to be gained by every sort of flattery, and every man by one sort or other? Have you discovered what variety of little things affect the heart, and how surely they collectively gain it? If you have made some progress. I would try a man's knowledge of the world, as I would a schoolboy's knowledge of Horace, not by making him construe Maecenas, Atavis, Edite Regibus, which he could do in the first form, but by examining him as to the delicacy and curiosa felicitas of that poet. A man requires very little knowledge and experience of the world to understand glaring, highly colored, and decided characters. They are but few, and they strike at first; but to distinguish the almost imperceptible shades, and the nice gradations of virtue and vice, sense and folly, strength and weakness, of which characters are commonly composed, demands some experience, great observation, and minute attention. In the same cases, most people do the same things, but with this material difference, upon which the success commonly turns. A man who hath studied the world knows when to time, and where to place them. He hath analyzed the characters he applies to, and adapted his address and his arguments to them. But a man, of what is called plain good sense, who hath only reasoned by himself, and not acted with mankind, mistimes, misplaces, runs precipitately and bluntly at the mark, and falls upon his nose in the way. In the common manners of social life, every man of common sense hath the rudiments, the ABC of civility. He means not to offend, and even wishes to please; and, if he hath any real merit, will be received and tolerated in good company. But that is far from being enough; for though he may be received, he will never be desired; though he does not offend, he will never be loved; but, like some little, insignificant, neutral power, surrounded by great ones, he will neither be feared nor courted by any, but by turns invaded by all, whenever it is their interest. A most contemptible situation! Whereas a man who hath carefully attended to and experienced the various workings of the heart, and the artifices of the head, and who by one shade can trace the progression of the whole color, who can at the proper times employ all the several means of persuading the understanding and engaging the heart, may and will have enemies, but will and must have friends. He may be opposed, but he will be supported too. His talents may excite the jealousy of some, but his engaging arts will make him beloved by many more. He will be considerable, he will be considered. Many different qualifications must conspire to form such a man, and to make him at once respectable and amiable. The least must be joined to the greatest. The latter would be unavailing without the former, and the former would be futile and frivolous without the latter. Learning is acquired by reading books, but the much more necessary learning, the knowledge of the world, is only to be acquired by reading men, and studying all the various editions of them. Many words in every language are generally thought to be synonymous, but those who study the language attentively will find that there is no such thing. They will discover some little difference, some distinction between all those words that are vulgarly called synonymous. One hath always more energy, extent, or delicacy than another. It is the same with men; all are in general, and yet no two in particular, exactly alike. Those who have not accurately studied, perpetually mistake them. They do not discern the shades and gradations that distinguish characters seemingly alike. Company, Various company is the only school for this knowledge. You ought to be, by this time, at least in the third form of that school, from whence the rise to the uppermost is easy and quick. But then you must have application and vivacity, and you must not only bear with, but even seek restraint in most companies, instead of stagnating in one or two only, where indolence and love of ease may be indulged. In the plan which I gave you in my last editor's note, that letter is missing, for your future motions, I forgot to tell you, that if a king of the Romans should be chosen this year, you shall certainly be at that election; and as upon those occasions all strangers are excluded from the place of the election, except such as belong to some ambassador, I have already eventually secured you a place in the suite of the king's electoral ambassador, who will be sent upon that account to Frankfort, or wherever else the election may be. This will not only secure you a sight of the show, but a knowledge of the whole thing, which is likely to be a contested one, from the opposition of some of the electors, and the protests of some of the princes of the empire. That election, if there is one, will, in my opinion, be a memorable era in the history of the empire. Pens, at least, if not swords, will be drawn, and ink, if not blood, will be plentifully shed by the contending parties in that dispute. During the fray, you may securely plunder, and add to your present stock of knowledge of the jus publicum imperii. The court of France hath, I am told, appointed le Président Ogier, a man of great abilities, to go immediately to Ratisbonne, pour y souffler la discorde. It must be owned that France hath always profited skillfully of its having guaranteed the Treaty of Munster, which hath given it a constant pretence to thrust itself into the affairs of the empire. When France got Alsace yielded by treaty, it was very willing to have it held as a fief of the empire, but the empire was then wiser. Every power should be careful not to give the least pretence to a neighboring power to meddle in the affairs of its interior. Sweden hath already felt the effects of the Czarina's calling herself guarantee of its present form of government, in consequence of the Treaty of Neustadt, confirmed afterward by that of Abo, though in truth that guarantee was rather a provision against Russia's attempting to alter the then new established form of government in Sweden, than any right given to Russia to hinder the Swedes from establishing what form of government they pleased. Read them both, if you can get them. Adieu. End of section 132. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 133 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 164. London, April 13th, Old Style, 1752. My dear Friend, I received this moment your letter of the 19th New Style, with the enclosed pieces relative to the present dispute between the King and the Parliament. I shall return them by Lord Huntingdon, whom you will soon see at Paris, and who will likewise carry you the piece, which I forgot in making up the packet I sent you by the Spanish ambassador. The representation of the Parliament is very well drawn, suaviter in modo, fortiter in re. They tell the King very respectfully, that in a certain case, which they should think it criminal to suppose, they would not obey him. This hath a tendency to what we here call revolution principles. I do not know what the Lord's anointed, his vice-regent upon earth, divinely appointed by him and accountable to none but him for his actions, will either think or do, upon these symptoms of reason and good sense, which seem to be breaking out all over France. But this I foresee, that before the end of this century the trade of both king and priest will not be half so good a one as it has been. Duclos, in his Reflections, hath observed very truly qu'il y a un germe de raison qui commence à se développer en France, a développement that must prove fatal to regal and papal pretensions. Prudence may in many cases recommend an occasional submission to either, but when that ignorance, upon which an implicit faith in both could only be founded, is once removed, God's vice-regent and Christ's vicar will only be obeyed and believed as far as what the one orders and the other says is conformable to reason and to truth. I am very glad, to use a vulgar expression, that you make as if you were not well, though you really are. I am sure it is the likeliest way to keep so. Pray leave off entirely your greasy, heavy pastry, fat creams, and indigestible dumplings, and then you need not conform yourself to white meats, which I do not take to be one jot wholesomer than beef, mutton, and partridge. Voltaire sent me from Berlin his Histoire du siècle de Louis XIV. It came at a very proper time. Lord Bolingbroke had just taught me how history should be read. Voltaire shows me how it should be written. I am sensible that it will meet with almost as many critics as readers. Voltaire must be criticized. Besides, every man's favorite is attacked, for every prejudice is exposed, and our prejudices are our mistresses. Reason is at best our wife, very often heard indeed, but seldom minded. It is the history of the human understanding, written by a man of parts, for the use of men of parts. Weak minds will not like it, even though they do not understand it, which is commonly the measure of their admiration. Dull ones will want those minute and uninteresting details with which most other histories are encumbered. He tells me all I want to know and nothing more. His reflections are short, just, and produce others in his readers. Free from religious, philosophical, political, and national prejudices, beyond any historian I ever met with, he relates all those matters as truly and impartially as certain regards, which must always be to some degree observed, will allow him, for one sees plainly that he often says much less than he would say if he might. He hath made me much better acquainted with the times of Louis XIV. Than the innumerable volumes which I had read could do, and hath suggested this reflection to me, which I have never made before. His vanity, not his knowledge, made him encourage all, and introduce many arts and sciences in his country. He opened in a manner the human understanding in France, and brought it to its utmost perfection. His age equalled in all, and greatly exceeded in many things, pardon me, pedants, the Augustan. This was great and rapid, but still it might be done by the encouragement, the applause, and the rewards of a vain, liberal, and magnificent prince. What is much more surprising is, that he stopped the operations of the human mind just where he pleased, and seemed to say, "Thus far shalt thou go, and no farther." For, a bigot to his religion, and jealous of his power, free and rational thoughts upon either, never entered into a French head during his reign, and the greatest geniuses that ever any age produced never entertained a doubt of the divine right of kings, or the infallibility of the Church. Poets, orators, and philosophers, ignorant of their natural rights, cherished their chains, and blind, active faith triumphed in those great minds over silent and passive reason. The reverse of this seems now to be the case in France. Reason opens itself, fancy and invention fade and decline. I will send you a copy of this history by Lord Huntingdon, as I think it very probable that it is not allowed to be published and sold at Paris. Pray read it more than once, and with attention, particularly the second volume, which contains short but very clear accounts of many very interesting things, which are talked of by everybody, though fairly understood by very few. There are the two very puerile affectations which I wish this book had been free from. The one is, the total subversion of all the old established French orthography. The other is, the not making use of any one capital letter throughout the whole book, except at the beginning of a paragraph. It offends my eyes to see Rome, Paris, France, Caesar, Henry IV., etc., begin with small letters, and I do not conceive that there can be any reason for doing it, half so strong as the reason of long usage is to the contrary. This is an affectation below Voltaire, who I am not ashamed to say that I admire and delight in as an author, equally in prose and in verse. I had a letter a few days ago from Monsieur du Bocage, in which he says, "Monsieur Stanhope se jette dans la politique, et je crois qu'il y réussira." You do very well, it is your destination, but remember that, to succeed in great things, one must first learn to please in little ones. Engaging manners and address must prepare the way for superior knowledge and abilities to act with effect. The late Duke of Marlborough's manners and address prevailed with the first King of Prussia, to let his troops remain in the army of the Allies, when neither their representations nor his own share in the common sense could do it. The Duke of Marlborough had no new matter to urge him, but had a manner which he could not nor did not resist. Voltaire, among 1,000 little delicate strokes of that kind, says of the Duc de la Feuillade, qu'il était l'homme le plus brillant et le plus aimable du royaume, et quoique gendre du général et ministre, il avoit pour lui la faveur publique. Various little circumstances of that sort will often make a man of great real merit be hated, if he hath not address and manners to make him be loved. Consider all your own circumstances seriously, and you will find that, of all arts, the art of pleasing is the most necessary for you to study and possess. A silly tyrant said, Oderint modo timient. A wise man would have said, Modo ament nihil timidum est mihi. Judge from your own daily experience of the efficacy of that pleasing je ne sais quoi. When you feel, as you and everybody certainly does, that in men it is more engaging than knowledge, in women than beauty. I long to see Lord and Lady who are not yet arrived, because they have lately seen you, and I always fancy that I can fish out something new concerning you from those who have seen you last. Not that I shall much rely upon their accounts, because I distrust the judgment of Lord and Lady in those matters about which I am most inquisitive. They have ruined their own son by what they called and thought loving him. They have made him believe that the world was made for him, not he for the world, and unless he stays abroad a great while, and falls into very good company, he will expect, what he will never find, the attentions and complaisance from others, which he has hitherto been used to from papa and mamma. This is, I fear, too much the case of Mr. who, I doubt, will be run through the body, and be near dying, before he knows how to live. However you may turn out, you can never make me any of these reproaches. I indulged no silly, womanish fondness for you. Instead of inflicting my tenderness upon you, I have taken all possible methods to make you deserve it, and thank God you do. At least, I know but one article in which you are different from what I could wish you, and you very well know what it is I want, that I and all the world should like you as well as I love you. Adieu. End of section 133. Read by Professor Heatherham Bye. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 134 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 165. London, April 30th, Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, avoir du monde is, in my opinion, a very just and happy expression for having address, manners, and for knowing how to behave properly in all companies, and it implies very truly that a man who hath not those accomplishments is not of the world. Without them, the best parts are inefficient, civility is absurd, and freedom offensive. A learned parson, rusting in his cell at Oxford or Cambridge, will season admirably well upon the nature of man, will profoundly analyze the head, the heart, the reason, the will, the passions, the senses, the sentiments, and all those subdivisions of we know not what, and yet, unfortunately, he knows nothing of man, for he hath not lived with him, and is ignorant of all the various modes, habits, prejudices, and tastes that always influence and determine him. He views the man as he does colors in Sir Isaac Newton's prism, where only the capital ones are seen, but an experienced dyer knows all their various shades and gradations, together with the result of their several mixtures. Few men are of one plain, decided color; most are mixed, shaded, and blended, and vary as much from different situations as changeable silks do from different lights. The man qui a du monde knows all this from his own experience and observation. The conceited, cloistered philosopher knows nothing of it from his own theory. His practice is absurd and improper, and he acts as awkwardly as a man would dance who had never seen others dance, nor learned of a dancing master, but who had only studied the notes by which dances are now pricked down as well as tunes. Observe and imitate, then, the address, the arts, and the manners of those qui ont du monde. See by what methods they first make, and afterwards improve impressions in their favor. Those impressions are much oftener owing to little causes than to intrinsic merit, which is less volatile, and hath not so sudden an effect. Strong minds have undoubtedly an ascendant over weak ones, as Gallagher Marechal d'Ancre very justly observed, when, to the disgrace and reproach of those times, she was executed for having governed Mary of Medicis by the arts of witchcraft and magic. But then ascendant is to be gained by degrees, and by those arts only which experience and the knowledge of the world teaches, for few are mean enough to be bullied, though most are weak enough to be bubbled. I have seen people of superior, governed by people of much inferior parts, without knowing or even suspecting that they were so governed. This can only happen when those people of inferior parts have more worldly dexterity and experience than those they govern. They see the weak and unguarded part, and apply to it, they take it, and all the rest follows. Would you gain either men or women, and every man of sense desires to gain both, il faut du monde. You have had more opportunities than ever any man had, at your age, of acquiring ce monde. You have been in the best companies of most countries, at an age when others have hardly been in any company at all. You are master of all those languages, which John Trott seldom speaks at all, and never well, and consequently you need be a stranger nowhere. This is the way, and the only way, of having du monde; but if you have it not, and have still any coarse rusticity about you, may not one apply to you the rusticus expectat of Horace? This knowledge of the world teaches us more particularly two things, both which are of infinite consequence, and to neither of which nature inclines us: I mean the command of our temper and of our countenance. A man who has had no monde is inflamed with anger, or annihilated with shame, at every disagreeable incident. The one makes him act and talk like a madman, the other makes him look like a fool. But a man who has du monde seems not to understand what he cannot or ought not to resent. If he makes a slip himself, he recovers it by his coolness, instead of plunging deeper by his confusion like a stumbling horse. He is firm, but gentle, and practices that most excellent maxim, suaviter in modo, fortiter in re. The other is the volto sciolto a pensieri stretti. People unused to the world have babbling countenances, and are unskillful enough to show what they have sense enough not to tell. In the course of the world, a man must very often put on an easy, frank countenance, upon very disagreeable occasions. He must seem pleased when he is very much otherwise. He must be able to accost and receive with smiles those whom he would much rather meet with swords. In courts he must not turn himself inside out. All this may, nay, must be done, without falsehood and treachery, for it must go no further than politeness and manners, and must stop short of assurances and professions of simulated friendship. Good manners, to those one does not love, are no more a breach of truth, than your humble servant at the bottom of a challenge is. They are universally agreed upon and understood, to be things of course. They are necessary guards of the decency and peace of society. They must only act defensively, and then not with arms poisoned by perfidy. Truth, but not the whole truth, must be the invariable principle of every man, who hath either religion, honor, or prudence. Those who violate it may be cunning, but they are not able. Lies and perfidy are the refuge of fools and cowards. Adieu. P.S. I must recommend to you again to take your leave of all your French acquaintance, in such a manner as may make them regret your departure, and wish to see and welcome you at Paris again, where you may possibly return before it is very long. This must not be done in a cold, civil manner, but with at least seeming warmth, sentiment, and concern. Acknowledge the obligations you have to them for the kindness they have shown you during your stay at Paris. Assure them that wherever you are, you will remember them with gratitude. Wish for opportunities of giving them proofs of your plus tendre et respectueux souvenir. Beg of them, in case your good fortune should carry them to any part of the world where you could be of any the least use to them, that they would employ you without reserve. Say all this, and a great deal more, emphatically and pathetically, for you know si vie me flaire. This can do you no harm, if you never return to Paris, but if you do, as probably you may, it will be of infinite use to you. Remember, too, not to omit going to every house where you have ever been once, to take leave and recommend yourself to their remembrance. The reputation which you leave at one place, where you have been, will circulate, and you will meet with it at 20 places where you are to go. That is a labor never quite lost. This letter will show you, that the accident which happened to me yesterday, and of which Mr. Grevenkop gives you account, hath no bad consequences. My escape was a great one. End of Section 134. read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 135 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 166, London, May 11th, Old Style, 1752. Dear Friend, I break my word by writing this letter, but I break it on the allowable side, by doing more than I promised. I have pleasure in writing to you, and you may possibly have some profit in reading what I write. Either of the motives were sufficient for me, both for you I cannot withstand. By your last I calculate that you will leave Paris upon this day sennight. Upon that supposition, this letter may still find you there. Colonel Perry arrived here 2 or 3 days ago, and sent me a book from you, Cassandra abridged. I am sure it cannot be too much abridged. The spirit of that most voluminous work, fairly extracted, may be contained in the smallest duodecimo, and it is most astonishing that there ever could have been people idle enough to write or read such endless heaps of the same stuff. It was, however, the occupation of thousands in the last century, and is still the private, though disavowed, amusement of young girls and sentimental ladies. A lovesick girl finds, in the captain with whom she is in love, all the courage and all the graces of the tender and accomplished Oroondates, and many a grown-up sentimental lady talks delicate Clelia to the hero, whom she would engage to eternal love, or laments with her that love is not eternal. Ah, qu'il est dur d'aimer, si pend à moi toujours, mais hélas, il n'est point d'éternel amour. It is, however, very well to have read one of those extravagant works, of which all La Calpurnides are the best, because it is well to be able to talk, with some degree of knowledge, upon all those subjects that other people talk sometimes upon, and I would by no means have anything that is known to others be totally unknown to you. It is a great advantage for any man to be able to talk or to hear, neither ignorantly nor absurdly, upon any subject, for I have known people who have not said one word, hear ignorantly and absurdly. It has appeared in their inattentive and unmeaning faces. This, I think, is as little likely to happen to you as to anybody of your age, and if you will but add a versatility and easy conformity of manners, I know no company in which you are likely to be de trop. This versatility is more particularly necessary for you at this time, now that you are going to so many different places, for though the manners and customs of the several courts of Germany are in general the same, yet every one has its particular characteristic, some peculiarity or other, which distinguishes it from the next. This you should carefully attend to and immediately adopt. Nothing flatters people more, nor makes strangers so welcome, as an occasional conformity. I do not mean by this that you should mimic the air and stiffness of every awkward German court. No, by no means, but I mean that you should only cheerfully comply, and fall in with certain local habits, such as ceremonies, diet, turn of conversation, etc. People who are lately come from Paris, and who have been a good while there, are generally suspected, and especially in Germany, of having a degree of contempt for every other place. Take great care that nothing of this kind appear, at least outwardly, in your behavior, but commend whatever deserves any degree of commendation, without comparing it with what you may have left, much better of the same kind, at Paris. As, for instance, the German kitchen is, without doubt, execrable, and the French delicious. However, never commend the French kitchen at a German table, but eat of what you can find tolerable there, and commend it, without comparing it to anything better. I have known many British yahoos, who, though while they were at Paris conformed to no one French custom, as soon as they got anywhere else, talked of nothing but what they did, saw, and ate at Paris. The freedom of the French is not to be used indiscriminately at all courts in Germany, though their easiness may and ought, but that too at some places more than at others. The courts of Mannheim and Bonn I take to be a little more unbarbarized than some others; that of Mayence, an ecclesiastical one, as well as that of Treves, neither of which is much frequented by foreigners, retains, I conceive, a great deal of the Goth and Vandal still. There more reserve and ceremony are necessary, and not a word of the French. At Berlin you cannot be too French. Hanover, Brunswick, Kassel, etc., are of the mixed kind, un peu de croix, mais pas assez. Another thing which I most earnestly recommend to you, not only in Germany, but in every part of the world where you may ever be, is not only real, but seeming attention, to whoever you speak to, or to whoever speaks to you. There is nothing so brutally shocking, nor so little forgiven, as a seeming inattention to the person who is speaking to you; and I have known many a man knocked down, for, in my opinion, a much lighter provocation, than that shocking inattention which I mean. I have seen many people who, while you are speaking to them, instead of looking at and attending to you, fix their eyes upon the ceiling or some other part of the room, look out of the window, play with a dog, twirl their snuff-box, or pick their nose. Nothing discovers a little, futile, frivolous mind more than this, and nothing is so offensively ill-bred. It is an explicit declaration on your part, that the most trifling object deserves your attention more than all that can be said by the person who is speaking to you. Judge of the sentiments of hatred and resentment, which such treatment must excite in every breast, where any degree of self-love dwells, and I am sure I never met yet with that breast where there was not a great deal. I repeat it again and again, for it is highly necessary for you to remember it. That sort of vanity and self-love is inseparable from human nature, whatever may be its rank or condition. Even your footman will sooner forget and forgive a beating, than any manifest mark of slight and contempt. Be, therefore, I beg of you, not only really, but seemingly and manifestly attentive to whoever speaks to you. Nay, more, take their ton, and tune yourself to their unison. Be serious with the serious, gay with the gay, and trifle with the triflers. In assuming these various shapes, endeavor to make each of them to sit easily upon you, and even to appear to be your own natural one. This is the true and useful versatility, of which a thorough knowledge of the world at once teaches the utility and the means of acquiring. I am very sure, at least I hope, that you will never make use of a silly expression, which is the favorite expression and the absurd excuse of all fools and blockheads. I cannot do such a thing by no means either morally or physically impossible. I cannot attend long together to the same thing, says one fool. That is, he is such a fool that he will not. I remember a very awkward fellow, who did not know what to do with his sword, and who always took it off before dinner, saying that he could not possibly dine with his sword on, upon which I could not help telling him that I really believed he could without any probable danger either to himself or others. It is a shame and an absurdity for any man to say that he cannot do all those things which are commonly done by all the rest of mankind. Another thing that I must earnestly warn you against is laziness, by which more people have lost the fruit of their travels than, perhaps, by any other thing. Pray be always in motion. Early in the morning go and see things, and the rest of the day go and see people. If you stay but a week at a place, and that an insignificant one, see, however, all that is to be seen there. Know as many people, and get into as many houses as ever you can. I recommend to you likewise, though probably you have thought of it yourself, to carry in your pocket a map of Germany, in which the post roads are marked, and also some short book of travels through Germany. The former will help to imprint in your memory situations and distances, and the latter will point out many things for you to see, that might otherwise possibly escape you, and which, though they may be in themselves of little consequence, you would regret not having seen, after having been at the places where they were. Thus warned and provided for your journey, God speed you. Felix Faustum Cassit. Adieu. End of section 135. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 136 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 167. London, May 27th, Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, I send you the enclosed original from a friend of ours, with my own commentaries upon the text, a text which I have so often paraphrased and commented upon already, that I believe I can hardly say anything new upon it. But, however, I cannot give it over till I am better convinced, than I yet am, that you feel all the utility, the importance, and the necessity of it; nay, not only feel, but practice it. Your panegyrist allows you what most fathers would be more than satisfied with, in a son, and chides me for not contenting myself with 'l'essentiel, mon bon'; but I, who have been in no one respect like other fathers, can neither, like them, content myself with 'l'essentiellement bon', because I know that it will not do your business in the world, while you want the 'quelque couche de vernis'. Few fathers care much for their sons, or at least, most of them care more for their money, and consequently content themselves with giving them, at the cheapest rate, the common run of education, that is, a school till 18, the university till 20, and a couple of years riding post through the several towns of Europe, impatient till their boobies come home to be married, as they call it, settled. Of those who really love their sons, few know how to do it. Some spoil them by fondling them while they are young, and then quarrel with them when they are grown up, for having been spoiled. Some love them like mothers, and attend only to the bodily health and strength of the hopes of their family, solemnize his birthday, and rejoice, like the subjects of the Great Mogul, at the increase of his bulk; while others, minding, as they think, only essentials, take pains and pleasure to see in their heir all their favorite weaknesses and imperfections. I hope and believe that I have kept clear of all these errors in the education which I have given you. No weaknesses of my own have warped it; no parsimony has starved it; no rigor has deformed it. Sound and extensive learning was the foundation which I meant to lay. I have laid it, but that alone I knew would by no means be sufficient. The ornamental, the showish, the pleasing superstructure was to be begun. In that view, I threw you into the great world, entirely your own master, at an age when others either guzzle at the university, or are sent abroad in servitude to some awkward, pedantic Scotch governor. This was to put you in the way, and the only way, of acquiring those manners, that address, and those graces, which exclusively distinguish people of fashion, and without which all moral virtues and all acquired learning are of no sort of use in the courts and le beau monde. On the contrary, I am not sure if they are not an hindrance. They are feared and disliked in those places, as too severe, if not smoothed and introduced by the graces; but of these graces, of this necessary beau vernis, it seems that there are still 'quelques couches qui manquent'. Now pray let me ask you, coolly and seriously, pourquoi ces couches manquent-elles? For you may as easily take them, as you may wear more or less powder in your hair, more or less lace upon your coat. I can therefore account for your wanting them no other way in the world, than from your not being yet convinced of their full value. You have heard some English bucks say, "Damn these finical outlandish airs, give me a manly resolute manner. They make a rout with their graces, and talk like a parcel of dancing masters, and dress like a parcel of fops. One good Englishman will beat 3 of them." But let your own observation undeceive you of these prejudices. I will give you one instance only, instead of 100 that I could give you, of a very shining fortune and figure, raised upon no other foundation whatsoever than that of address, manners, and graces. Between you and me, for this example must go no further, what do you think made our friend Lord A, Colonel of a regiment of Guards, Governor of Virginia, Groom of the Stole, and Ambassador to Paris, amounting in all to 16,000 or 17,000 pounds a year? Was it his birth? No, a Dutch gentleman only. Was it his estate? No, he had none. Was it his learning, his parts, his political abilities and application? You can answer all these questions as easily and as soon as I can ask them. What was it then? Many people wondered, but I do not, for I know and will tell you. It was his air, his address, his manners, and his graces. He pleased, and by pleasing he became a favorite, and by becoming a favorite became all that he has been since. Show me any one instance, where intrinsic worth and merit, unassisted by exterior accomplishments, have raised any man so high. You know the Duc de Richelieu, now Marechal, Cordon Bleu, Gentilhomme de la Chambre, twice ambassador, etc. By what means? Not by the purity of his character, the depth of his knowledge, or any uncommon penetration and sagacity. Women alone formed and raised him. The Duchess of Burgundy took a fancy to him, and had him before he was 16 years old. This put him in fashion among the beau monde, and the late regent's oldest daughter, now Madame de Modene, took him next, and was near marrying him. These early connections with women of the first distinction gave him those manners, graces, and address, which you see he has, and which, I can assure you, are all that he has; for strip him of them, and he will be one of the poorest men in Europe. Man or woman cannot resist an engaging exterior; it will please, it will make its way. You want, it seems, but quelques couches; for God's sake, lose no time in getting them; and now you have gone so far, complete the work. Think of nothing else, till that work is finished. Unwearied application will bring about anything, and surely your application can never be so well employed as upon that object, which is absolutely necessary to facilitate all others. With your knowledge and parts, if adorned by manners and graces, what may you not hope one day to be? But without them, you will be in the situation of a man who should be very fleet of one leg, but very lame of the other. He could not run; the lame leg would check and clog the well one, which would be very near useless. From my original plan for your education, I meant to make you un homme universel. What depends on me is executed; the little that remains undone depends singly upon you. Do not then disappoint, when you can so easily gratify me. It is your own interest which I am pressing you to pursue, and it is the only return that I desire for all the care and affection of yours. End of Section 136. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 137 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 168. London, May 31st, Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, the world is the book, and the only one to which, at present, I would have you apply yourself, and the thorough knowledge of it will be of more use to you than all the books that ever were read. Lay aside the best book whenever you can go into the best company, and depend upon it, you change for the better. However, as the most tumultuous life, whether of business or pleasure, leaves some vacant moments every day, in which a book is the refuge of a rational being, I now mean to point out to you the method of employing those moments, which will and ought to be but few, in the most advantageous manner. Throw away none of your time upon those trivial, futile books, published by idle or necessitous authors, for the amusement of idle and ignorant readers. Such sort of books swarm and buzz about one every day. Flap them away; they have no sting. Certum pet finem. Have some one object for those leisure moments, and pursue that object invariably till you have attained it, and then take some other. For instance, considering your destination, I would advise you to single out the most remarkable and interesting eras of modern history, and confine all your reading to that era. If you pitch upon the Treaty of Munster, and that is the proper period to begin with, in the course which I am now recommending, do not interrupt it by dipping and deviating into other books, unrelative to it, but consult only the most authentic histories, letters, memoirs, and negotiations, relative to that great transaction, reading and comparing them with all that caution and distrust which Lord Bolingbroke recommends to you, in a better manner and in better words than I can. The next period worth your particular knowledge is the Treaty of the Pyrenees, which was calculated to lay, and in effect did lay, the succession of the House of Bourbon to the crown of Spain. Pursue that in the same manner, singling, out of the millions of volumes written upon that occasion, the 2 or 3 most authentic ones, and particularly the letters, which are the best authorities in matters of negotiation. Next come the treaties of Nimeguen and Ryswick, postscripts in a manner to those of Munster and the Pyrenees. Those 2 transactions have had great light thrown upon them by the publication of many authentic and original letters and pieces. The concessions made at the Treaty of Ryswick, by the then triumphant Louis XIV, astonished all those who viewed things only superficially, but I should think must have been easily accounted for by those who knew the state of the kingdom of Spain, as well as of the health of its king, Charles II, at that time. The interval between the conclusion of the peace of Ryswick and the breaking out of the Great War in 1702, though a short, is a most interesting one. Every week of it almost produced some great event. 2 partition treaties, the death of the King of Spain, his unexpected will, and the acceptance of it by Louis XIV, in violation of the second treaty of partition, just signed and ratified by him. Philip V quietly and cheerfully received in Spain, and acknowledged as king of it, by most of those powers, who afterwards joined in an alliance to dethrone him. I cannot help making this observation upon that occasion, that character has often more to do in great transactions than prudence and sound policy, for Louis XIV gratified his personal pride by giving a Bourbon king to Spain, at the expense of the true interest of France, which would have acquired much more solid and permanent strength by the addition of Naples, Sicily, and Lorraine, upon the footing of the second partition treaty, and I think it was fortunate for Europe that he preferred the will. It is true, he might hope to influence his Bourbon posterity in Spain. He knew too well how weak the ties of blood are among men, and how much weaker still they are among princes. The memoirs of Count Harrach and of La Torres give a good deal of light into the transactions of the court of Spain previous to the death of that weak king, and the letters of the Marechal d'Harcourt, then the French ambassador in Spain, of which I have authentic copies in manuscript from the year 1698 to 1701, have cleared up that whole affair to me. I keep that book for you. It appears by those letters that the impudent conduct of the House of Austria with regard to the King and Queen of Spain, and Madame Berlippe, her favorite, together with the knowledge of the partition treaty, which incensed all Spain, were the true and only reasons of the will in favor of the Duke of Anjou. Cardinal Portocarrero, nor any of the grandees, were bribed by France, as was generally reported and believed at that time, which confirms Voltaire's anecdote upon that subject. Then opens a new scene and a new country. Louis XIV's good fortune forsakes him, till the Duke of Marlborough and Prince Eugene make him amends for all the mischief they had done him, by making the Allies refuse the terms of peace offered by him at Grutudenberg. How the disadvantageous peace of Utrecht was afterward brought on, you have lately read, and you cannot inform yourself too minutely of all those circumstances, that treaty being the freshest source from whence the late transactions of Europe have flowed. The altercations that have since happened, whether by wars or treaties, are so recent, that all the written accounts are to be helped out, proved, or contradicted, by the oral ones of almost every informed person, of a certain age or rank in life. For the facts, dates, and original pieces of this century, you will find them in Lamberti, till the year 1715, and after that time in Rousset's Recul. I do not mean that you should plod hours together in researches of this kind. No, you may employ your time more usefully; but I mean that you should make the most of the moments you do employ, by method and the pursuit of one single object at a time. Nor should I call it a digression from that object, when you meet with clashing and jarring pretensions of different princes to the same thing, you had immediately recourse to other books, in which those several pretensions were clearly stated. On the contrary, that is the only way of remembering those contested rights and claims; for, were a man to read tout de suite Scherderus's Theatrum Praesenonium, Schweiderus's Theatrum Praetensionum, he would only be confounded by the variety, and remember none of them; whereas by examining them occasionally, as they happen to occur, either in the course of your historical reading, or as they are agitated in your own times, you will retain them, by connecting them with those historical facts which occasioned your inquiry. For example, had you read, in the course of 2 or 3 folios of pretensions, those, among others, of the 2 kings of England and Prussia to Ostfries, it is impossible that you should have remembered them; but now that they are become the debated object at the Diet at Ratisbon, and the topic of all political conversations, if you consult both books and persons concerning them, and inform yourself thoroughly, you will never forget them as long as you live. You will hear a great deal of them on one side at Hanover, and as much on the other side afterward at Berlin. Hear both sides, and form your own opinion, but dispute with neither. Letters from foreign ministers to their courts, and from their courts to them, are, if genuine, the best and most authentic records you can read, as far as they go. Cardinal Dosats, President Jeanines, D'Estrades, Sir William Temples, will not only inform your mind, but form your style, which in letters of business should be very plain and simple, but at the same time exceedingly clear, correct, and pure. All that I have said may be reduced to these 2 or 3 plain principles. First, that you should now read very little, but converse a great deal. Second, to read no useless, unprofitable books. And third, that those which you do read may all tend to a certain object, and be relative to and consequential of each other. In this method, half an hour's reading every day will carry you a great way. People seldom know how to employ their time to the best advantage till they have too little left to employ. But if at your age, in the beginning of life, people would but consider the value of it, and put every moment to interest, it is incredible what an additional fund of knowledge and pleasure such an economy would bring in. I look back with regret upon that large sum of time, which in my youth I lavished away idly, without either improvement or pleasure. Take warning betimes, and enjoy every moment. Pleasures do not commonly last so long as life, and therefore should not be neglected, and the longest life is too short for knowledge. Consequently, every moment is precious. I am surprised at having received no letter from you since you left Paris. I still direct this to Strasbourg, as I did my 2 last. I shall direct my next to the post-house at Mayence, unless I receive in the meantime contrary instructions from you. Adieu. Remember les attentions. They must be your passports into good company. End of section 137. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 138 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 169. London, June. Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, very few celebrated negotiators have been eminent for their learning. The most famous French negotiators, and I know no nation that can boast of abler, have been military men, as Monsieur d'Harcourt, Comte d'Estrades, Marechal d'Uxelles, and others. The late Duke of Marlborough, who was at least as able a negotiator as a general, was exceedingly ignorant of books, but extremely knowing in men, whereas the learned Grotius appeared, both in Sweden and in France, to be a very bungling minister. This is, in my opinion, very easily to be accounted for. A man of very deep learning must have employed the greatest part of his time in books, and a skillful negotiator must necessarily have employed much the greater part of his time with man. The sound scholar, when dragged out of his dusty closet into business, acts by book, and deals with men as he has read of them, not as he has known them by experience. He follows Spartan and Roman precedents in what he falsely imagines to be similar cases, whereas 2 cases never were, since the beginning of the world, exactly alike, and he would be capable, where he thought spirit and vigor necessary, to draw a circle round the persons he treated with, and to insist upon a categorical answer before they went out of it, because he had read in the Roman history that once upon a time some Roman ambassador did so. No, a certain degree of learning may help, but no degree of learning will ever make a skillful minister, whereas a great knowledge of the world, of the characters, passions, and habits of mankind, has, without 1 grain of learning, made 1,000. Military men have seldom much knowledge of books. Their education does not allow it. But what makes great amends for that want is, that they generally know a great deal of the world. They are thrown into it young. They see variety of nations and characters, and they soon find that to rise, which is the aim of them all, they must first please. These concurrent causes almost always give them manners and politeness, in consequence of which you see them always distinguished at courts, and favored by the women. I could wish that you had been of an age to have made a campaign or 2 as a volunteer. It would have given you an attention, a versatility, and an alertness, all which I doubt you want, and a great want it is. A foreign minister has not great business to transact every day, so that his knowledge and his skill in negotiating are not frequently put to the trial; but he has that to do every day and every hour of the day which is necessary to prepare and smooth the way for his business, that is, to insinuate himself by his manners, not only into the houses, but into the confidence of the most considerable people of the place, to contribute to their pleasures, and insensibly not to be looked upon as a stranger himself. A skillful minister may very possibly be doing his master's business full as well, in doing the honors gracefully and genteelly of a ball or a supper, as if he were laboriously writing a protocol in his closet. The Marechal d'Harcourt, by his magnificence, his manners, and his politeness, blunted the edge of the long aversion which the Spaniards had to the French. The court and the grandees were personally fond of him, and frequented his house, and were at least insensibly brought to prefer a French to a German yoke, which I am convinced would never have happened, had Comte d'Arrache been Marechal d'Harcourt, or the Marechal d'Harcourt Comte d'Arrache. The Comte d'Estrades had, by ses manières polies et liants, formed such connections, and gained such an interest in the Republic of the United Provinces, that Monsieur de Witt, the then pensionary of Holland, often applied to him to use his interest with his friend, both in Holland and the other provinces, whenever he, de Witt, had a difficult point which he wanted to carry. This was certainly not brought about by his knowledge of books, but of men. Dancing, fencing, and riding, with a little military architecture, were no doubt the top of his education; and if he knew that collegium in Latin signified college in French, it must have been by accident. But he knew what was more useful. From 13 years old he had been in the great world, and had read men and women so long that he could then read them at sight. Talking the other day, upon this and other subjects, all relative to you, with one who knows and loves you very well, and expressing my anxiety and wishes that your exterior accomplishments, as a man of fashion, might adorn, and at least equal your intrinsic merit as a man of sense and honor, the person interrupted me and said, "Set your heart at rest, that never will or can happen. It is not in character, that gentleness, that douceur, those attentions which you wish him to have, are not in his nature; and do what you will, nay, let him do what he will, he can never acquire them. Nature may be a little disguised and altered by care, but can by no means whatsoever be totally forced and changed." I denied this principle to a certain degree; but admitting, however, that in many respects our nature was not to be changed, and asserting at the same time that in others it might by care be very much altered and improved, so as in truth to be changed, that I took those exterior accomplishments, which we had been talking of, to be mere modes, and absolutely depending upon the will and upon custom; and that therefore I was convinced that your good sense, which must show you the importance of them, would make you resolve at all events to acquire them, even in spite of nature, if nature be in the case. Our dispute, which lasted a great while, ended as Voltaire observes that disputes in England are apt to do, in a wager of 50 guineas, which I myself am to decide upon honor, and of which this is a faithful copy. If you think I shall win it, you may go my halves if you please; declare yourself in time. This I declare, that I would most cheerfully give 1,000 guineas to win those 50. You may secure them me if you please. I grow very impatient for your future letters from the several courts of Mannheim, Bonn, Hanover, etc., and I desire that your letters may be to me what I do not desire they should be to anybody else, I mean full of yourself. Let the egotism, a figure which upon all other occasions I detest, be your only one to me. Trifles that concern you are not trifles to me, and my knowledge of them may possibly be useful to you. Adieu. Les grâces, les grâces, les grâces. End of Section 138. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 139 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 170. London, June 23, Old Style, 1752. My dear Friend, I direct this letter to Mayence, where I think it is likely to meet you, supposing as I do that you stayed 3 weeks at Mannheim, after the date of your last from thence. But should you have stayed longer at Mannheim, to which I have no objection, it will wait for you at Mayence. Mayence will not, I believe, have charms to detain you above a week, so that I reckon you will be at Bonn at the end of July, New Style. There you may stay just as little or as long as you please, and then proceed to Hanover. I had a letter by the last post from a relation of mine at Hanover, Mr. Stanhope Aspinwall, who is in the Duke of Newcastle's office, and has lately been appointed the King's Minister to the Dey of Algiers, a post which, notwithstanding your views of foreign affairs, I believe you do not envy him. He tells me in that letter there are very good lodgings to be had at one Mrs. Myers's, the next door to the Duke of Newcastle's, which he offers to take for you. I have desired him to do it, in case Mrs. Myers will wait for you till the latter end of August or the beginning of September, New Style, which I suppose is about the time when you will be at Hanover. You will find this Mr. Aspinwall of great use to you there. He will exert himself to the utmost to serve you. He has been twice or thrice at Hanover, and knows all the allures there. He is very well with the Duke of Newcastle, and will puff you there. Moreover, if you have a mind to work there as a volunteer in that bureau, he will assist and inform you. In short, he is a very honest, sensible, and informed man, mais me paye pas beaucoup de sa figure. Il abuse même du privilège qu'ont les hommes d'être laids, et il ne sera pas un reste avec les lions et les léopards qu'il trouverait à Algiers. As you are entirely master of the time when you will leave Bonn and go to Hanover, so you are master to stay at Hanover as long as you please, and to go from thence where you please, provided that at Christmas you are at Berlin, for the beginning of the Carnival. This I would not have you say at Hanover, considering the mutual disposition of those two courts. But when anybody asks you where you are to go next, say that you propose rambling in Germany, at Brunswick, Cassel, etc., till the next spring, when you intend to be in Flanders, in your way to England. I take Berlin at this time to be the politest, the most shining, and the most useful court in Europe for a young fellow to be at, and therefore I would upon no account not have you there for at least a couple of months of the Carnival. If you are as well received and pass your time as well at Bonn as I believe you will, I would advise you to remain there till about the 20th of August, New Style. In 4 days you will be at Hanover. As for your stay there, it must be shorter or longer according to certain circumstances which you know of. Supposing them, at the best, then, stay within a week or 10 days of the King's return to England; but supposing them at the worst, your stay must not be too short, for reasons which you also know. No resentment must either appear or be suspected. Therefore, at worst, I think you must remain there a month, and at best as long as ever you please. But I am convinced that all will turn out very well for you there. Everybody is engaged or inclined to help you: the ministers, English and German, the principal ladies, and most of the foreign ministers, so that I may apply to you, nullum numen abest, si sit prudentia. Du Perron will, I believe, be back there from Turin much about the time you get there. Pray be very attentive to him, and connect yourself with him as much as ever you can; for besides that he is a very pretty and well-informed man, he is very much in fashion at Hanover, is personally very well with the King and certain ladies, so that a visible intimacy and connection with him will do you credit and service. Pray cultivate Monsieur Hoppe, the Dutch minister, who has always been very much my friend, and will, I am sure, be yours. His manners, it is true, are not very engaging. He is rough, but he is sincere. It is very useful sometimes to see things which one ought to avoid, as it is right to see very often those which one ought to imitate, and my friend Hoppe's manners will frequently point out to you what yours ought to be by the rule of contraries. Congreve points out a sort of critics, to whom he says that we are doubly obliged. Rules for good writing they with pains indite, then show us what is bad by what they write. It is certain that Monsieur Hoppe, with the best heart in the world, and 1,000 good qualities, has 1,000 enemies, and hardly a friend, simply from the roughness of his manners. N.B. I heartily wish you could have stayed long enough at Mannheim to have been seriously and desperately in love with Madame de Taxis, who I suppose is a proud, insolent, fine lady, and who would consequently have expected attentions little short of adoration. Nothing would do you more good than such a passion, and I live in hopes that somebody or other will be able to excite such a one in you. Your hour may not yet be come, but it will come. Love has not been unaptly compared to the smallpox, which most people have sooner or later. Iphigenia had a wonderful effect upon Simon. I wish some Hanover Iphigenia may try her skill upon you. I recommend to you again, though I have already done it twice or thrice, to speak German, even affectedly, while you are at Hanover, which will show that you prefer that language, and be of more use to you there with somebody than you can imagine. When you carry my letters to Monsieur Munchausen and Monsieur Schweigelt, address yourself to them in German. The latter speaks French very well, but the former extremely ill. Show great attention to Madame Munchausen's daughter, who is a great favorite. Those little trifles please mothers, and sometimes fathers, extremely. Observe, and you will find, almost universally, that the least things either please or displease most, because they necessarily imply either a very strong desire of obliging, or an unpardonable indifference about it. I will give you a ridiculous instance enough of this truth, from my own experience. When I was ambassador the first time in Holland, Comte de Wassenaer and his wife, people of the first rank and consideration, had a little boy of about 3 years old, of whom they were exceedingly fond. In order to make my court to them, I was so too, and used to take the child often upon my lap and play with him. One day his nose was very dirty, upon which I took out my handkerchief and wiped it for him. This raised a loud laugh, and they called me a very handy nurse; but the father and mother were so pleased with it, that to this day it is an anecdote in the family, and I never receive a letter from Comte Wassenaer, but that he makes me compliments 'du morveau que j'ai mouche autrefois', who, by the way, I am assured, is now the prettiest young fellow in Holland. Where one would gain people, remember that nothing is little. Adieu. End of section 139. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 140 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 171. London, June 26th, Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, as I have reason to fear, from your last letter of the 18th New Style from Mannheim, that all, or at least most of my letters to you, since you left Paris, have miscarried, I think it requisite, at all events, to repeat in this the necessary parts of those several letters, as far as they relate to your future motions. I suppose that this will either find you, or be but a few days before you at Bonn, where it is directed; and I suppose, too, that you have fixed your time for going from thence to Hanover. If things turn out well at Hanover, as in my opinion they will, ci sta bene non si muova. Stay there till a week or 10 days before the King sets out for England. But should they turn out ill, which I cannot imagine, stay, however, a month, that your departure may not seem a step of discontent or peevishness, the very suspicion of which is by all means to be avoided. Whenever you leave Hanover, be it sooner or be it later, where would you go? Le Padrone, and I give you your choice. Would you pass the months of November and December at Brunswick, Cassel, etc.? Would you choose to go for a couple of months to Ratisbonne, where you would be very well recommended to, and treated by the King's electoral minister, the Baron de Berre, and where you would improve your jus publicum? Or would you rather go directly to Berlin, and stay there till the end of the Carnival? 2 or 3 months at Berlin are, considering all circumstances, necessary for you, and the Carnival months are the best. Pour le reste, décidez un dernier réseau, et s'en appelle comme d'abus. Let me know your decree, when you have formed it. Your good or ill success at Hanover will have a very great influence upon your subsequent character, figure, and fortune in the world. Therefore I confess that I am more anxious about it than ever bride was on her wedding night, when wishes, hopes, fears, and doubts tumultuously agitate, please, and terrify her. It is your first crisis. The character which you will acquire there will, more or less, be that which will abide by you for the rest of your life. You will be tried and judged there, not as a boy but as a man, and from that moment there is no appeal for character; it is fixed. To form that character advantageously, you have three objects particularly to attend to: your character as a man of morality, truth, and honor; your knowledge in the objects of your destination as a man of business; and your engaging and insinuating address, air, and manners as a courtier, the sure and only steps to favor. Merit at courts, without favor, will do little or nothing. Favor, without merit, will do a good deal; but favor and merit together will do everything. Favor at courts depends upon so many, such trifling, such unexpected and unforeseen events, that a good courtier must attend to every circumstance, however little, that either does or can happen. He must have no absences, no distractions. He must not say, "I did not mind it, who would have thought it?" He ought to have minded, and ought to have thought it. A chambermaid has sometimes caused revolutions in courts which have produced others in kingdoms. Were I to make my way to favor in a court, I would neither wilfully nor by negligence give a dog or a cat there reason to dislike me. Two pieds grèches, well instructed, you know, made the fortune of de Luynes with Louis XIII. Every step a man makes at court requires as much attention and circumspection as those which were made formerly between hot plowshares, in the ordeal, or fiery trials, which, in those times of ignorance and superstition, were looked upon as demonstrations of innocence or guilt. Direct your principal battery at Hanover at the D of N's. There are many very weak places in that citadel, where, with a very little skill, you cannot fail making a great impression. Ask for his orders in everything you do; talk Austrian and anti-Gallican to him; and as soon as you are upon a foot of talking easily to him, tell him, en badinant, that his skill and success in 30 or 40 elections in England leave you no reason to doubt of his carrying his election for Frankfort, and that you look upon the Archduke as his member for the Empire. In his hours of festivity and compotation, drop that he puts you in mind of what Sir William Temple says of the Pensionary De Witt, who at that time governed half Europe, that he appeared at balls, assemblies, and public places, as if he had nothing else to do or to think of. When he talks to you upon foreign affairs, which he will often do, say that you really cannot presume to give any opinion of your own upon those matters, looking upon yourself at present only as a postscript to the Corps Diplomatique; but that if his Grace will be pleased to make you an additional volume to it, though but in 12mo, you will do your best that he shall neither be ashamed nor repent of it. He loves to have a favorite, and to open himself to that favorite. He has now no such person with him; the place is vacant, and if you have dexterity you may fill it. In one thing alone do not humor him, I mean drinking; for, as I believe you have never yet been drunk, you do not yourself know how you can bear your wine, and what a little too much of it may make you do or say; you might possibly kick down all you had done before. You do not love gaming, and I thank God for it; but at Hanover I would have you show and profess a particular dislike to play, so as to decline it upon all occasions, unless where one may be wanted to make a fourth at whist or quadrille; and then take care to declare it the result of your complaisance, not of your inclinations. Without such a precaution you may very possibly be suspected, though unjustly, of loving play, upon account of my former passion for it; and such a suspicion would do you a great deal of hurt, especially with the King, who detests gaming. I must end this abruptly. God bless you. End of Section 140. Read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 141 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 172. My dear Friend, versatility as a courtier may be almost decisive to you hereafter; that is, it may conduce to, or retard your preferment in your own destination. The first reputation goes a great way, and if you fix a good one at Hanover, it will operate also to your advantage in England. The trade of a courtier is as much a trade as that of a shoemaker, and he who applies himself the most will work the best. The only difficulty is to distinguish, what I am sure you have sense enough to distinguish, between the right and proper qualifications and their kindred faults; for there is but a line between every perfection and its neighboring imperfection. As, for example, you must be extremely well bred and polite, but without the troublesome forms and stiffness of ceremony. You must be respectful and assenting, but without being servile and abject. You must be frank, but without indiscretion, and close without being causative. You must keep up dignity of character, without the least pride of birth or rank. You must be gay within all the bounds of decency and respect, and grave without the affectation of wisdom, which does not become the age of 20. You must be essentially secret, without being dark and mysterious. You must be firm and even bold, but with great seeming modesty. With these qualifications, which, by the way, are all in your own power, I will answer for your success, not only at Hanover, but at any court in Europe. And I am not sorry that you begin your apprenticeship at a little one, because you must be more circumspect, and more upon your guard there than at a great one, where every little thing is not known nor reported. When you write to me, or to anybody else, from thence, take care that your letters contain commendations of all that you see and hear there, for they will most of them be opened and read; but as frequent couriers will come from Hanover to England, you may sometimes write to me without reserve, and put your letters into a very little box, which you may send safely by some of them. I must not omit mentioning to you, that at the Duke of Newcastle's table, where you will frequently dine, there is a great deal of drinking. Be upon your guard against it, both upon account of your health, which would not bear it, and of the consequences of your being flustered and heated with wine. It might engage you in scrapes and frolics, which the King, who is a very sober man himself, detests. On the other hand, you should not seem too grave and too wise to drink like the rest of the company; therefore use art, mix water with your wine, do not drink all that is in the glass, and if detected, and pressed to drink more, do not cry out sobriety, but say that you have lately been out of order, that you are subject to inflammatory complaints, and that you must beg to be excused for the present. A young fellow ought to be wiser than he should seem to be, and an old fellow ought to seem wiser, whether he really be so or not. During your stay at Hanover, I would have you make 2 or 3 excursions to parts of that electorate: the Harz, where the silver mines are; Gottingen, for the University; Stade, for what commerce there is. You should also go to Zell. In short, see everything that is to be seen there, and inform yourself well of all the details of that country. Go to Hamburg for 3 or 4 days, and know the constitution of that little Hanseatic republic, and inform yourself well of the nature of the King of Denmark's pretensions to it. If all things turn out right for you at Hanover, I would have you make it your headquarters, till about a week or 10 days before the King leaves it, and then go to Brunswick, which, though a little, is a very polite, pretty court. You may stay there a fortnight or 3 weeks, as you like it, and from thence go to Cassel, and stay there till you go to Berlin, where I would have you be by Christmas. At Hanover you will very easily get good letters of recommendation to Brunswick and to Cassel. You do not want any to Berlin; however, I will send you one for Voltaire. A propos of Berlin, be very reserved and cautious while at Hanover, as to that king and that country, both which are detested, because feared, by everybody there, from his Majesty down to the meanest peasant. But, however, they both extremely deserve your utmost attention, and you will see the arts and wisdom of government better in that country now than in any other in Europe. You may stay 3 months at Berlin, if you like it, as I believe you will, and after that I hope we shall meet there again. Of all the places in the world, I repeat it once more, establish a good reputation at Hanover, et faites-vous valoir là autant qu'il est possible par le brillant, les manières et les grâces. Indeed, it is of the greatest importance to you, and will make any future application to the King in your behalf very easy. He is more taken by those little things than any man, or even woman, that I ever knew in my life, and I do not wonder at him. In short, exert to the utmost all your means and powers to please, and remember that he who pleases the most will rise the soonest and the highest. Try but once the pleasure and advantage of pleasing, and I will answer that you will never more neglect the means. I send you herewith 2 letters, the one to Monsieur Munchausen, the other to Monsieur Zweigelt, an old friend of mine, and a very sensible, knowing man. They will both, I am sure, be extremely civil to you, and carry you into the best company, and then it is your business to please that company. I never was more anxious about any period of your life than I am about this, your Hanover expedition, it being of so much more consequence to you than any other. If I hear from thence that you are liked and loved there, for your air, your manners, and address, as well as esteemed for your knowledge, I shall be the happiest man in the world. Judge then what I must be if it happens otherwise. Adieu. End of section 141. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 142 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 173. London, July 21st, Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, by my calculation this letter may probably arrive at Hanover 3 or 4 days before you, and as I am sure of its arriving there safe, it shall contain the most material points that I have mentioned in my several letters to you since you left Paris, as if you had received but few of them, which may very probably be the case. As for your stay at Hanover, it must not in all events be less than a month, but if things turn out to your satisfaction, it may be just as long as you please. From thence you may go wherever you like, for I have so good an opinion of your judgment, that I think you will combine and weigh all circumstances and choose the properest places. Would you saunter at some of the small courts, as at Brunswick, Castle, etc., till the Carnival at Berlin? You are master. Would you pass a couple of months at Ratisbon, which might not be ill employed? A la bonne heure. Would you go to Brussels, and stay a month or 2 there with Daroy, and from thence to Mr. York at the Hague? With all my heart. Or, lastly, would you go to Copenhagen and Stockholm? Lì e anche padrone. Choose entirely for yourself, without any further instructions from me. Only let me know your determination in time, that I may settle your credit, in case you go to places where at present you have none. Your object should be to see the mores multorum hominum et urbis. Begin and end it where you please. By what you have already seen of the German courts, I am sure you must have observed that they are much more nice and scrupulous, in points of ceremony, respect, and attention, than the greater courts of France and England. You will, therefore, I am persuaded, attend to the minutest circumstances of address and behavior, particularly during your stay at Hanover, which, I will repeat it, though I have said it often to you already, is the most important preliminary period of your whole life. Nobody in the world is more exact, in all points of good breeding, than the King, and it is the part of every man's character that he informs himself of first. The least negligence, or the slightest inattention, reported to him, may do you infinite prejudice, as their contraries would service. If Lord Albemarle, as I believe he did, trusted you with the secret affairs of his department, let the Duke of Newcastle know that he did so, which would be an inducement to him to trust you too, and possibly to employ you in affairs of consequence. Tell him that, though you are young, you know the importance of secrecy in business, and can keep a secret; that I have always inculcated this doctrine into you, and have, moreover, strictly forbidden you ever to communicate, even to me, any matters of a secret nature, that you may happen to be trusted with in the course of business. As for business, I think I can trust you to yourself, but I wish I could say as much for you with regard to those exterior accomplishments, which are absolutely necessary to smooth and shorten the way to it. Half the business is done when one has gained the heart and the affections of those with whom one is to transact it. Air and address must begin, manners and attention must finish that work. I will let you into one secret concerning myself, which is, that I owe much more of the success which I have had in the world to my manners, than to any superior degree of merit or knowledge. I desired to please, and I neglected none of the means. This, I can assure you without any false modesty, is the truth. You have more knowledge than I had at your age, but then I had much more attention and good breeding than you. Call it vanity, if you please, and possibly it was so, but my great object was to make every man I met with like me, and every woman love me. I often succeeded, but why? By taking great pains, for otherwise I never should. My figure by no means entitled me to it, and I had certainly an uphill game, whereas your countenance would help you, if you made the most of it, and prescribed forever the guilty, gloomy, and funereal part of it. Dress, address, and air would become your best countenance, and make your little figure pass very well. If you have time to read at Hanover, pray let the books you read be all relative to the history and constitution of that country, which I would have you know as correctly as any Hanoverian in the whole electorate. Inform yourself of the powers of the states, and of the nature and extent of the several judicatures, the particular articles of trade and commerce of Bremen, Harburg, and Stade, the details and value of the mines of the Harz. 2 or 3 short books will give you the outlines of all these things, and conversation turned upon those subjects will do the rest, and better than books can. Remember of all things to speak nothing but German there. Make it, to express myself pedantically, your vernacular language. Seem to prefer it to any other. Call it your favorite language, and study to speak it with purity and elegance, if it has any. This will not only make you perfect in it, but will please, and make your court there the better than anything. Apropos of languages, did you improve your Italian while you were at Paris, or did you forget it? Had you a master there? And what Italian books did you read with him? If you are master of Italian, I would have you afterward, by the first convenient opportunity, learn Spanish, which you may very easily, and in a very little time do. You will then, in the course of your foreign business, never be obliged to employ, pay, or trust any translator for any European language. As I love to provide eventually for everything that can possibly happen, I will suppose the worst that can befall you at Hanover. In that case I would have you go immediately to the Duke of Newcastle, and beg his Grace's advice, or rather orders, what you should do, adding, that his advice will always be orders to you. You will tell him that, though you are exceedingly mortified, you are much less so than you should otherwise be, from the consideration that being utterly unknown to his his objection could not be personal to you, and could only arise from circumstances which it was not in your power either to prevent or remedy; that if his Grace thought that your continuing any longer there would be disagreeable, you entreated him to tell you so, and that upon the whole you referred yourself entirely to him, whose orders you should most scrupulously obey. But this precaution, I dare say, is ex abundanti, and will prove unnecessary. However, it is always right to be prepared for all events, the worst as well as the best. It prevents hurry and surprise, 2 dangerous situations in business, for I know no one thing so useful, so necessary in all business, as great coolness, steadiness, and sang-froid. They give an incredible advantage over whoever one has to do with. I have received your letter of the 15th New Style from Mayence, where I find that you have diverted yourself much better than I expected. I am very well acquainted with Comte Cobenz's character, both of parts and business. He could have given you letters to Bonn, having formerly resided there himself. You will not be so agreeably electrified where this letter will find you, as you were both at Mannheim and Mayence, but I hope you may meet with a second German Mrs. F.D., who may make you forget the 2 former ones, and practice your German. Such transient passions will do you no harm, but on the contrary a great deal of good. They will refine your manners and quicken your attention. They give a young fellow du brillant, and bring him into fashion, which last is a great article at setting out in the world. I have wrote about a month ago to Lord Albemarle, to thank him for all his kindnesses to you. But pray, have you done as much? Those are the necessary attentions which should never be omitted, especially in the beginning of life, when a character is to be established. That ready wit, which you so partially allow me, and so justly Sir Charles Williams, may create many admirers, but take my word for it, it makes few friends. It shines and dazzles like the noonday sun, but like that too is very apt to scorch, and therefore is always feared. The milder morning and evening light and heat of that planet soothe and calm our minds. Good sense, complaisance, gentleness of manners, attentions, and graces are the only things that truly engage, and durably keep the heart at long run. Never seek for wit. If it presents itself, well and good, But even in that case, let your judgment interpose, and take care that it be not at the expense of anybody. Pope says, very truly, "There are whom heaven has blessed with store of wit, yet want as much again to govern it." And in another place, I doubt with too much truth, "For wit and judgment are ever at strife, though meant each other's aid, like man and wife." The Germans are very seldom troubled with any extraordinary ebullitions or effervescences of wit, and it is not prudent to try it upon them. Whoever does, offendent solido. Remember to write me very minute accounts of all your transactions at Hanover, for they excite both my impatience and anxiety. Adieu. End of section 142. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 143 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 174. London, August 4th, Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, I am extremely concerned at the return of your old asthmatic complaint, of which your letter from Cassel of the 28th July, New Style, informs me. I believe it is chiefly owing to your own negligence, for notwithstanding the season of the year, and the heat and agitation of travelling, I dare swear you have not taken one single dose of gentle, cooling physic, since that which I made you take at Bath. I hope you are now better, and in better hands. I mean in Dr. Hugo's at Hanover. He is certainly a very skillful physician, and therefore I desire that you will inform him most minutely of your own case, from your first attack in Carniola, to this last at Marburg, and not only follow his prescriptions exactly at present, but take his directions with regard to the regimen that he would have you observe to prevent the returns of this complaint, and, in case of any returns, the immediate applications, whether external or internal, that he would have you make use of. Consider, it is very worth your while to submit at present to any course of medicine or diet, to any restraint or confinement for a time, in order to get rid, once for all, of so troublesome and painful a distemper, the returns of which would equally break in upon your business or your pleasures. Notwithstanding all this, which is plain sense and reason, I much fear that, as soon as ever you are got out of your present distress, you will take no preventive care, by a proper course of medicines and regimen, but, like most people of your age, think it impossible that you ever should be ill again. However, if you would not be wise for your own sake, I desire you will be so for mine, and most scrupulously observe Dr. Hugo's present and future directions. Hanover, where I take it for granted you are, is at present the seat and centre of foreign negotiations. There are ministers from almost every court in Europe, and you have a fine opportunity of displaying with modesty, in conversation, your knowledge of the matters now in agitation. The chief I take to be are the election of the King of the Romans, which, though I despair of, heartily wish were brought about for two reasons. The first is, that I think it may prevent a war upon the death of the present emperor, who, though young and healthy, may possibly die, as young and healthy people often do. The other is, the very reason that makes some powers oppose it, and others dislike it, who do not openly oppose it. I mean, that it may tend to make the imperial dignity hereditary in the House of Austria, which I heartily wish, together with a very great increase of power in the empire, till when Germany will never be anything near a match for France. Cardinal Richelieu showed his superior abilities in nothing more than in thinking no pains or expense too great to break the power of the House of Austria in the empire. Ferdinand had certainly made himself absolute, and the empire consequently formidable to France, if that cardinal had not piously adopted the Protestant cause, and put the empire, by Treaty of Westphalia, in pretty much the same disjointed situation in which France itself was before Louis XI, when princes of the blood, at the head of provinces, and dukes of Brittany, etc., always opposed and often gave laws to the crown. Nothing but making the empire hereditary in the House of Austria can give it that strength and efficiency which I wish it had, for the sake of the balance of power. For while the princes of the empire are so independent of the emperor, so divided among themselves, and so open to the corruption of the best bidders, it is ridiculous to expect that Germany ever will or can act as a compact and well-united body against France. But as this notion of mine would as little please some of our friends as many of our enemies, I would not advise you, though you should be of the same opinion, to declare yourself too freely so. Could the Elector Palatine be satisfied, which I confess will be difficult, considering the nature of his pretensions, the tenaciousness and haughtiness of the court of Vienna, and our inability to do, as we have too often done, their work for them, I say, if the Elector Palatine could be engaged to give his vote, I should think it would be right to proceed to the election with a clear majority of 5 votes, and leave the King of Prussia and the Elector of Cologne to protest and remonstrate as much as ever they please. The former is too wise, and the latter too weak in every respect, to act in consequence of these protests. The distracted situation of France, with its ecclesiastical and parliamentary quarrels, not to mention the illness and possibly the death of the Dauphin, will make the King of Prussia, who is certainly no Frenchman in his heart, very cautious how he acts as one. The Elector of Saxony will be influenced by the King of Poland, who must be determined by Russia, considering his views upon Poland, which, by the by, I hope he will never obtain. I mean as to making that crown hereditary in his family. As for his son's having it by precarious tenure of election, by which his father now holds it, à la bonne heure. But should Poland have a good government under hereditary kings, there would be a new devil raised in Europe, that I do not know who could slay. I am sure I would not raise him, though on my own side for the present. I do not know how I came to trouble my head so much about politics today, which has been so very free from them for some years. I suppose it was because I knew that I was writing to the most consummate politician of this and his age. If I err, you will set me right. Sit quod novesti rectius istus, candidus imperiti, etc. I am excessively impatient for your next letter, which I expect by the first post from Hanover, to remove my anxiety, as I hope it will, not only with regard to your health, but likewise to other things. In the meantime, in the language of a pedant, but with the tenderness of a parent, jubeo te bene valere. Lady Chesterfield makes you many compliments, and is much concerned at your indisposition. End of Section 143. Read by Professor Heatherham Bye. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 144 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 175. To Monsieur de Voltaire, now staying at Berlin. London, August 27th, Old Style, 1752. Sir, as a most convincing proof how infinitely I am interested in everything which concerns Mr. Stanhope, who will have the honor of presenting you this letter, I take the liberty of introducing him to you. He has read a great deal, he has seen a great deal. Whether or not he has made a proper use of that knowledge is what I do not know. He is only 20 years of age. He was at Berlin some years ago, and therefore he returns thither, for at present people are attracted toward the north by the same motives which but lately drew them to the south. Permit me, sir, to return you thanks for the pleasure and instruction I have received from your history of Louis XIV. I have as yet read it but 4 times, because I wish to forget it a little before I read it a 5th, but I find that impossible. I shall therefore only wait till you give us the augmentation which you promised. Let me entreat you not to defer it long. I thought myself pretty conversant in the history of the reign of Louis XIV., by means of those innumerable histories, memoirs, anecdotes, etc., which I had read relative to that period of time. You have convinced me that I was mistaken, and had upon that subject very confused ideas in many respects, and very false ones in others. Above all, I cannot but acknowledge the obligation we have to you, sir, for the light which you have thrown upon the follies and outrages of the different sects. The weapons you employ against those madmen, or those impostors, are the only suitable ones. To make use of any others would be imitating them. They must be attacked by ridicule, and punished with contempt. Apropos of those fanatics, I send you here enclosed a piece upon that subject, written by the late Dean Swift. I believe you will not dislike it. You will easily guess why it was never printed. It is authentic, and I have the original in his own handwriting. His Jupiter, at the day of judgment, treats them much as you do, and as they deserve to be treated. Give me leave, sir, to tell you freely that I am embarrassed upon your account, as I cannot determine what it is that I wish from you. When I read your last history, I am desirous that you should always write history; but when I read your Rome Sauvée, though ill printed and disfigured, yet I then wish you never to deviate from poetry. However, I confess that there still remains one history worthy of your pen, and of which your pen alone is worthy. You have long ago given us the history of the greatest and most outrageous madman, I ask your pardon if I cannot say the greatest hero, of Europe. You have given us latterly the history of the greatest king. Give us now the history of the greatest and most virtuous man in Europe. I should think it degrading to call him king. To you this cannot be difficult; he is always before your eyes. Your poetical invention is not necessary to his glory, as that may safely rely upon your historical candor. The first duty of an historian is the only one he need require from his, ne quid falsi dicere audiat, ne quid veri non audiat. Adieu, sir. I find that I must admire you every day more and more, but I also know that nothing can ever add to the esteem and attachment with which I am actually your most humble and most obedient servant, Chesterfield. End of Section 144. Read by Professor Heatherm By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 145 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 176. London, September 19th, 1752. My dear friend, since you have been at Hanover, your correspondence has been both unfrequent and laconic. You made indeed one great effort in folio on the 18th, with a postscript of the 22nd August new style, and since that vous enverrez un quarto. On the 31st August new style you give me no informations of what I want chiefly to know, which is what Dr. Hugo, whom I charged you to consult, said of your asthmatic complaint, and what he prescribed you to prevent the returns of it, and also what is the company that you keep there, who has been kind and civil to you, and who not. You say that you go constantly to the parade, and you do very well, for though you are not of that trade, yet military matters make so great a part both of conversation and negotiation, that it is very proper not to be ignorant of them. I hope you mind more than the mere exercise of the troops you see, and that you inform yourself at the same time of the more material details, such as their pay, and the difference of it when in and out of quarters, what is furnished them by the country when in quarters, and what is allowed them of ammunition, bread, etc., when in the field, the number of men and officers in the several troops and companies, together with the non-commissioned officers, as caporals, frey caporals, ans passades, sergeants, quartermasters, etc., the clothing, how frequent, how good, and how furnished, whether by the colonel, as here in England, from what we call the off-reckonings, that is, deductions from the men's pay, or by commissaries appointed by the government for that purpose, as in France and Holland. By these inquiries you will be able to talk military with military men, who in every country in Europe, except England, make at least half of all the best companies. Your attending the parades has also another good effect, which is, that it brings you, of course, acquainted with the officers, who, when of a certain rank and service, are generally very polite, well-bred people, et du bon ton. They have commonly seen a great deal of the world and of its courts, and nothing else can form a gentleman, let people say what they will of sense and learning, with both which a man may contrive to be a very disagreeable companion. I dare say there are very few captains of foot, who are not much better company than ever Descartes or Sir Isaac Newton were. I honor and respect such superior geniuses, but I desire to converse with people of this world, who bring into company their share at least of cheerfulness, good breeding, and knowledge of mankind. In common life one much oftener wants small money and silver than gold. Give me a man who has ready cash about him for present expenses, sixpences, shillings, half-crowns, and crowns, which circulate easily; but a man who has only an ingot of gold about him is much above common purposes, and his riches are not handy nor convenient. Have as much gold as you please in one pocket, but take care always to keep change in the other, for you will much oftener have occasion for a shilling than for a guinea. In this the French must be allowed to excel all people in the world. They have un certain entregent, un enjouement, une amiable légèreté dans la conversation, une politesse assez et naturelle, qui parfois ne leur rien coûteux, which gives society all its charms. I am sorry to add, but it is true, that the English and the Dutch are the farthest from this, of all the people in the world. I do by no means except even the Swiss. Though you do not think proper to inform me, I know from other hands that you were to go to Gore with Comte Schillenberg, for 8 or 10 days only, to see the reviews. I also know that you had a blister upon your arm, which did you a great deal of good. I know, too, you have contracted a great friendship with Lord Essex, and that you two were inseparable at Hanover. All these things I would rather have known from you than from others, and they are the sorts of things that I am the most desirous of knowing, as they are more immediately relative to yourself. I am very sorry for the Duchess of Newcastle's illness, full as much upon your as upon her account, as it has hindered you from being so much known to the Duke as I could have wished, use and habit going a great way with him, as indeed they do with most people. I have known many people patronized, pushed up, and preferred by those who could have given no other reason for it than that they were used to them. We must never seek for motives by deep reasoning, but we must find them out by careful observation and attention, no matter what they should be, but the point is what they are. Trace them up, step by step, from the character of the person. I have known de par le monde, as Brantome says, great effects from causes too little ever to have been suspected. Some things must be known, and can never be guessed. God knows where this letter will find you, or follow you. Not at Hanover, I suppose, but wherever it does, may it find you in health and pleasure. Adieu. End of section 145. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 146 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 177. London, September 22nd, Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, the day after the date of my last, I received your letter of the 8th. I approve extremely of your intended progress, and I am very glad that you go to the Gore with Comte Schillenberg. I would have you see everything with your own eyes, and hear everything with your own ears, for I know, by very long experience, that it is very unsafe to trust to other people's. Vanity and interest cause many misrepresentations, and folly causes many more. Few people have parts enough to relate exactly and judiciously, and those who have, for some reason or other, never fail to sink, or to add some circumstances. The reception which you have met with at Hanover I look upon as an omen of your being well received everywhere else; for, to tell you the truth, it was the place that I distrusted the most in that particular. But there is a certain conduct, there are certain manières, that will and must get the better of all difficulties of that kind. It is to acquire them that you still continue abroad, and go from court to court. They are personal, local, and temporal. They are modes which vary, and owe their existence to accidents, whim, and humor. All the sense and reason in the world will never point them out. Nothing but experience, observation, and what is called knowledge of the world can possibly teach them. For example, it is respectful to bow to the King of England. It is disrespectful to bow to the King of France. It is the rule to courtesy to the Emperor, and the prostration of the whole body is required by Eastern monarchs. These are established ceremonies, and must be complied with. But why they were established, I defy sense and reason to tell us. It is the same among all ranks, where certain customs are received, and must necessarily be complied with, though by no means the result of sense and reason. As, for instance, the very absurd, though almost universal, custom of drinking people's healths. Can there be anything in the world less relative to any other man's health than my drinking a glass of wine? Common sense certainly never pointed it out, but yet common sense tells me I must conform to it. Good sense bids one be civil and endeavor to please, though nothing but experience and observation can teach one the means, properly adapted to time, place, and persons. This knowledge is the true object of a gentleman's travelling, if he travels as he ought to do. By frequenting good company in every country, he himself becomes of every country. He is no longer an Englishman, a Frenchman, or an Italian, but he is an European. He adopts respectively the best manners of every country, and is a Frenchman at Paris, an Italian at Rome, an Englishman at London. This advantage, I must confess, very seldom accrues to my countrymen from their travelling, as they have neither the desire nor the means of getting into good company abroad. For, in the first place, they are confoundedly bashful, and, in the next place, they either speak no foreign language at all, or, if they do, it is barbarously. You possess all the advantages that they want. You know the languages in perfection, and have constantly kept the best company in the places where you have been, so that you ought to be an European. Your canvas is solid and strong, your outlines are good, but remember that you still want the beautiful coloring of Titian and the delicate, graceful touches of Guido. Now is your time to get them. There is in all good company a fashionable air, countenance, manner, and phraseology, which can only be acquired by being in good company, and very attentive to all that passes there. When you dine or sup at any well-bred man's house, observe carefully how he does the honors of his table to the different guests. Attend to the compliments of congratulation or condolence that you hear a well-bred man make to his superiors, to his equals, and to his inferiors. Watch even his countenance and his tone of voice, for they all conspire in the main point of pleasing. There is a certain distinguishing diction of a man of fashion. He will not content himself with saying, like John Trott, to a newly married man, "Sir, I wish you much joy," or to a man who lost his son, "Sir, I am sorry for your loss," and both with a countenance equally unmoved; but he will say, in effect, the same thing in a more elegant and less trivial manner, and with a countenance adapted to the occasion. He will advance with warmth, vivacity, and a cheerful countenance to the newly married man, and, embracing him, perhaps say to him, "If you do justice to my attachment to you, you will judge of the joy that I feel upon this occasion, better than I can express it," etc. To the other in affliction, he will advance slowly, with a grave composure of countenance, in a more deliberate manner, and with a lower voice, perhaps say, "I hope you do me the justice to be convinced that I feel whatever you feel, and shall ever be affected where you are concerned." Your aboard, I must tell you, was too cold and uniform. I hope it is now mended. It should be respectfully open and cheerful with your superiors, warm and animated with your equals, hearty and free with your inferiors. There is a fashionable kind of small talk which you should get, which, trifling as it is of use in mixed companies, and at table, especially in your foreign department, where it keeps off certain serious subjects that might create disputes, or at least coldness for a time. Upon such occasions it is not amiss to know how to parley cuisine, and to be able to dissert upon the growth and flavor of wines. These, it is true, are very little things, but they are little things that occur very often, and therefore should be said 'avec gentillesse et grâce'. I am sure they must often fall in your way; pray take care to catch them. There is a certain language of conversation, a fashionable diction, of which every gentleman ought to be perfect master, in whatever language he speaks. The French attend to it carefully, and with great reason, and their language, which is a language of phrases, helps them out exceedingly. That delicacy of diction is characteristical of a man of fashion and good company. I could write folios upon this subject, and not exhaust it, but I think and hope that to you I need not. You have heard and seen enough to be convinced of the truth and importance of what I have been so long inculcating into you upon these points. How happy am I, and how happy are you, my dear child, that these Titian tints and Guido graces are all that you want to complete my hopes and your own character. But then, on the other hand, what a drawback would it be to that happiness, if you should never acquire them? I remember, when I was of age, though I had not near so good an education as you have, or seen a quarter so much of the world, I observed those masterly touches and irresistible graces in others, and saw the necessity of acquiring them myself. But then an awkward mauvais honte, of which I had brought a great deal with me from Cambridge, made me ashamed to attempt it, especially if any of my countrymen and particular acquaintances were by. This was extremely absurd in me, for without attempting I could never succeed. But at last, insensibly, by frequenting a great deal of good company, and imitating those whom I saw that everybody liked, I formed myself, tant bien que mal. For God's sake let this last fine varnish, so necessary to give lustre to the whole piece, be the sole and single object now of your utmost attention. Berlin may contribute a great deal to it, if you please. There are all the ingredients that compose it. A propos of Berlin, while you are there, take care to seem ignorant of all political matters between the two courts, such as the affairs of Ostfriese and Saxe-Lauenburg, etc., and enter into no conversations upon those points. But, however, be as well at court as you possibly can, live at it, and make one of it. Should General Keith offer you civilities, do not decline them, but return them, however, without being enfant de la maison chez lui. Say des choses flatteuses of the royal family, and especially of his Prussian Majesty, to those who are the most like to repeat them. In short, make yourself well there, without making yourself ill somewhere else. Make compliments from me to Algarotti, and converse with him in Italian. I go next week to the bath, for a deafness which I have been plagued with these 4 or 5 months, and which I am assured that pumping my head will remove. This deafness, I own, has tried my patience, as it has cut me off from society, at an age when I had no pleasures but those left. In the meantime, I have, by reading and writing, made my eyes supply the defect of my ears. Madame H., I suppose, entertained both yours alike. However, I am very glad that you were well with her, for she is a good proneuse, and puffs are very useful to a young fellow at his entrance into the world. If you should meet with Lord Pembroke again, anywhere, make him many compliments from me, and tell him that I should have written to him, but that I knew how troublesome an old correspondent must be to a young one. He is much commended in the accounts from Hanover. You will stay at Berlin just as long as you like it, and no longer, and from thence you are absolutely master of your own motions, either to the Hague or to Brussels; but I think that you had better go to the Hague first, because that from thence Brussels will be in your way to Calais, which is a much better passage to England than from Helvoetsluis. The 2 courts of the Hague and Brussels are worth your seeing, and you will see them both to advantage, by means of Colonel York and Desrolles. Adieu. Here is enough for this time. End of section 146, read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 147 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 178. London, September 26, 1752. My dear friend, as you chiefly employ, or rather wholly engross my thoughts, I see every day, with increasing pleasure, the fair prospect which you have before you. I had 2 views in your education; they draw nearer and nearer, and I have now very little reason to distrust your answering them fully. Those 2 were, parliamentary and foreign affairs. In consequence of those views, I took care, first, to give you a sufficient stock of sound learning, and next, an early knowledge of the world. Without making a figure in Parliament, no man can make any in this country, and eloquence alone enables a man to make a figure in Parliament, unless it be a very mean and contemptible one, which those make there who silently vote, and who do pedibus ire in sententiam. Foreign affairs, when skillfully managed, and supported by a parliamentary reputation, lead to whatever is most considerable in this country. You have the languages necessary for that purpose, with a sufficient fund of historical and treaty knowledge; that is to say, you have the matter ready, and only want the manner. Your objects being thus fixed, I recommend to you to have them constantly in your thoughts, and to direct your reading, your actions, and your words to those views. Most people think only ex re nata, and few ex professo. I would have you do both, but begin with the latter. I explain myself. Lay down certain principles, and reason and act consequently from them. As, for example, say to yourself, I will make a figure in Parliament, and in order to do that, I must not only speak, but speak very well. Speaking mere common sense will by no means do, and I must speak not only correctly but elegantly, and not only elegantly but eloquently. In order to do this, I will first take pains to get an habitual but unaffected purity, correctness, and elegance of style in my common conversation. I will seek for the best words, and take care to reject improper, inexpressive, and vulgar ones. I will read the greatest masters of oratory, both ancient and modern, and I will read them singly in that view. I will study Demosthenes and Cicero, not to discover an old Athenian or Roman custom, nor to puzzle myself with the value of talents, minds, drachmas, and sesterces, like the learned blockheads in us do, but to observe their choice of words, their harmony of diction, their method, their distribution, their exordia, to engage the favor and attention of their audience, and their perorations, to enforce what they have said, and to leave a strong impression upon the passions. Nor will I be pedant enough to neglect the modern, for I will likewise study Atterbury, Dryden, Pope, and Bolingbroke. Nay, I will read everything that I do read in that intention, and never cease improving and refining my style upon the best models, till at last I become a model of eloquence myself, which by care it is in every man's power to be. If you set out upon this principle, and keep it constantly in your mind, every company you go into, and every book you read, will contribute to your improvement, either by showing you what to imitate, or what to avoid. Are you to give an account of anything to a mixed company, or are you to endeavor to persuade either man or woman? This principle, fixed in your mind, will make you carefully attend to the choice of your words, and to the clearness and harmony of your diction. So much for your parliamentary object. Now to the foreign one. Lay down first those principles which are absolutely necessary to form a skillful and successful negotiator, and form yourself accordingly. What are they? First, the clear historical knowledge of past transactions of that kind. That you have pretty well already, and will have daily more and more; for in consequence of that principle, you will read history, memoirs, anecdotes, etc., in that view chiefly. The other necessary talents for negotiation are, the great art of pleasing and engaging the affection and confidence, not only of those with whom you are to cooperate, but even of those whom you are to oppose; to conceal your own thoughts and views, and to discover other people's; to engage other people's confidence by a seeming cheerful frankness and openness, without going a step too far; to get the personal favor of the king, prince, ministers, or mistresses of the court to which you are sent; to gain the absolute command over your temper and your countenance, that no heat may provoke you to say, nor no change of countenance to betray, what should be a secret; to familiarize and domesticate yourself in the houses of the most considerable people of the place, so as to be received there rather as a friend to the family than as a foreigner. Having these principles constantly in your thoughts, everything you do, and everything you say, will in some way or other tend to your main view, and common conversation will gradually fit you for it. You will get a habit of checking any rising heat, and you will be upon your guard against any indiscreet expression. You will by degrees get the command of your countenance, so as not to change it upon any the most sudden accident; and you will, above all things, labor to acquire the great art of pleasing, without which nothing is to be done. Company is, in truth, a constant state of negotiation, and if you attend to it in that view, will qualify you for any. By the same means that you make a friend, guard against an enemy, or gain a mistress, you will make an advantageous treaty, baffle those who counteract you, and gain the court you are sent to. Make this use of all the company you keep, and your very pleasures will make you a successful negotiator. Please all who are worth pleasing, offend none. Keep your own secret, and get out other people's. Keep your own temper, and artfully warm other people's. Counterwork your rivals, with diligence and dexterity, but at the same time with the utmost personal civility to them, and be firm without heat. Messieurs Davaux and Servien did no more than this. I must make one observation, in confirmation of this assertion, which is, that the most eminent negotiators have always been the politest and best bred men in company, even what the women call the prettiest men. For God's sake, never lose view of these your two capital objects. Bend everything to them. Try everything by their rules, and calculate everything for their purposes. What is peculiar to these two objects is, that they require nothing but what one's own vanity, interest, and pleasure would make one do independently of them. If a man were never to be in business, and always to lead a private life, would he not desire to please and to persuade? So that, in your two destinations, your fortune and figure luckily conspire with your vanity and your pleasures. Nay more, a foreign minister, I will maintain it, can never be a good man of business if he is not an agreeable man of pleasure too. Half his business is done by the help of his pleasures. His views are carried on, and perhaps best and most unsuspectedly, at balls, suppers, assemblies, and parties of pleasure, by intrigues with women, and connections insensibly formed with men, at those unguarded hours of amusement. These objects now draw very near you, and you have no time to lose in preparing yourself to meet them. You will be in Parliament almost as soon as your age will allow, and I believe you will have a foreign department still sooner, and that will be earlier than ever any other body had one. If you set out well at 21, what may you not reasonably hope to be at 41? All that I could wish you. Adieu. End of section 147. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 148 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 179. London, September 29th, 1752. My dear friend, there is nothing so necessary, but at the same time there is nothing more difficult, I know it by experience, for you young fellows, than to know how to behave yourselves prudently toward those whom you do not like. Your passions are warm, and your heads are light. You hate all those who oppose your views, either of ambition or love, and a rival in either is almost a synonymous term for an enemy. Whenever you meet such a man, you are awkwardly cold to him at best, but often rude, and always desirous to give him some indirect slap. This is unreasonable, for one man has as good a right to pursue an employment or a mistress as another, but it is into the bargain extremely imprudent, because you commonly defeat your own purpose by it, and while you are contending with each other, a third often prevails. I grant you that the situation is irksome. A man cannot help thinking as he thinks, nor feeling what he feels, and it is a very tender and sore point to be thwarted and counterworked in one's pursuits at court, or with a mistress. But prudence and abilities must check the effects, though they cannot remove the cause. Both the pretenders make themselves disagreeable to their mistress, when they spoil the company by their pouting, or their sparring; whereas if one of them has command enough over himself, whatever he may feel inwardly, to be cheerful, gay, and easily and unaffectedly civil to the other, as if there were no manner of competition between them, the lady will certainly like him the best, and his rival will be 10 times more humbled and discouraged, for he will look upon such a behaviour as a proof of the triumph and security of his rival. He will grow outrageous with the lady, and the warmth of his reproaches will probably bring on a quarrel between them. It is the same in business, where he who can command his temper and his countenance the best, will always have an infinite advantage over the other. This is what the French call un procede honnête et galant, to pique yourself upon showing particular civilities to a man, to whom lesser minds would, in the same case, show dislike or perhaps rudeness. I will give you an instance of this in my own case, and pray remember it, whenever you come to be, as I hope you will, in a like situation. When I went to The Hague, in 1744, it was to engage the Dutch to come roundly into the war, and to stipulate their quotas of troops, etc. Your acquaintance, the Abbé de la Ville, was there on the part of France, to endeavour to hinder them from coming into the war at all. I was informed, and very sorry to hear it, that he had abilities, temper, and industry. We could not visit, our 2 masters being at war, but the first time I met him at a third place, I got somebody to present me to him, and I told him that, though we were to be national enemies, I flattered myself we might be, however, personal friends, and with a good deal more of the same kind, which he returned in full as polite a manner. 2 days afterward I went early in the morning to solicit the deputies of Amsterdam, where I found l'Abbé de la Ville, who had been beforehand with me, upon which I addressed myself to the deputies, and said smilingly, I am very sorry, gentlemen, to find my enemy with you. My knowledge of his capacity is already sufficient to make me fear him. We are not upon equal terms, but I trust to your own interest against his talents. If I have not this day had the first word, I shall at least have the last. They smiled, the Abbé was pleased with the compliment and the manner of it, stayed about a quarter of an hour, and then left me to my deputies, with whom I continued upon the same tone, though in a very serious manner, and told them that I was only come to state their own true interest to them, plainly and simply, without any of those arts, which it was very necessary for my friend to make use of to deceive them. I carried my point, and continued my proceed with the Abbé, and by this easy and polite commerce with him, at third places, I often found means to fish out of him whereabouts he was. Remember, there are but two proceeds in the world for a gentleman and a man of parts, either extreme politeness or knocking down. If a man notoriously and designedly insults and affronts you, knock him down; but if he only injures you, your best revenge is to be extremely civil to him in your outward behaviour, though at the same time you counterwork him, and return him the compliment, perhaps with interest. This is not perfidy nor dissimulation; it would be so if you were, at the same time, to make professions of esteem and friendship to this man, which I by no means recommend, but on the contrary abhor. But all acts of civility are, by common consent, understood to be no more than a conformity to custom, for the quiet and conveniency of society, the agremens of which are not to be disturbed by private dislikes and jealousies. Only women and little minds pout and spar for the entertainment of the company, that always laughs at, and never pities them. For my own part, though I would by no means give up any point to a competitor, yet I would pique myself upon showing him rather more civility than to another man. In the first place, this proceed infallibly makes all les rires of your side, which is a considerable party; and in the next place, it certainly pleases the object of the competition, be it either man or woman, who never fail to say, upon such an occasion, that they must own you have behaved yourself very handsomely in the whole affair. The world judges from the appearance of things, and not from the reality, which few are able, and still fewer are inclined to fathom; and a man who will take care always to be in the right in those things, may afford to be sometimes a little in the wrong in more essential ones. There is a willingness, a desire to excuse him. With 9 people in 10, good breeding passes for good nature, and they take attentions for good offices. At courts there will be always coldnesses, dislikes, jealousies, and hatred, the harvest being but small in proportion to the number of labourers; but then, as they arise often, they die soon, unless they are perpetuated by the manner in which they have been carried on, more than by the matter which occasioned them. The turns and vicissitudes of courts frequently make friends of enemies, and enemies of friends. You must labour, therefore, to acquire that great and uncommon talent of hating with good breeding, and loving with prudence; to make no quarrel irreconcilable by silly and unnecessary indications of anger, and no friendship dangerous, in case it breaks, by a wanton, indiscreet, and unreserved confidence. Few, especially young people, know how to love, or how to hate. Their love is an unbounded weakness, fatal to the person they love; their hate is a hot, rash, and imprudent violence, always fatal to themselves. 19 fathers in 20, and every mother, who had loved you half as well as I do, would have ruined you; whereas I always made you feel the weight of my authority, that you might one day know the force of my love. Now I both hope and believe, my advice will have the same weight with you from choice that my authority had from necessity. My advice is just 28 years older than your own, and consequently, I believe you think rather better. As for your tender and pleasurable passions, manage them yourself, but let me have the direction of all the others. Your ambition, your figure, and your fortune, will, for some time at least, be rather safer in my keeping than in your own. Adieu. End of Section 148. Read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 149 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 180. Bath, October 4th, 1752. My dear friend, I consider you now as at the court of Augustus, where, if ever the desire of pleasing animated you, it must make you exert all the means of doing it. You will see there, full as well, I dare say, as Horace did at Rome, how states are defended by arms, adorned by manners, and improved by laws. Nay, you have an Horace there as well as an Augustus. I need not name Voltaire, qui nihil molitur inept, as Horace himself said of another poet. I have lately read over all his works that are published, though I had read them more than once before. I was induced to this by his Siècle de Louis XIV, which I have yet read but 4 times. In reading over all his works, with more attention, I suppose, than before, my former admiration of him is, I own, turned into astonishment. There is no one kind of writing in which he has not excelled. You are so severe a classic that I question whether you will allow me to call his Henriade an epic poem, for want of the proper number of gods, devils, witches, and other absurdities, requisite for the machinery, which machinery is, it seems, necessary to constitute the epopee. But whether you do or not, I will declare, though possibly to my own shame, that I have never read any epic poem with near so much pleasure. I am grown old, and have possibly lost a great deal of that fire which formerly made me love fire in others at any rate, and however attended with smoke, but now I must have all sense, and cannot, for the sake of 5 righteous lines, forgive 1,000 absurd ones. In this disposition of mind, judge whether I can read all Homer through tout de suite. I admire its beauties, but to tell you the truth, when he slumbers I sleep. Virgil, I confess, is all sense, and therefore I like him better than his model; but he is often languid, especially in his 5 or 6 last books, during which I am obliged to take a good deal of snuff. Besides, I profess myself an ally of Turnus against the pious Aeneas, who, like so many soi-disant pious people, does the most flagrant injustice and violence in order to execute what they impudently call the will of heaven. But what will you say, when I tell you truly, that I cannot possibly read our countryman Milton through? I acknowledge him to have some most sublime passages, some prodigious flashes of light, but then you must acknowledge that light is often followed by darkness visible, to use his own expression. Besides, not having the honor to be acquainted with any of the parties in the poem, except the man and the woman, the characters and speeches of a dozen or 2 of angels, and of as many devils, are as much above my reach as my entertainment. Keep this secret from me, for if it should be known, I should be abused by every tasteless pedant, and every solid divine in England. Whatever I have said to the disadvantage of these 3 poems, holds much stronger against Tasso's Jerusalem. It is true he has very fine and glaring rays of poetry, but then they are only meteors; they dazzle, then disappear, and are succeeded by false thoughts, poor concetti, and absurd impossibilities, witness the fish and the parrot, extravagancies unworthy of an heroic poem, and would much rather have become Ariosto, who professes the coglioniere. I have never read the Lusiad of Camon, except in prose translation; consequently I have never read it at all, so shall say nothing of it; but the Henriade is all sense from the beginning to the end, often adorned by the justest and liveliest reflections, the most beautiful descriptions, the noblest images, and the sublimest sentiments, not to mention the harmony of the verse, in which Voltaire undoubtedly exceeds all the French poets. Should you insist upon an exception in favor of Racine, I must insist, on my part, that he at least equals him. What hero ever interested more than Henry IV., who, according to the rules of epic poetry, carries on one great and long action, and succeeds in it at last? What descriptions ever excited more horror than those, first of the massacre, and then of the famine at Paris? Was love ever painted with more truth and morbidezza than in the 9th book? Not better, in my mind, even in the 4th of Virgil. Upon the whole, with all your classical rigor, if you will but suppose St. Louis a god, a devil, or a witch, and that he appears in person, and not in a dream, the Henriade will be an epic poem, according to the strictest statute laws of the epopee; but in my court of equity it is one as it is. I could expatiate as much upon all his different works, but then I should exceed the bounds of a letter and run into a dissertation. How delightful is his history of that northern brute, the King of Sweden, for I cannot call him a man, and I should be sorry to have him pass for a hero, out of regard to those true heroes, such as Julius Caesar, Titus, Trajan, and the present King of Prussia, who cultivated and encouraged arts and sciences, whose animal courage was accompanied by the tender and social sentiments of humanity, and who had more pleasure in improving than in destroying their fellow creatures. What can be more touching or more interesting, what more nobly thought or more happily expressed, than all his dramatic pieces? What can be more clear and rational than all his philosophical letters? And whatever was so graceful and gentle as all his little poetical trifles? You are fortunate a portee of verifying, by your knowledge of the man, all that I have said of his works. Monsieur de Maupertuis, whom I hope you will get acquainted with, is what one rarely meets with, deep in philosophy and mathematics, and yet honnête et aimable homme. Algarotti is young Fontenelle. Such men must necessarily give you the desire of pleasing them, and if you can frequent them, their acquaintance will furnish you the means of pleasing everybody else. A propos of pleasing, your pleasing Mrs. F. D. is expected here in 2 or 3 days. I will do all that I can for you with her. I think you carried on the romance to the 3rd or 4th volume. I will continue it to the 11th; but as for the 12th and last, you must come and conclude it yourself. Non sum qualis eram. Good night to you, child, for I am going to bed, just at the hour which I suppose you are going to live at Berlin. End of Section 149. Read by Professor Heatherm Bye. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 150 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 181. Bath, November 11th, Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, it is a very old and very true maxim, that those kings reign the most secure and the most absolute, who reign in the hearts of their people. Their popularity is a better guard than their army, and the affections of their subjects a better pledge of their obedience than their fears. This rule is, in proportion, full as true, though upon a different scale, with regard to private people. A man who possesses that great art of pleasing universally, and of gaining the affections of those with whom he converses, possesses a strength which nothing else can give him, a strength which facilitates and helps his rise, and which, in case of accidents, breaks his fall. Few people of your age sufficiently consider this great point of popularity, and when they grow older and wiser, strive in vain to recover what they have lost by their negligence. There are 3 principal causes that hinder them from acquiring this useful strength: pride, inattention, and mauvais ton. The first I will not, I cannot suspect you of; it is too much below your understanding. You cannot, and I am sure you do not, think yourself superior by nature to the Savoyard who cleans your room, or the footman who cleans your shoes; but you may rejoice, and with reason, at the difference that fortune has made in your favor. Enjoy all those advantages, but without insulting those who are unfortunate enough to want them, or even doing anything unnecessarily that may remind them of that want. For my own part, I am more upon my guard as to my behavior to my servants, and others who are called my inferiors, than I am toward my equals, for fear of being suspected of that mean and ungenerous sentiment of desiring to make others feel that difference which fortune has, and perhaps too undeservedly, made between us. Young people do not enough attend to this, and falsely imagine that the imperative mood, and a rough tone of authority and decision, are indications of spirit and courage. Inattention is always looked upon, though sometimes unjustly, as the effect of pride and contempt, and where it is thought so, is never forgiven. In this article, young people are generally exceedingly to blame, and offend extremely. Their whole attention is engrossed by their particular set of acquaintance, and by some few glaring and exalted objects of rank, beauty, or parts. All the rest they think so little worth their care, that they neglect even common civility toward them. I will frankly confess to you that this was one of my great faults when I was your age. Very attentive to please that narrow court circle in which I stood enchanted, I considered everything else as bourgeois, and unworthy of common civility. I paid my court assiduously and skillfully enough to shining and distinguished figures, such as ministers, wits, and beauties; but then I most absurdly and imprudently neglected, and consequently offended, all others. By this folly I made myself 1,000 enemies of both sexes, who, though I thought them very insignificant, found means to hurt me essentially where I wanted to recommend myself the most. I was thought proud, though I was only imprudent. A general easy civility and attention to the common run of ugly women and of middling men, both which I sillily thought, called, and treated as odd people, would have made me as many friends, as by the contrary conduct I made myself enemies. All this, too, was a pure perte, for I might equally, and even more successfully, have made my court, where I had particular views to gratify. I will allow that this task is often very unpleasant, and that one pays, with some unwillingness, that tribute of attention to dull and tedious men, and to old and ugly women; but it is the lowest price of popularity and general applause, which are very well worth purchasing, were they much dearer. I conclude this head with this advice to you: gain, by particular assiduity and address, the men and women you want, and by an universal civility and attention please everybody so far as to have their good word, if not their good will, or at least as to secure a partial neutrality. Mauvaise honte not only hinders young people from making a great many friends, but makes them a great many enemies. They are ashamed of doing the thing they know to be right, and would otherwise do, for fear of the momentary laugh of some fine gentleman or lady, or of some mauvais plaisant. I have been in this case, and have often wished an obscure acquaintance at the devil, for meeting and taking notice of me when I was in what I thought and called fine company. I have returned their notice shyly, awkwardly, and consequently offensively, for fear of a momentary joke, not considering, as I ought to have done, that the very people who would have joked upon me first would have esteemed me the more for it afterward. An example explains a rule best. Suppose you were walking in the Tuileries with some fine folks, and that you should unexpectedly meet with your old acquaintance, little crooked Grierson, what would you do? I will tell you what you should do, by telling you what I would do now in that case myself. I would run up to him and embrace him, say some kind of things to him, and then return to my company. There I should be immediately asked, "Mais qu'est-ce que c'est donc qui ce petit sapajou que vous avez embrassé si tendrement? Pour cela, l'accolade a été charmante," with a great deal more festivity of that sort. To this I should answer, without being the least ashamed, but en bandonnant, "Ou je ne vous dirai ta qui c'est un petit ami que je tiens incognito, qui a son mérite et qui, à force d'être connu, fait oublier sa figure. Que me donnerez-vous, et je vous le présenterai?" And then, with a little more seriousness, I would add, "Mais d'aller c'est que je ne décevo jamais mes connaissances, à cause de leur état ou de leur figure. Il faut avoir bien peu de sentiment pour le faire." This would at once put an end to that momentary pleasantry, and give them all a better opinion of me than they had before. Suppose, in another case, and that some of the finest ladies du bon ton should come into a room, and find you sitting by, and talking politely to la vieille. Marquise de Bellefonds, the joke would, for a moment, turn upon that tete-a-tete. "Eh bien, avez-vous à la fin fixé la belle marquise? La partie est-elle faite pour la petite maison? Le souper sera galant sans doute, mais ne fais-tu donc point scrupule de séduire une jeune et aimable personne comme celle-là?" To this I should answer, "La partie n'était pas encore tout à fait lui. Vous nous avez interrompu, mais avec le temps, que fait-on?" Taillez-moi-vous de mes amours tant qu'il vous plairait. Je vous dirai que je respecte tant les jeunes dames que je respecte même les vieilles pour l'avoir été. Après cela, il y a souvent des liaisons entre les vieilles et les jeunes. This would at once turn the pleasantry into an esteem for your good sense and your good breeding. Pursue steadily, and without fear or shame, whatever your reason tells you is right, and what you see is practiced by people of more experience than yourself, and of established characters of good sense and good breeding. After all this, perhaps, you will say, that it is impossible to please everybody. I grant it, but it does not follow that one should not endeavor to please as many as one can. Nay, I will go further, and admit that it is impossible for any man not to have some enemies. But this truth, from long experience, I assert, that he who has the most friends and the fewest enemies is the strongest, will rise the highest with the least envy, and fall, if he does fall, the gentlest and the most pitied. This is surely an object worth pursuing. Pursue it according to the rules I have here given you. I will add one observation more, and 2 examples to enforce it, and then, as the parsons say, conclude. There is no one creature so obscure, so low, or so poor, who may not, by the strange and unaccountable changes and vicissitudes of human affairs, somehow or other, and some time or other, become an useful friend or a troublesome enemy to the greatest and the richest. The late Duke of Ormond was almost the weakest, but at the same time the best bred and most popular man in this kingdom. His education in courts and camps, joined to an easy, gentle nature, had given him that habitual affability, those engaging manners, and those mechanical attentions, that almost supplied the place of every talent he wanted, and he wanted almost every one. They procured him the love of all men, without the esteem of any. He was impeached, after the death of Queen Anne, only because that, having been engaged in the same measures with those who were necessarily to be impeached, his impeachment for form's sake became necessary. But he was impeached without acrimony, and without the least intention that he should suffer, notwithstanding the party violence of those times. The question for his impeachment in the House of Commons was carried by many fewer votes than any other question of impeachment, and Earl Stanhope, then Mr. Stanhope and Secretary of State, who impeached him, very soon after negotiated and concluded his accommodation with the late King, to whom he was to have been presented the next day. But the late Bishop of Rochester, Atterbury, who thought that the Jacobite cause might suffer by losing the Duke of Ormond, went in all haste and prevailed with the poor weak man to run away, assuring him that he was only to be gulled into a disgraceful submission, and not to be pardoned in consequence of it. When his subsequent attainder passed, it excited mobs and disturbances in town. He had not a personal enemy in the world, and had 1,000 friends. All this was simply owing to his natural desire of pleasing, and to the mechanical means that his education, not his parts, had given him of doing it. The other instance is the late Duke of Marlborough, who studied the art of pleasing, because he well knew the importance of it. He enjoyed and used it more than ever man did. He gained whoever he had a mind to gain, and he had a mind to gain everybody, because he knew that everybody was more or less worth gaining. Though his power, as minister and general, made him many political and party enemies, they did not make him one personal one, and the very people who would gladly have displaced, disgraced, and perhaps attainted the Duke of Marlborough, at the same time personally loved Mr. Churchill, even though his private character was blemished by sordid avarice, the most unamiable of all vices. He had wound up and turned his whole machine to please and engage. He had an inimitable sweetness and gentleness in his countenance, a tenderness in his manner of speaking, a graceful dignity in every motion, and an universal and minute attention to the least things that could possibly please the least person. This was all art in him, art of which he well knew and enjoyed the advantages, for no man had ever had more interior ambition, pride, and avarice than he had. Though you have more than most people of your age, and have yet very little experience and knowledge of the world, now I wish to inoculate mine upon you, and thereby prevent both the dangers and the marks of youth and inexperience. If you receive the matter kindly, and observe my prescriptions scrupulously, you will secure the future advantages of time, and join them to the present inestimable ones of 1 and 20. I most earnestly recommend one thing to you, during your present stay at Paris. I own it is not the most agreeable, but I affirm it to be the most useful thing in the world to one of your age, and therefore I do hope that you will force and constrain yourself to do it. I mean to converse frequently, or rather to be in company frequently with both men and women much your superiors in age and rank. I am very sensible that, at your age, vous y entrez pour peu de choses, et même souvent pour rien, et que vous y passerez même quelques mauvais quarts d'heure. But no matter, you will be a solid gainer by it. You will see, hear, and learn the truth and manners of those people. You will gain premature experience by it, and it will give you a habit of engaging and respectful attentions. Versailles, as much as possible, though probably unentertaining; the Palais Royal often, however dull; foreign ministers of the first rank, frequently; and women, though old, who are respectable and respected for their rank or parts, such as Madame de Puiseaux, Madame de Niverneuil, Madame d'Aiguillon, Madame Geoffrin, etc. This suggestion, if it be one to you, will cost you but very little in these 3 or 4 months that you are yet to pass in Paris, and will bring you in a great deal; nor will it, nor ought it, hinder you from being in a more entertaining company a great part of the day. Vous pouvez, si vous voulez, tirer une grande partie de ces 4 mois. May God make you so, and bless you. Adieu. End of Section 150, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 151 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 182. Bath, November 16th, Old Style, 1752. My dear friend, vanity, or to call it by a gentler name, the desire of admiration and applause, is perhaps the most universal principle of human actions. I do not say that it is the best, and I will own that it is sometimes the cause of both foolish and criminal effects. But it is so much oftener the principle of right things, that though they ought to have a better, yet, considering human nature, that principle is to be encouraged and cherished, in consideration of its effects. Where that desire is wanting, we are apt to be indifferent, listless, indolent, and inert. We do not exert our powers, and we appear to be as much below ourselves as the vainest man living can desire to appear above what he really is. As I have made you my confessor, and do not scruple to confess even my weaknesses to you, I will fairly own that I had that vanity, that weakness if it be one, to a prodigious degree; and, what is more, I confess it without repentance. Nay, I am glad I had it, since, if I have had the good fortune to please in the world, it is to that powerful and active principle that I owe it. I began the world, not with a bare desire, but with an insatiable thirst, a rage of popularity, applause, and admiration. If this made me do some silly things on one hand, it made me, on the other hand, do almost all the right things that I did. It made me attentive and civil to the women I disliked, and to the men I despised, in hopes of the applause of both, though I neither desired nor would I have accepted the favors of the one, nor the friendship of the other. I always dressed, looked, and talked my best, and I own was overjoyed whenever I was perceived that by all 3, or by any one of them, the company was pleased with me. To men I talked whatever I thought would give them the best opinion of my parts and learning, and to women, what I was sure would please them, flattery, gallantry, and love. And moreover I will own to you, under the secrecy of confession, that my vanity has very often made me take great pains to make a woman in love with me, if I could, for whose person I would not have given a pinch of snuff. In company with men, I always endeavored to outshine, or at least, if possible, to equal the most shining man in it. This desire elicited whatever powers I had to gratify it, and where I could not, perhaps, shine in the first, enabled me at least to shine in a second or third sphere. By these means I soon grew in fashion, and when a man is once in fashion, all he does is right. It was infinite pleasure to me to find my own fashion and popularity. I was sent for to all parties of pleasure, both of men or women, where in some measure I gave the ton. This gave me the reputation of having had some women of condition, and that reputation, whether true or false, really got me others. With the men I was a Proteus, and assumed every shape, in order to please them all. Among the gay I was the gayest, among the grave the gravest, and I never omitted the least attentions of good breeding, or the least offices of friendship, that could either please or attach them to me, and accordingly I was soon connected with all the men of fashion or figure in town. To this principle of vanity, which philosophers call a mean one, and which I do not, I owe a great part of the figure that I have made in life. I wish you had as much, but I fear you have too little of it, and you seem to have a degree of laziness and listlessness about you that makes you indifferent as to general applause. This is not in character at your age, and would be barely pardonable in an elderly and philosophical man. It is a vulgar ordinary saying, but a very true one, that one should always put the best foot foremost. One should please, shine, and dazzle wherever it is possible. At Paris, I am sure you must observe que chacun se fait valoir autant qu'il est possible, and La Bruyere observes, very justly, qu'on ne vaut pas dans ce monde que ce qu'on veut valoir. Wherever applause is in question, you will never see a Frenchman, nor woman, remiss or negligent. Observe the eternal attentions and politeness that all people have there for one another. Ce n'est pas pour leurs beaux yeux au moins. No, but for their own sakes, for commendations and applause. Let me then recommend this principle of vanity to you. Act upon it meo periculo. I promise you it will turn to your account. Practice the arts that ever coquette did to please. Be alert and indefatigable in making every man admire and every woman in love with you. I can tell you, too, that nothing will carry you higher in the world. I have had no letter from you since your arrival at Paris, though you must have been long enough there to have written me 2 or 3. In about 10 or 12 days I propose leaving this place, and going to London. I have found considerable benefit by my stay here, but not all that I want. Make my compliments to Lord Albemarle. End of letter 151, read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 152 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 183. Bath, November 28, 1752. My dear friend, since my last to you, I have read Madame Maintenon's letters. I am sure they are genuine, and they both entertained and informed me. They have brought me acquainted with the character of that able and artful lady, whom I am convinced that I now know much better than her directeur, the Abbé de Fenelon, afterwards Archbishop of Cambray, did, when he wrote her the 185th letter, and I know him the better too for that letter. The Abbé, though brimful of the divine love, had a great mind to be first minister, and cardinal in order, no doubt, to have an opportunity of doing the more good. His being directeur at that time to Madame Maintenon seemed to be a good step toward those views. She put herself upon him for a saint, and he was weak enough to believe it. He, on the other hand, would have put himself upon her for a saint too, which I dare say she did not believe, but both of them knew that it was necessary for them to appear saints to Louis XIV, who they were very sure was a bigot. It is to be presumed, nay, indeed, it is plain by that 185th letter that Madame Maintenon had hinted to her directeur some scruples of conscience, with relation to her commerce with the king, and which I humbly apprehend to have been only some scruples of prudence, at once to flatter the bigot character, and increase the desires of the king. The pious Abbé, frightened out of his wits, lest the king should impute to the directeur any scruples or difficulties which he might meet with on the part of the lady, writes her the above-mentioned letter, in which he not only bids her not to tease the king by advice and exhortations, but to have the utmost submission to his will, and, that she may not mistake the nature of that submission, he tells her it is the same that Sarah had for Abraham, to which submission Isaac perhaps was owing. No bawd could have written a more seducing letter to an innocent country girl than the directeur did to his penitent, who, I dare say, had no occasion for his good advice. Those who would justify the good directeur, alias the pimp, in this affair, must not attempt to do it by saying that the king and Madame Maintenon were at that time privately married, that the director knew it, and that this was the meaning of his enigma. That is absolutely impossible, for that private marriage must have removed all scruples between the parties; nay, could not have been contracted upon any other principle, since it was kept private, and consequently prevented no public scandal. It is therefore extremely evident that Madame Maintenon could not be married to the King at the time when she scrupled granting, and when the Directeur advised her to grant, those favors which Sarah with so much submission granted to Abraham; and what the Directeur is pleased to call 'le mystère de Dieu' was most evidently a state of concubinage. The letters are very well worth your reading; they throw light upon many things of those times. I have just received a letter from Sir William Stanhope from Lyons, in which he tells me that he saw you at Paris, that he thinks you a little grown, but that you do not make the most of it, for that you stoop still. D'ailleurs, his letter was a panegyric of you. The young Comte de Schullemburg, the Chambellan who you knew at Hanover, is come over with the King, et fait aussi vos éloges. Though, as I told you in my last, I have done buying pictures, by way of virtu, yet there are some portraits of remarkable people that would tempt me. For instance, if you could by chance pick up at Paris, at a reasonable price, and undoubted originals, whether heads, half lengths, or whole lengths, no matter, of Cardinals Richelieu, Mazarin, and Retz, Monsieur de Turenne, le Grand Prince de Condé, Mesdames de Montpesson, de Fontanges, de Montbazon, de Sévigné, de Maintenon, de Chevreuse, de Longueville, d'Aulon, etc., I should be tempted to purchase them. I am sensible that they can only be met with by great accident at family sales and auctions, so I only mention the affair to you eventually. I do not understand, or else I do not remember, what affair you mean in your last letter, which you think will come to nothing, and for which, you say, you had once a mind that you should take the road again. Explain it to me. I shall go to town in 4 or 5 days, and carry back with me a little more hearing than I brought, but yet not half enough for common wants. One wants ready pocket money much oftener than one wants great sums, and to use a very odd expression, I want to hear at sight. I love everyday senses, everyday wit and entertainment. A man who is only good on holy days is good for very little. Adieu. End of section 152. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 153 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 184. Christmas Day, 1752. My dear friend, a tyrant with legions at his command may say, oderant modo timiant, though he is a fool if he says it, and a greater fool if he thinks it. But a private man who can hurt but few, though he can please many, must endeavor to be loved, for he cannot be feared in general. Popularity is his only rational and sure foundation. The goodwill, the affections, the love of the public, can alone raise him to any considerable height. Should you ask me how he is to acquire them, I will answer, by desiring them. No man ever deserved who did not desire them, and no man both deserved and desired them who had them not, though many have enjoyed them merely by desiring, and without deserving them. You do not imagine, I believe, that I mean by this public love the sentimental love of either lovers or intimate friends. No, that is of another nature, and confined to a very narrow circle. But I mean that general goodwill which a man may acquire in the world, by the arts of pleasing respectively exerted according to the rank, the situation, and the turn of mind of those whom he hath to do with. The pleasing impressions which he makes upon them will engage their affections and their good wishes, and even their good offices, as far, that is, as they are not inconsistent with their own interests. For further than that you are not to expect from 3 people in the course of your life, even were it extended to the patriarchal term. Could I revert to the age of 20, and carry back with me all the experience that 40 years more have taught me, I can assure you that I would employ much the greatest part of my time in engaging the goodwill, and in insinuating myself into the predilection of people in general, instead of directing my endeavors to please, as I was too apt to do, the man whom I immediately wanted, or the woman I wished for, exclusively of all others. For if one happens, and it will sometimes happen to the ablest man, to fail in his views with that man or that woman, one is at a loss to know whom to address oneself to next, having offended in general, by that exclusive and distinguished particular application. I would secure a general refuge in the goodwill of the multitude, which is a great strength to any man, for both ministers and mistresses choose popular and fashionable favorites. A man who solicits a minister, backed by the general goodwill and good wishes of mankind, solicits with great weight and great possibility of success; and a woman is strangely biased in favor of a man whom she sees in fashion, and hears everybody speak well of. This useful art of insinuation consists merely of various little things. A graceful motion, a significant look, a trifling attention, an obliging word dropped a propos, air, dress, and 1,000 other undefinable things, all severally little ones, joined together, make that happy and inestimable composition, the art of pleasing. I have in my life seen many a very handsome woman who has not pleased me, and many very sensible men who have disgusted me. Why? Only for want of those 1,000 little means to please, which those women, conscious of their beauty, and those men of their sense, have been grossly enough mistaken to neglect. I never was so much in love in my life as I was with a woman who was very far from being handsome; but then she was made up of graces, and had all the arts of pleasing. The following verses, which I have read in some congratulatory poem prefixed to some work, I have forgot which, express what I mean in favor of what pleases preferably to what is generally called mere solid and instructive. I would an author like a mistress try, not by a nose, a lip, a cheek, or eye, but by some nameless power to give me joy. Lady Chesterfield bids me make you many compliments. She showed me your letter of recommendation of La Vestresse, with which I was very well pleased. There is a pretty turn in it. I wish you would always speak as genteelly. I saw another letter from a lady at Paris, in which there was a high panegyrical paragraph concerning you. I wish it were every word of it literally true; but as it comes from a very little, pretty, white hand, which is suspected, and I hope justly, of great partiality to you, il en faut rabattre quelque chose, et même en la façon it y aura toujours d'assez beau reste. Adieu. End of section 153, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 154 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 185. London, New Year's Day, 1753. My dear friend, it is now above a fortnight since I have received a letter from you. I hope, however, that you are well, but engrossed by the business of Lord Albemarle's bureau in the mornings, and by business of a genteeler nature in the evenings, for I willingly give up my own satisfaction to your improvement, either in business or manners. Here have been lately imported from Paris 2 gentlemen, who, I find, were much acquainted with you there, Comte Zinzendorf and Monsieur Clairon, the academician. The former is a very pretty man, well bred, and with a great deal of useful knowledge, for these 2 things are very consistent. I examined him about you, thinking him a competent judge. He told me que vous parliez l'allemand comme un Allemand, que vous saviez le droit public de l'Empire parfaitement bien, que vous aviez le goût sûr et les connaissances fort entendues. I told him that I knew all this very well, but that I wanted to know whether you had l'air, les manières, les attentions, et fin le brillant d'un honnête homme. His answer was, Mais oui, en vérité, c'est fort bien. This, you see, is but cold in comparison of what I do wish, and what you ought to wish. Your friend Clairon interposed, and said, Mais je vous assure qu'il est fort poli, to which I answered, Je le crois bien, vis-à-vis de la pont vos amis. Je vous accuse pour juge, jusque que vous avez autant de la pont, au moins disons, parmi des honnêtes gens. These testimonies in your favor are such as perhaps you are satisfied with, and think sufficient, but I am not. They are only the cold dispositions of disinterested and unconcerned witnesses, upon a strict examination. When upon a trial a man calls witnesses to his character, and that those witnesses only say that they never heard, nor do not know any ill of him, it intimates at best a neutral and insignificant, though innocent character. Now I want, and you ought to endeavor, that les agremens, les graces, les attentions, etc., should be a distinguishing part of your character, and specified of you by people unasked. I wish to hear people say of you, "Ah, qu'il est aimable! Quelle manière! Quelle grâce! Quel art d'éclair!" Nature, thank God, has given you all the powers necessary, and if she has not yet, I hope in God she will give you all the will of exerting them. I have lately read with great pleasure Voltaire's two little histories of Le Croissant and L'Esprit Humain, which I recommend to your perusal if you have not already read them. They are bound up with a most poor performance called Macromage, which is said to be Voltaire's too, but I cannot believe it, it is so very unworthy of him. It consists only of thoughts stolen from Swift, but miserably mangled and disfigured. But his history of the Croissants shows, in a very short and strong light, the most immoral and wicked scheme that was ever contrived by knaves, and executed by madmen and fools against humanity. There is a strange but never failing relation between honest madmen and skillful knaves, and whenever one meets with collected numbers of the former, one may be very sure that they are secretly directed by the latter. The popes, who have generally been both the ablest and the greatest knaves in Europe, wanted all the power and money of the East, for they had all that was in Europe already. The times and the minds favored their design, for they were dark and uninformed, and Peter the Hermit, at once a knave and a madman, was a fine papal tool for so wild and wicked an undertaking. I wish we had good histories of every part of Europe, and indeed of the world, written upon the plan of Voltaire's de l'Esprit Humain, for I own I am provoked at the contempt which most historians show for humanity in general. One would think by them that the whole human species consisted but of about 150 people, called and dignified, commonly very undeservedly too, by the titles of emperors, kings, popes, generals, and ministers. I have never seen in any of the newspapers any mention of the affairs of the Cevennes, or Grenoble, which you gave me an account of some time ago, and the Duc de Mirepoix pretends at least to know nothing of either. Were they false reports, or does the French court choose to stifle them? I hope that they are both true, because I am very unwilling that the cares of the French government should be employed and confined to themselves. Your friend, the Electress Palatine, has sent me 6 wild boar's heads, and other pièces de sa chasse, in return for the fans, which she approved of extremely. This present was signified to me by one Mr. Harold, who wrote me a letter in very indifferent English. I suppose he is a Dane who has been in England. Mr. Hart came to town yesterday, and dined with me today. We talked you over, and I can assure you, that though a parson, and no member du bon mot, he thinks all the most shining accomplishments of it full as necessary for you as I do. His expression was, that is all that he wants; but if he wants that, considering his situation and destination, he might as well want everything else. This is the day when people reciprocally offer and receive the kindest and warmest wishes, though in general without meaning them on one side, or believing them on the other. They are formed by the head, in compliance with custom, though disavowed by the heart, in consequence of nature. His wishes upon this occasion are the best that are the best turned. You do not, I am sure, doubt the truth of mine, and therefore I will express them with a Quaker-like simplicity. May this new year be a very new one indeed to you. May you put off the old, and put on the new man. But I mean the outward, not the inward man. With this alteration, I might justly sum up all my wishes for you in these words: Dii tibi dent annos, de te nam cetera sumes. This minute I receive your letter of the 26th past, which gives me a very disagreeable reason for your late silence. By the symptoms which you mention of your illness, I both hope and believe that it was wholly owing to your want of care. You are rather inclined to be fat; you have naturally a good stomach, and you eat at the best tables, which must of course make you plethoric; and upon my word you will be very subject to these accidents, if you will not from time to time, when you find yourself full, heated, or your head aching, take some little easy preventative purge, that would not confine you, such as chewing a little rhubarb when you go to bed at night, or some senna tea in the morning. You do very well to live extremely low for some time, and I could wish, though I do not expect it, that you would take one gentle vomit, for those giddinesses and swimmings in the head always proceed from some foulness of the stomach. However, on the whole, I am very glad that your old complaint has not mixed itself with this, which I am fully convinced arises simply from your own negligence. Adieu. I am sorry for Monsieur Kurz upon his sister's account. End of section 154, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 155 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 186. London, January 15th, 1753. My dear friend, I never think my time so well employed as when I think it employed to your advantage. You have long had the greatest share of it, you now engross it. The moment is now decisive, the piece is going to be exhibited to the public. The mere outlines and the general coloring are not sufficient to attract the eyes and to secure applause, but the last finishing, artful and delicate strokes are necessary. Skillful judges will discern and acknowledge their merit; the ignorant will, without knowing why, feel their power. In that view, I have thrown together for your perusal some maxims, or to speak more properly, observations on men and things, for I have no merit as to the invention. I am no system monger, and instead of giving way to my imagination, I have only consulted my memory, and my conclusions are all drawn from facts, not from fancy. Most maxim mongers have preferred the prettiness to the justness of a thought, and the turn to the truth; but I have refused myself to everything that my own experience did not justify and confirm. I wish you could consider them seriously and separately, and recur to them again pro re nata, in similar cases. Young men are as apt to think themselves wise enough, as drunken men are to think themselves sober enough. They look upon spirit to be a much better thing than experience, which they call coldness. They are but half mistaken, for though spirit without experience is dangerous, experience without spirit is languid and defective. Their union, which is very rare, is perfection. You may join them if you please, for all my experience is at your service, and I do not desire one grain of your spirit in return. Use them both, and let them reciprocally animate and check each other. I mean here, by the spirit of youth, only the vivacity and presumption of youth, which hinder them from seeing the difficulties or dangers of an undertaking; but I do not mean what the silly vulgar call spirit, by which they are captious, jealous of their rank, suspicious of being undervalued, and tart, as they call it, in their repartees, upon the slightest occasions. This is an evil and a very silly spirit, which should be driven out and transferred to an herd of swine. This is not the spirit of a man of fashion who has kept good company. People of an ordinary low education, when they happen to fall into good company, imagine themselves the only object of its attention. If the company whispers, it is, to be sure, concerning them; if they laugh, it is at them; and if anything ambiguous, that by the most forced interpretation can be applied to them, happens to be said, they are convinced that it was meant at them, upon which they grow out of countenance first, and then angry. This mistake is very well ridiculed in the Stratagem, where Scrub says, "I am sure they talked of me, for they laughed consumedly." A well-bred man seldom thinks, but never seems to think himself slighted, undervalued, or laughed at in company, unless where it is so plainly marked out, that his honor obliges him to resent it in a proper manner. Mais les honnêtes gens ne se boudent jamais. I will admit that it is very difficult to command one's self enough to behave with ease, frankness, and good breeding toward those who one knows dislike, slight, and injure one, as far as they can, without personal consequences; but I assert that it is absolutely necessary to do it. You must embrace the man you hate, if you cannot be justified in knocking him down, for otherwise you avow the injury which you cannot revenge. A prudent cuckold, and there are many such at Paris, pockets his horns when he cannot gore with them, and will not add to the triumph of his maker by only butting with them ineffectually. A seeming ignorance is very often a most necessary part of worldly knowledge. It is, for instance, commonly advisable to seem ignorant of what people offer to tell you, and when they say, "Have you not heard of such a thing?" to answer, "No," and to let them go on, though you know it already. Some have a pleasure in telling it, because they think they tell it well; others have a pride in it, as being the sagacious discoverers, and many have a vanity in showing that they have been, though very undeservedly, trusted. All these would seem disappointed, and consequently displeased, if you said yes. Seem always ignorant, unless to one's most intimate friend, of all matters of private scandal and defamation, though you should hear them 1,000 times, for the parties affected always look upon the receiver to be almost as bad as the thief, and whenever they become the topic of conversation, seem to be a skeptic, though you are really a serious believer, and always take the extenuating part. But all this seeming ignorance should be joined to thorough and extensive private informations, and indeed it is the best method of procuring them, for most people have such a vanity in showing a superiority over others, though but for a moment, and in the merest trifles, that they will tell you what they should not, rather than not show that they can tell what you did not know. Besides that, such seeming ignorance will make you pass for incurious and consequently undesigning. However, fish for facts, and take pains to be well informed of everything that passes, but fish judiciously, and not always, or indeed often, in the shape of direct questions, which always put people upon their guard, and, often repeated, grow tiresome. But sometimes take the things that you would know for granted, upon which somebody will, kindly and officiously, set you right. Sometimes say that you have heard so and so, and at other times seem to know more than you do, in order to know all that you want, but avoid direct questioning as much as you can. All these necessary arts of the world require constant attention, presence of mind, and coolness. Achilles, though invulnerable, never went to battle but completely armed. Courts are to be the theaters of your wars, where you should always be as completely armed, and even with the addition of a heel piece. The least attention, the least distraction, may prove fatal. I would fain see you what pedants call omnis homo, and what Pope much better calls all accomplished. You have the means in your power, add the will, and you may bring it about. The vulgar have a coarse saying, of spoiling a ship for a halfpennyworth of tar. Prevent the application by providing the tar. It is very easily to be had in comparison with what you have already got. The fine Mrs. Pitt, who it seems saw you often at Paris, speaking of you the other day, said in French, for she speaks little English, whether it is that you did not pay the homage due her beauty, or that it did not strike you as it does others, I cannot determine, but I hope she had some other reason than truth for saying it. I will suppose that you did not care a pin for her, but, however, she surely deserved a degree of propitiatory adoration from you, which I am afraid you neglected. Had I been in your case, I should have endeavored, at least, to have supplanted Mr. Mackay in his office of nocturnal reader to her. I played at cards 2 days ago with your friend Mrs. Fitzgerald, and her most sublime mother, Mrs. Seagrave. They both inquired after you, and Mrs. Fitzgerald said she hoped you went on with your dancing. I said yes, and that you assured me you had made such considerable improvements in it, that you had now learned to stand still and even upright. Your virtuosa, La Signora Vestri, sung here the other day, with great applause. I presume you are intimately acquainted with her merit. Good night to you, whoever you pass it with. I have this moment received a packet, sealed with your seal, though not directed by your hand, for Lady Hervey. No letter from you. Are you not well? End of section 155. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 156 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 187. London, May 27th, Old Style, 1753. My dear friend, I have this day been tired, jaded, nay, tormented, by the company of a most worthy, sensible, and learned man, a near relation of mine, who dined and passed the evening with me. This seems a paradox, but is a plain truth. He has no knowledge of the world, no manners, no address. Far from talking without book, is commonly said of people who talk sillily. He only talks by book, which in general conversation is 10 times worse. He has formed in his own closet from books certain systems of everything, argues tenaciously upon those principles, and is both surprised and angry at whatever deviates from them. His theories are good, but unfortunately all are impracticable. Why? Because he is only read and not conversed. He is acquainted with books, and an absolute stranger to men. Laboring with his matter, he is delivered of it with pangs. He hesitates, stops in his utterance, and always expresses himself inelegantly. His actions are all ungraceful, so that, with all his merit and knowledge, I would rather converse 6 hours with the most frivolous tittle-tattle woman who knew something of the world, than with him. The preposterous notions of a systematical man who does not know the world tire the patience of a man who does. It would be endless to correct his mistakes, nor would he take it kindly, for he has considered everything deliberately, and is very sure that he is in the right. Impropriety is a characteristic, and a never-failing one, of these people. Regardless, because ignorant of customs and manners, they violate them every moment. They often shock, though they never mean to offend, never attending either to the general character or the particular distinguishing circumstances of the people to whom, or before whom, they talk; whereas the knowledge of the world teaches one, that the very same things which are exceedingly right and proper in one company, time, and place, are exceedingly absurd in others. In short, a man who has great knowledge, from experience and observation, of the characters, customs, and manners of mankind, is a being as different from, and as superior to, a man of mere book and systematical knowledge, as a well-managed horse is to an ass. Study, therefore, cultivate, and frequent men and women, not only in their outward and consequently guarded, but in their interior, domestic, and consequently less disguised characters and manners. Take your notions of things, as by observation and experience you find they really are, and not as you read that they are or should be, for they never are quite what they should be. For this purpose do not content yourself with general and common acquaintance, but, wherever you can, establish yourself, with a kind of domestic familiarity, in good houses. For instance, go again to Orly, for 2 or 3 days, and so at 2 or 3 reprises. Go and stay 2 or 3 days at a time at Versailles, and improve and extend the acquaintance you have there. Be at home at St. Cloud, and, whenever any private person of fashion invites you to, pass a few days at his country house, accept of the invitation. This will necessarily give you a versatility of mind, and a facility to adopt various manners and customs, for everybody desires to please those in whose house they are, and people are only to be pleased in their own way. Nothing is more engaging than a cheerful and easy conformity to people's particular manners, habits, and even weaknesses. Nothing, to use a vulgar expression, should come amiss to a young fellow. He should be, for good purposes, what Alcibiades was commonly for bad ones, a Proteus, assuming with ease, and wearing with cheerfulness, any shape. Heat, cold, luxury, abstinence, gravity, gaiety, ceremony, easiness, learning, trifling, business, and pleasure, are modes which he should be able to take, lay aside, or change occasionally, with as much ease as he would take or lay aside his hat. All this is only to be acquired by use and knowledge of the world, by keeping a great deal of company, analyzing every character, and insinuating yourself into the familiarity of various acquaintance. A generous ambition to make a figure in the world, necessarily gives the desire of pleasing. The desire of pleasing points out, to a great degree, the means of doing it; and the art of pleasing is, in truth, the art of rising, of distinguishing one's self, of making a figure and a fortune in the world. But without pleasing, without the graces, as I have told you 1,000 times, ogni fatica vana. You are now but 19, an age at which most of your countrymen are illiberally getting drunk in port, at the University. You have greatly got the start of them in learning, and if you can equally get the start of them in the knowledge and manners of the world, you may be very sure of outrunning them in court and parliament, as you set out much earlier than they. They generally begin but to see the world at 21. You will, by that age, have seen all Europe. They set out upon their travels unlicked cubs, and in their travels they only lick one another, for they seldom go into any other company. They know nothing but the English world, and the worst part of that too, and generally very little of any but the English language; and they come home, at 3 or 4 and 20, refined and polished, as it is said in one of Congreve's plays, like Dutch skippers from a whale fishing. The care which has been taken of you, and, to do you justice, the care that you have taken of yourself, has left you, at the age of 19 only, nothing to acquire but the knowledge of the world, manners, address, and those exterior accomplishments. but they are great and necessary acquisitions to those who have sense enough to know their true value, and your getting them before you are 21, and before you enter upon the active and shining scenes of life, will give you such an advantage over all your contemporaries that they cannot overtake you, they must be distanced. You may probably be placed about a young prince, who will probably be a young king. There, all the various arts of pleasing, the engaging address, the versatility of manners, the brilliant, the graces, will outweigh and yet outrun all solid knowledge and unpolished merit. Oil yourself, therefore, and be both supple and shining, for that race, if you would be first or early at the goal. Ladies will most probably, too, have something to say there, and those who are best with them will probably be best somewhere else. Labor this great point, my dear child, indefatigably. Attend to the very smallest parts, the minutest graces, the most trifling circumstances, that can possibly concur in forming the shining character of a complete gentleman, un galant homme, un homme de coeur, a man of business and pleasure, estime des hommes, recherche des femmes, aime de tout le monde. In this view, observe the shining part of every man of fashion, who is liked and esteemed. Attend to and imitate that particular accomplishment for which you hear him chiefly celebrated and distinguished. Then collect those various parts, and make yourself a mosaic of the whole. No one body possesses everything, and almost everybody possesses some one thing worthy of imitation. Only choose your models well, and in order to do so, choose by your ear more than by your eye. The best model is always that which is most universally allowed to be the best, though in strictness it may possibly not be so. We must take most things as they are. We cannot make them what we would, nor often what they should be, and where moral duties are not concerned, it is more prudent to follow than to attempt to lead. Adieu. End of section 156. Read by Professor Heather Mbai. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 157 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 188. Bath, October 3rd, 1753. My dear friend, you have set out well at The Hague. You are in love with Madame Munter, which I am very glad of. You are in the fine company there, and I hope one of it, for it is not enough at your age to be merely in good company, but you should, by your address and attentions, make that good company think you one of them. There is a tribute due to beauty, even independently of further views, which tribute I hope you paid with alacrity to Madame Munter and Madame Degenfeld. Depend upon it, they expected it, and were offended in proportion as that tribute seemed either unwillingly or scantily paid. I believe my friend Kroningen admits nobody now to his table, for fear of their communicating the plague to him, or at least the bite of a mad dog. Pray profit of the entrée libre that the French ambassador has given you, frequent him, and speak to him. I think you will not do amiss to call upon Mr. Burrish at Aix-la-Chapelle, since it is so little out of your way, and you will do still better if you would, which I know you will not, drink those waters for 5 or 6 days only, to scour your stomach and bowels a little. I am sure it would do you a great deal of good. Mr. Burrish can doubtless give you the best letters to Munich, and he will naturally give you some to Comte Pressing or Comte Seinsem, and such sort of grave people. But I could wish that you would ask him for some to young fellows of pleasure, or fashionable coquettes, that you may be dans l'honnête débauche de Munich. Apropos of your future motions, I leave you in a great measure the master of them, so shall only suggest my thoughts to you upon that subject. You have 3 electoral courts in view, Bonn, Munich, and Mannheim. I would advise you to see 2 of them rather cursorily, and fix your tabernacle at the 3rd, whichever that may be, for a considerable time. For instance, should you choose, as I fancy you will, to make Mannheim the place of your residence, stay only 10 or 12 days at Bonn, and as long at Munich, and then go and fix at Mannheim, and so vice versa, if you should like Bonn or Munich better than you think you would Mannheim, to make that the place of your residence, and only visit the other 2. It is certain that no man can be much pleased himself, or please others much, in any place where he is only a bird of passage for 8 or 10 days, neither party thinking it worth while to make an acquaintance, still less to form any connection, for so short a time. But when months are the case, a man may domesticate himself pretty well, and very soon not be looked upon as a stranger. This is the real utility of traveling, when by contracting a familiarity in any place, you get into the inside of it and see it in its undress. That is the only way of knowing the customs, the manners, and all the little characteristical peculiarities that distinguish one place from another. But then this familiarity is not to be brought about by cold, formal visits of half an hour. No, you must show a willingness, a desire, an impatience of forming connections. Il faut s'y prêter et y mettre du lion, du désir de plaire. Whatever you do approve, you must be lavish in your praises of, and you must learn to commend what you do not approve of, if it is approved of there. You are not much given to praise, I know, but it is because you do not yet know how extremely people are engaged by a seeming sanction to their own opinions, prejudices, and weaknesses, even in the merest trifles. Our self-love is mortified when we think our opinions, and even our tastes, customs, and dresses, either arraigned or condemned, as on the contrary, it is tickled and flattered by approbation. I will give you a remarkable instance of this kind. The famous Earl of Shaftesbury, in the flagitious reign of Charles II., while he was Chancellor, had a mind to be a favourite, as well as a minister of the King. In order, therefore, to please his Majesty, whose prevailing passion was women, my lord kept a whore, whom he had no occasion for, and made no manner of use of. The King soon heard of it, and asked him if it was true. He owned it was, but that though he kept that one woman, he had several others besides, for he loved variety. A few days afterward, the King, at his public levee, saw Lord Shaftesbury at some distance, and said in the circle, "One would not think that little weak man is the greatest whoremaster in England, but I can assure you that he is." Upon Lord Shaftesbury's coming into the circle, there was a general smile, and the King said, "This is concerning you, my lord." "Me, sir?" asked the Chancellor, with some surprise. "Yes, you," answered the King, "for I had just said that you were the greatest whoremaster in England. Is it not true?" "Of a subject, sir," replied Lord Shaftesbury, "perhaps I am." It is the same in everything. We think a difference of opinion, of conduct, of manners, a tacit reproach, at least upon our own. We must therefore use ourselves to a ready conformity to whatever is neither criminal nor dishonorable. Whoever differs from any general custom is supposed to both think and proclaim himself wiser than the rest of the world, which the rest of the world cannot bear, especially in a young man. A young fellow is always forgiven and often applauded, when he carries a fashion to an excess, but never if he stops short of it. The first is ascribed to youth and fire, but the latter is imputed to an affectation of singularity or superiority. At your age, one is allowed to outrer fashion, dress, vivacity, gallantry, etc., but by no means to be behindhand in any one of them. And one may apply to youth in this case, si non eresset, fecerat il minus. Adieu. End of section 157, read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 158 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 189. Bath, October 19th, 1753. My dear friend, of all the various ingredients that compose the useful and necessary art of pleasing, no one is so effectual and engaging as that gentleness, that douceur of countenance and manner, to which you are no stranger, though God knows why, a sworn enemy. Other people take great pains to conceal or disguise their natural imperfections. Some, by the make of their clothes and other arts, endeavor to conceal the defects of their shape. Women, who unfortunately have natural bad complexions, lay on good ones, and both men and women upon whom unkind nature has inflicted a surliness and ferocity of countenance, do at least all they can, though often without success, to soften and mitigate it. They affect douceur and aim at smiles, though often in the attempt, like the devil in Milton, they grin horribly a ghastly smile. But you are the only person I ever knew in the whole course of my life, who not only disdain, but absolutely reject and disguise a great advantage that nature has kindly granted. You easily guess I mean countenance, for she has given you a very pleasing one, but you beg to be excused, you will not accept it, but on the contrary take singular pains to put on the most funeste, forbidding, and unpleasing one that can possibly be imagined. This one would think impossible, but you know it to be true. If you imagine that it gives you a manly, thoughtful, and decisive air, as some, though very few of your countrymen do, you are most exceedingly mistaken; for it is at best the air of a German corporal, part of whose exercise is to look fierce, and to blasmer up. You will say, perhaps, What, am I always to be studying my countenance, in order to wear this douceur? I answer, No, but do it for a fortnight, and you will never have occasion to think of it more. Take but half the pains to recover the countenance that nature gave you, that you must have taken to disguise and deform it as you have, and the business will be done. Accustom your eyes to a certain softness, of which they are very capable, and your face to smiles, which become it more than most faces I know. Give all your motions, too, an air of douceur, which is directly the reverse of their present celerity and rapidity. I wish you would adopt a little of l'air du couvent. You very well know what I mean, to a certain degree. It has something extremely engaging. There is a mixture of benevolence, affection, and unction in it. It is frequently really sincere, but is almost always thought so, and consequently pleasing. Will you call this trouble? It will not be half an hour's trouble to you in a week's time. But suppose it be, pray tell me, why did you give yourself the trouble of learning to dance so well as you do? It is neither a religious, moral, or civil duty. You must own that you did it then singly to please, and you were in the right on't. Why do you wear fine clothes and curl your hair? Both are troublesome. Lank locks and plain flimsy rags are much easier. This then you do in order to please, and you do very right. But then, for God's sake, reason and act consequentially, and endeavor to please in other things too, still more essential, and without which the trouble you have taken in those is wholly thrown away. You show your dancing perhaps 6 times a year at most, but you show your countenance and your common motions every day, and all day. Which then, I appeal to yourself, ought you to think of the most, and care to render easy, graceful, and engaging? Douceur of countenance and gesture can alone make them so. You are by no means ill-natured, and would you then most unjustly be reckoned so? Yet your common countenance intimates, and would make anybody who did not know you believe it. Apropos of this, I must tell you what was said the other day to a fine lady whom you know, who is very good-natured in truth, but whose common countenance implies ill nature even to brutality. It was Miss H., Lady M.'s niece, whom you have seen both at Blackheath and at Lady Hervey's. Lady M. was saying to me that you had a very engaging countenance when you had a mind to it, but that you had not always that mind; upon which Miss H. said, that she liked your countenance best when it was as glum as her own. Why then, replied Lady M., you two should marry, for while you both wear your worst countenances, nobody else will venture upon either of you; and they call her now Mrs. Stanhope. To complete this douceur of countenance and motions, which I so earnestly recommend to you, you should carry it also to your expressions and manner of thinking. Mettez-y toujours de l'affectueux de l'onction. Take the gentle, the favorable, the indulgent side of most questions. I own that the manly and sublime John Trott, your countryman, seldom does; but to show his spirit and decision, takes the rough and harsh side, which he generally adorns with an oath, to seem more formidable. This he only thinks fine; for, to do John justice, he is commonly as good-natured as anybody. These are among the many little things which you have not, and I have, lived long enough in the world to know of what infinite consequence they are in the course of life. Reason then, I repeat it again, within yourself, consequentially, and let not the pains you have taken, and still take, to please in some things, be a pure perte, by your negligence of, and inattention to others of much less trouble, and much more consequence. I have been of late much engaged, or rather bewildered, in Oriental history, particularly that of the Jews, since the destruction of their temple, and their dispersion by Titus; but the confusion and uncertainty of the whole, and the monstrous extravagances and falsehoods of the greatest part of it, disgusted me extremely. Their Talmud, their Mishnah, their Targums, and other traditions and writings of their rabbins and doctors, who were most of them Kabbalists, are really more extravagant and absurd, if possible, than all that you have read in Comte de Gabalis, and indeed most of his stuff is taken from them. Take this sample of their nonsense, which is transmitted in the writings of one of their most considerable rabbins. One Abbas Saul, a man of 10 feet high, was digging a grave, and happened to find the eye of Goliath, in which he thought proper to bury himself, And so he did, all but his head, which the giant's eye was unfortunately not quite deep enough to receive. This, I assure you, is the most modest lie of 10,000. I have also read the Turkish history, which, excepting the religious part, is not fabulous, though very possibly not true. For the Turks, having no notion of letters, and being, even by their religion, forbid the use of them, except for reading and transcribing the Koran, they have no historians of their own, nor any authentic records, nor memorials for other historians to work upon, so that what histories we have of that country are written by foreigners, as Platina, Sir Paul Ricot, Prince Cantimer, etc., or else snatches only of particular and short periods, by some who happen to reside there at those times, such as Busquebius, whom I have just finished. I like him, as far as he goes, much the best of any of them, but then his account is, properly, only an account of his own embassy, from the Emperor Charles V to Solyman the Magnificent. However, there he gives, episodically, the best account I know of the customs and manners of the Turks, and of the nature of that government, which is a most extraordinary one. For despotic as it always seems, and sometimes is, it is in truth a military republic, and the real power resides in the Janissaries, who sometimes order their sultan to strangle his vizier, and sometimes the vizier to depose or strangle his sultan, according as they happen to be angry at the one or the other. I own I am glad that the capital strangler should, in his turn, be stranglable, and now and then strangled, for I know of no brute so fierce, nor criminal so guilty, as the creature called a sovereign, whether king, sultan, or sophy, who thinks himself, either by divine or human right, vested with an absolute power of destroying his fellow creatures, or who, without inquiring into his right, lawlessly exerts that power. The most excusable of all those human monsters are the Turks, whose religion teaches them inevitable fatalism. Apropos of the Turks, my Loyola, I pretend, is superior to your Sultan. Perhaps you think this impossible, and wonder who this Loyola is. Know then, that I have had a Barbet brought me from France, so exactly like the Sultan, that he has been mistaken for him several times, only his snout is shorter, and his ears larger than the Sultan's. He has also the acquired knowledge of the Sultan, and I am apt to think that he studied under the same master at Paris. His habit and his white band show him to be an ecclesiastic, and his begging, which he does very earnestly, proves him to be of a mendicant order, which, added to his flattery and the insinuation, make him supposed to be a Jesuit, and have acquired him the name of Loyola. I must not omit, too, that when he breaks wind he smells exactly like the Sultan. I do not yet hear one jot the better for all my bathings and pumpings, though I have been here already full half my time. I consequently go very little into company, being very little fit for any. I hope you keep company enough for us both. You will get more by that, than I shall by all my reading. I read simply to amuse myself and fill up my time, of which I have too much; but you have too much better reasons for going into company, pleasure, and profit. May you find a great deal of both in a great deal of company. Adieu. End of section 158. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 159 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 190. London, November 20th, 1753. My dear friend, 2 mails are now due from Holland, so that I have no letter from you to acknowledge, but that, you know by long experience, does not hinder my writing to you. I always receive your letters with pleasure, but I mean and endeavor that you should receive mine with some profit, preferring always your advantage to my own pleasure. If you find yourself well settled and naturalized at Mannheim, stay there some time, and do not leave a certain for an uncertain good. But if you think you shall be as well or better established at Munich, go there as soon as you please, and if disappointed, you can always return to Mannheim. I mentioned in a former letter your passing the Carnival at Berlin, which I think may be both useful and pleasing to you. However, do as you will, but let me know what you resolve. That king and that country have, and will have, so great a share in the affairs of Europe, that they are well worth being thoroughly known. Whether, where you are now, or ever may be hereafter, you speak French, German, or English most, I earnestly recommend to you a particular attention to the propriety and elegance of your style. Employ the best words you can find in the language, avoid cacophony, and make your periods as harmonious as you can. I need not, I am sure, tell you what you must often have felt, how much the elegance of diction adorns the best thoughts, and palliates the worst. In the House of Commons it is almost everything, and indeed in every assembly, whether public or private. Words, which are the dress of thoughts, deserve surely more care than clothes, which are only the dress of the person, and which, however, ought to have their share of attention. If you attend to your style in any one language, it will give you a habit of attending to it in every other, and if once you speak either French or German very elegantly, you will afterward speak much the better English for it. I repeat it to you again, for at least the 1000th time. Exert your whole attention now in acquiring the ornamental parts of character. People know very little of the world, and talk nonsense, when they talk of plainness and solidity unadorned. They will do in nothing. Mankind has been long out of a state of nature, and the golden age of native simplicity will never return. Whether for the better or the worse, no matter, but we are refined, and plain manners, plain dress, and plain diction would as little do in life as acorns, herbage, and the water of the neighboring spring would do at table. Some people are just come, who interrupt me in the middle of my sermon, so good night. Letter 191. London, November 26, 1753. My dear friend, fine doings at Mannheim, if one may give credit to the weekly histories of Monsieur Rodrigue, the finest writer among the moderns, not only des chasses brillantes et nombreuses des opéras où les acteurs s'y surpassent les yeux, les sens de L.A.A. et Serenissime, célèbre, and grand gala, but to crown the whole, Monsieur Zuchmantel is happily arrived, and Monsieur Wartensbleu hourly expected. I hope that you are par magna of all these delights, though, as Noel Bluff says, in The Old Bachelor, that rascally gazetteer takes no more notice of you than if you were not in the land of the living. I should think that he might at least have taken notice that, in these rejoicings, you appeared with a rejoicing, and not a gloomy countenance, and you distinguished yourself in that numerous and shining company, by your air, dress, address, and attentions. If this was the case, as I will both hope and suppose it was, I will, if you require it, have him written to do you justice in his next supplement. Seriously, I am very glad that you are whirled in that tourbillon of pleasure. They smooth, polish, and rub off rough corners. Perhaps, too, you have some particular collision, which is still more effectual. Chanot's History of the Palatinate was, I find, written originally in German, in which language I suppose it is that you have read it. But as I most humbly content myself with the French translation, Vaillant has sent for it for me from Holland, so that I have not yet read it. While you are in the Palatinate, you do very well to read everything relative to it. You will do still better if you make that reading the foundation of your inquiries into the more minute circumstances and anecdotes of that country, wherever you are in company with informed and knowing people. The ministers here, intimidated on the absurd and groundless clamors of the mob, have very weakly, in my mind, repealed, this session, the bill which they passed in the last for rendering Jews capable of being naturalized by subsequent acts of Parliament. The clamorers triumph, and will doubtless make further demands, which, if not granted, this piece of complaisance will soon be forgotten. Nothing is truer in politics than this reflection of the Cardinal de Retz, que le peuple craint toujours quand on ne le craint pas, and consequently they grow unreasonable and insolent, when they find that they are feared. Wise and honest governors will never, if they can help it, give the people just cause to complain, but then on the other, they will firmly withstand groundless clamor. Besides that this noise against the Jew bill proceeds from that narrow mob spirit of intoleration in religious, and inhospitality in civil matters, both which all wise governments should oppose. The confusion in France increases daily, as, no doubt, you are informed where you are. There is an answer of the clergy to the remonstrances of the Parliament, lately published, which was sent me by the last post from France, and which I would have sent you, enclosed in this, were it not too bulky. Very probably you may see it at Mannheim, from the French minister. It is very well worth your reading, being most artfully and plausibly written, though founded upon false principles, the jus divinum of the clergy, and consequently their supremacy in all matters of faith and doctrine are asserted, both which I absolutely deny. Were these two points allowed the clergy of any country whatsoever, they must necessarily govern that country absolutely, everything being, directly or indirectly, relative to faith or doctrine, and whoever is supposed to have the power of saving and damning souls to all eternity, which power the clergy pretend to, will be much more considered and better obeyed than any civil power that forms no pretensions beyond this world. Whereas, in truth, the clergy in every country are, like all other subjects, dependent upon the supreme legislative power, and are appointed by that power under whatever restrictions and limitations it pleases, to keep up decency and decorum in the church, just as constables are to keep peace in the parish. This Fra Paolo has clearly proved, even upon their own principles of the Old and New Testament, in his book De Beneficiis, which I recommend to you to read with attention. It is short. Adieu. End of section 159. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 160 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 192. London, December 25th, 1753. My dear friend, yesterday again I received 2 letters at once from you, the one of the 7th, the other of the 15th, from Mannheim. You never had in your life so good a reason for not writing, either to me or to anybody else, as your sore finger lately furnished you. I believe it was painful, and I am glad it is cured, but a sore finger, however painful, is a much less evil than laziness, of either body or mind, and attended by fewer ill consequences. I am very glad to hear that you were distinguished at the court of Mannheim from the rest of your countrymen and fellow travelers. It is a sign that you had better manners and address than they, for take it for granted, the best bred people will always be the best received wherever they go. Good manners are the settled medium of social as specie is of commercial life. Returns are equally expected for both, and people will no more advance their civility to a bear than their money to a bankrupt. I really both hope and believe that the German courts will do you a great deal of good, their ceremony and restraint being the proper correctives and antidotes for your negligence and inattention. I believe they would not greatly relish your weltering in your own laziness, and an easy chair, nor take it very kindly if, when they spoke to you or to them, you looked another way, as much as to say, kiss my. As they give, so they require attention, and, by the way, take this maxim for an undoubted truth, that no young man can possibly improve in any company for which he has not respect enough to be under some degree of restraint. I dare not trust to Meissonier's report of his Rhenish, his Burgundy not having answered either his account or my expectations. I doubt, as a wine merchant, he is the perfidus capo, whatever he may be as a banker. I shall therefore venture upon none of his wine, but delay making my provision of old hock, till I go abroad myself next spring, as I told you in the utmost secrecy in my last that I intend to do, and then probably I may taste some that I like, and go upon sure ground. There is commonly very good, both at Aix-la-Chapelle and Liege, where I formerly got some excellent, which I carried with me to Spa, where I drank no other wine. As my letters to you frequently miscarry, I will repeat in this that part of my last which related to your future motions. Whenever you shall be tired of Berlin, go to Dresden, where Sir Charles Williams will be, who will receive you with open arms. He dined with me today, and sets out for Dresden in about 6 weeks. He spoke of you with great kindness and impatience to see you again. He will trust and employ you in business, and he is now in the whole secret of importance, till we fix our place to meet in, which probably will be Spa. Wherever you are, inform yourself minutely of, and attend particularly to the affairs of France. They grow serious, and in my opinion will grow more and more so every day. The King is despised, and I do not wonder at it, but he has brought it about to be hated at the same time, which seldom happens to the same man. His ministers are known to be as disunited as incapable. He hesitates between the Church and the Parliaments, like the ass in the fable, that starved between two hampers of hay, too much in love with his mistress to part with her, and too much afraid of his soul to enjoy her, jealous of the Parliaments, who would support his authority, and a devoted bigot to the Church, that would destroy it. The people are poor, consequently discontented. Those who have religion are divided in their notions of it, which is saying that they hate one another. The clergy never do forgive, much less will they forgive the Parliament. The Parliament never will forgive them. The army must, without doubt, take, in their own minds at last, different parts in all these disputes, which upon occasion would break out. Armies, though always the supporters and tools of absolute power for the time being, are always the destroyers of it too, by frequently changing the hands in which they think it proper to lodge it. This was the case of the Praetorian bands, who deposed and murdered the monsters they had raised to oppress mankind. The Janissaries in Turkey and the regiments of guards in Russia do the same now. The French nation reasons freely, which they never did before, upon matters of religion and government, and begin to be sprejudicati. The officers do so too. In short, all the symptoms which I have ever met with in history previous to great changes and revolutions in government now exist, and daily increase, in France. I am glad of it. The rest of Europe will be the quieter, and have time to recover. England, I am sure, wants rest, for it wants men and money. The Republic of the United Provinces wants both still more, and other powers cannot well dance, when neither France nor the maritime powers can, as they used to do, pay the piper. The first squabble in Europe that I foresee will be about the crown of Poland, should the present king die, and therefore I wish his Majesty a long life and a Merry Christmas. So much for foreign politics, but a propos of them, pray take care, while you are in those parts of Germany, to inform yourself correctly of all the details, discussions, and agreements, which the several wars, confiscations, bans, and treaties occasioned between the Bavarian and Palatine electorates. They are interesting and curious. I shall not, upon the occasion of the approaching New Year, repeat to you all the wishes which I continue to form for you. You know them already, and you know that it is absolutely in your power to satisfy most of them. Among other wishes, this is my most earnest one, that you would open the New Year with a most solemn and devout sacrifice to the Graces, who never reject those that supplicate them with fervor. Without them, let me tell you, that your friend Dame Fortune will stand you in little stead. May they all be your friends. Adieu. End of section 160. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 161 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 161. London, January 15th, 1754. My dear friend, I have this moment received your letter of the 26th past from Munich. Since you are got so well out of the distress and dangers of your journey from Mannheim, I am glad that you were in them. Condice I diletti, memorii di pene, nassace sia bene, chi mal non soffri. They were but little samples of the much greater distress and dangers which you must expect to meet with in your great, and I hope, long journey through life. In some parts of it flowers are scattered with profusion, the road is smooth, and the prospect pleasant; but in others, and I fear the greater number, the road is rugged, beset with thorns and briars, and cut by torrents. Gather the flowers in your way, but at the same time guard against the briars that are either mixed with them, or that most certainly succeed them. Thank you for your wild boar, who, now he is dead, I assure him, se laissera bien manger malgré qu'il en ait, though I am not so sure that I should have had that personal valor which so successfully distinguished you in single combat with him, which made him bite the dust like Homer's heroes, and, to conclude my period sublimely, put him into that pickle, from which I propose eating him. At the same time that I applaud your valor, I must do justice to your modesty, which candidly admits that you were not overmatched, and that your adversary was about your own age and size. Americassin, being under a year old, would have been below your indignation. Bete de campagne, being under 2 years old, was still, in my opinion, below your glory. But I guess that your enemy was un ragot, that is, from 2 to 3 years old, an age and size which, between man and boar, answer pretty well to yours. If accidents of bad roads or waters do not detain you at Munich, I do not fancy that pleasures will, and I rather believe you will seek for and find them at the Carnival at Berlin, in which supposition I eventually direct this letter to your banker there. While you are at Berlin, I earnestly recommend it to you again and again, pray care to see, hear, know, and mind everything there. The ablest prince in Europe is surely an object that deserves attention, and the least thing that he does, like the smallest sketches of the greatest painters, has its value, and a considerable one too. Read with care the Code Frederick, and inform yourself of the good effects of it in those parts of his dominions where it has taken place, and where it has banished the former chicanes, quirks, and quibbles of the old law. Do not think any detail too minute or trifling for your inquiry and observation. I wish that you could find 1 hour's leisure every day to read some good Italian author, and to converse in that language with our worthy friend Signor Angelo Cori. It would both refresh and improve your Italian, which of the many languages you know, I take to be that in which you are the least perfect, but of which, too, you already know enough to make yourself master of, with very little trouble, whenever you please. Live, dwell, and grow at the several courts there. Use them so much to your face that they may not look upon you as a stranger. Observe and take their ton, even to their affectations and follies, for such there are, and perhaps should be at all courts. Stay in all events at Berlin, till I inform you of Sir Charles William's arrival at Dresden, where I suppose you would not care to be before him, and where you may go as soon after him as ever you please. Your time there will neither be unprofitably nor disagreeably spent. He will introduce you into all the best company, though he can introduce you to none so good as his own. He has of late applied himself very seriously to foreign affairs, especially those of Saxony and Poland. He knows them perfectly well, and will tell you what he knows. He always expresses, and I have good reason to believe very sincerely, great kindness and affection for you. The works of the late Lord Bolingbroke are just published, and have plunged me into philosophical studies, which hitherto I have not been much used to, or delighted with, convinced of the futility of those researches. But I have read his philosophical essay upon the extent of human knowledge, which, by the way, makes 2 large quartos and a half. He there shows very clearly, and with most splendid eloquence, what the human mind can and cannot do, that our understandings are wisely calculated for our place in this planet, and for the link which we form in the universal chain of things, but that they are by no means capable of that degree of knowledge which our curiosity makes us search after, and which our vanity makes us often believe we arrive at. I shall not recommend to you the reading of that work, but when you return hither, I shall recommend to your frequent and diligent perusal all his tracts that are relative to our history and constitution, upon which he throws lights, and scatters graces which no other writer has ever done. Reading, which was always a pleasure to me, in the time even of my greatest dissipation, is now become my only refuge, and, I fear, I indulge it too much at the expense of my eyes. But what can I do? I must do something. I cannot bear absolute idleness. My ears grow every day more useless to me, my eyes consequently more necessary. I will not hoard them like a miser, but will rather risk the loss than not enjoy the use of them. Pray let me know all the particulars, not only of your reception at Munich, but also at Berlin. At the latter, I believe, it will be a good one, for his Prussian Majesty knows that I have been long an admirer and respecter of his great and various talents. Adieu. End of section 161, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 162 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 194. London, February 1st, 1754. My dear friend, I received yesterday yours of the 12th from Munich, in consequence of which, I direct this to you there, though I directed my 3 last to Berlin, where I suppose you will find them at your arrival. Since you are not only domesticated, but niche at Munich, you are much in the right to stay there. It is not by seeing places that one knows them, but by familiar and daily conversations with the people of fashion. I would not care to be in the place of that prodigy of beauty, whom you are to drive dans la course de traîneau, and I am apt to think you are much more likely to break her bones than she is, though ever so cruel, to break your heart. Nay, I am not sure but that, according to all the rules of gallantry, you are obliged to overturn her on purpose, in the first place, for the chance of seeing her backside; in the next, for the sake of the contrition and concern which it would give you an opportunity of showing; and lastly, upon account of all the gentillesse and epigram which it would naturally suggest. Voltaire has made several stanzas upon an accident of that kind, which happened to a lady of his acquaintance. There is a great deal of wit in them, rather too much, for, according to the taste of those times, they are full of what the Italians call concetti spiritosissimi, the Spaniards agudeze, and we, affectation and quaintness. I hope you have endeavored to suit your traîneau to the character of the fair one whom it is to contain. If she is of an irascible, impetuous disposition, as fine women can sometimes be, you will doubtless place her in the body of a lion, a tiger, a dragon, or some tremendous beast of prey and fury. If she is a sublime and stately beauty, which I would think more probable, for unquestionably she is haut born, you will, I suppose, provide a magnificent swan or proud peacock for her reception. But if she is all tenderness and softness, you have, to be sure, taken care amorous doves and wanton sparrows should seem to flutter around her. Proper mottos, I take it for granted that you have eventually prepared; but if not, you may find a great many ready-made ones in Les Entretiens d'Ariste et d'Eugenie sur les devises, written by Pere Bonheur, and worth your reading at any time. I will not say to you upon this occasion, like the father in Ovid, Parce pur stimulus et fortius utere loris. On the contrary, drive on briskly. It is not the chariot of the sun that you drive, but you carry the sun in your chariot; consequently, the faster it goes, the less it will be likely to scorch or consume. This is Spanish enough, I am sure. If this finds you still at Munich, pray make many compliments from me to Mr. Burrish, to whom I am very much obliged for all his kindness to you. It is true that while I had power I endeavored to serve him, but it is as true, too, that I served many others more, who have neither returned nor remembered those services. I have been very ill this last fortnight, of your old Carnolian complaint, the arthritis vaga. Luckily it did not fall upon my breast, but seized on my right arm. There it fixed its seat of empire; but, as in all tyrannical governments, the remotest parts felt their share of its severity. Last post I was not able to hold a pen long enough to write to you, and therefore desired Mr. Grevenkop to do it for me; but that letter was directed to Berlin. My pain is now much abated, though I have still some fine remains of it in my shoulder, where I fear it will tease me a great while. I must be careful to take Horace's advice, and consider well, quid valeant humeri, quid fere recusant. Lady Chesterfield bids me make you her compliments, and assure you that the music will be much more welcome to her with you than without you. In some of my last letters, which were directed, and will, I suppose, wait for you at Berlin, I complimented you, and with justice, upon your great improvement of late in the epistolary way, both with regard to the style and the turn of your letters. Your 4 or 5 last to me have been very good ones, and one that you wrote to Mr. Hart, upon the New Year, was so a pretty one, and he was so much and so justly pleased with it, that he sent it me from Windsor the instant he had read it. This talent, and a most necessary one it is in the course of life, is to be acquired by resolving and taking pains to acquire it; and indeed so is every talent except poetry, which is undoubtedly a gift. Think, therefore, night and day, of the turn, the purity, the correctness, the perspicuity, and the elegance of whatever you speak or write. Take my word for it, your labor will not be in vain, but greatly rewarded by the harvest of praise and success which it will bring you. Delicacy of turn and elegance of style are ornaments as necessary to common sense as attentions, address, and fashionable manners are to common civility. Both may subsist without them, but then without being of the least use to the owner. The figure of a man is exactly the same in dirty rags or in the finest and best chosen clothes; but in which of the two he is the most likely to please, and to be received in good company, I leave it to you to determine. Both my arm and my paper hint to me to bid you good night. End of Section 162, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 163 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 195. London, February 12, 1754. My dear friend, I take my aim, and let off this letter at you at Berlin. I should be sorry it missed you, because I believe you will read it with as much pleasure as I write it. This is to inform you, that after some difficulties and dangers, your seat in the new Parliament is at last absolutely secured, and that without opposition, or the least necessity of your personal trouble or appearance. This success, I must further inform you, is in great degree owing to Mr. Eliot's friendship to us both, for he brings you in with himself at his surest borough. As it was impossible to act with more zeal and friendship than Mr. Eliot has acted in this whole affair, I desire that you will, by the very next post, write him a letter of thanks, warm and young thanks, not old and cold ones. You may enclose it in yours to me, and I will send it to him, for he is now in Cornwall. Thus, being sure of being a senator, I dare say you do not propose to be one of the pedere senatores, e pedibus ire in sententiam; for as the House of Commons is the theatre where you must make your fortune and figure in the world, you must resolve to be an actor, and not a persona muta, which is just equivalent to a candle snuffer upon other theatres. Whoever does not shine there is obscure, insignificant, and contemptible, and you cannot conceive how easy it is for a man of half your sense and knowledge to shine there if he pleases. The receipt to make him a speaker, and an applauded one too, is short and necessary. Take of common sense quantum sufcit, add a little application to the rules and orders of the House, throw obvious thoughts in a new light, and make up the whole with a large quantity of purity, correctness, and elegance of style. Take it for granted, that by far the greatest part of mankind do neither analyze nor search to the bottom; they are incapable of penetrating deeper than the surface. All have senses to be gratified; very few have reason to be applied to. Graceful utterance and action please their eyes, elegant diction tickles their ears, but strong reason would be thrown away upon them. I am not only persuaded by theory, but convinced by my experience, that, supposing a certain degree of common sense, what is called a good speaker is as much a mechanic as a good shoemaker, and that the two trades are equally to be learned by the same degree of application. Therefore, for God's sake, let this trade be the principal object of your thoughts. Never lose sight of it. Attend minutely to your style, whatever the language you speak or write in. Seek for the best words, and think of the best turns. Whenever you doubt of the propriety or elegance of any word, search the dictionary or some good author for it, or inquire of somebody who is master of that language, and in a little time propriety and elegance of diction will become so habitual to you, that they will cost you no more trouble. As I have laid this down to be mechanical and attainable by whoever will take the necessary pains, there will be no great vanity in my saying, that I saw the importance of the object so early, and attended to it so young, that it would now cost me more trouble to speak or write ungrammatically, vulgarly, and inelegantly, than ever it did to avoid doing so. The late Lord Bolingbroke, without the least trouble, talked all day long, full as elegantly as he wrote. Why? Not by a peculiar gift from heaven, but, as he has often told me himself, by an early and constant attention to his style. The present Solicitor General, Murray, Editor's Note, created Lord Mansfield in the year 1756, has less law than many lawyers, but has more practice than any, merely upon account of his eloquence, of which he has a never-failing stream. I remember so long ago as when I was at Cambridge, whenever I read pieces of eloquence, and indeed they were my chief study, whether ancient or modern, I used to write down the shining passages, and then translate them, as well and elegantly as ever I could, if Latin or French, into English, if English, into French. This, which I practiced for some years, not only improved and formed my style, but imprinted in my mind and memory the best thoughts of the best authors. The trouble was little, but the advantage I have experienced was great. While you are abroad, you can neither have time nor opportunity to read pieces of English or parliamentary eloquence, as I hope you will carefully do when you return. But in the meantime, whenever pieces of French eloquence come in your way, such as the speeches of persons received into the Academy, orations funebres, representations of the several parliaments to the king, etc., read them in that view, in that spirit, observe the harmony, the turn and elegance of the style, examine in what you think it might have been better, and consider in what, had you written it yourself, you might have done worse. Compare the different manners of expressing the same thoughts in different authors, and observe how differently the same things appear in different dresses. Vulgar, coarse, and ill-chosen words will deform and degrade the best thoughts as much as rags and dirt will the best figure. In short, you now know your object, pursue it steadily, and have no digressions that are not relative to, and connected with, the main action. Your success in Parliament will effectually remove all other objections. Either a foreign or a domestic destination will no longer be refused you, if you make your way to it through Westminster. I think I may now say that I am quite recovered from my late illness, strength and spirits excepted, which are not yet restored. Aix-la-Chapelle and Spa will, I believe, answer all my purposes. I long to hear an account of your reception at Berlin, which I fancy will be a most gracious one. Adieu. End of section 163, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 164 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 196. London, February 15th, 1754. My dear friend, I can now with great truth apply your own motto to you, nullum numen abest si sit prudentia. You are sure of being, as early as your age will permit, a member of that house, which is the only road to figure and fortune in this country. Those indeed who are bred up to, and distinguish themselves in particular professions, as the army, the navy, and the law, may by their own merit raise themselves to a certain degree. But you may observe too that they never get to the top without the assistance of parliamentary talents and influence. The means of distinguishing yourself in Parliament are, as I told you in my last, much more easily attained than I believe you imagine. Close attendance to the business of the House will soon give you the parliamentary routine, and strict attention to your style will soon make you, not only a speaker but a good one. The vulgar look upon a man who is reckoned a fine speaker as a phenomenon, a supernatural being, and endowed with some peculiar gift of heaven. They stare at him, if he walks in the park, and cry, "That is he." You will, I am sure, view him in a juster light, and nulla formidine. You will consider him only as a man of good sense, who adorns common thoughts with the graces of elocution, and the elegance of style. The miracle will then cease, and you will be convinced that with the same application, and attention to the same objects, you may certainly equal, and perhaps surpass, this prodigy. Sir W. Y., with not a quarter of your parts, and not a thousandth part of your knowledge, has, by a glibness of tongue simply, raised him successively to the best employments of the kingdom. He has been Lord of the Admiralty, Lord of the Treasury, Secretary at War, and is now Vice Treasurer of Ireland, and all this with a most sullied, not to say blasted character. Represent the thing to yourself as it really is, easily attainable, and you will find it so. Have but ambition enough passionately to desire the object, and spirit enough to use the means, and I will be answerable for your success. When I was younger than you are, I resolved within myself that I would in all events be a speaker in Parliament, and a good one too, if I could. I consequently never lost sight of that object, and never neglected any of the means that I thought led to it. I succeeded to a certain degree, and I assure you with great ease, and with superior talents. Young people are very apt to overrate both men and things, from not being enough acquainted with them. In proportion as you come to know them better, you will value them less. You will find that reason, which always ought to direct mankind, seldom does, but that passions and weaknesses commonly usurp its seat, and rule in its stead. You will find that the ablest have their weak sides too, and are only comparatively able, with regard to the still weaker herd. Having fewer weaknesses themselves, they are able to avail themselves of the innumerable ones of the generality of mankind. Being more masters of themselves, they become more easily masters of others. They address themselves to their weaknesses, their senses, their passions, never to their reason, and consequently seldom fail of success. But then analyze those great, those governing, as the vulgar imagine, those perfect characters, and you will find the great Brutus a thief in Macedonia, the great Cardinal Richelieu a jealous poetaster, and the great Duke of Marlborough a miser. Till you come to know mankind by your own experience, I know no thing, nor no man, that can in the meantime bring you so well acquainted with them as le Duc de la Rochefoucauld. His little book of maxims, which I would advise you to look into, for some moments at least, every day of your life, is, I fear, too like and too exact a picture of human nature. I own it seems to degrade it, but yet my experience does not convince me that it degrades it unjustly. Now, to bring all this home to my first point, all these considerations should not only invite you to attempt to make a figure in Parliament, but encourage you to hope that you shall succeed. To govern mankind, one must not overrate them, and to please an audience as a speaker, one must not overvalue it. When I first came into the House of Commons, I respected that assembly as a venerable one, and felt a certain awe upon me; but upon better acquaintance, that awe soon vanished, and I discovered, that of the 560, not above 30 could understand reason, and that all the rest were peuples; that those 30 only required plain common sense, dressed up in good language; that all the others only required flowing and harmonious periods, whether they conveyed any meaning or not, having ears to hear, but not sense enough to judge. These considerations made me speak with little concern the first time, with less the second, and with none at all the third. I gave myself no further trouble about anything, except my elocution and my style, presuming, without much vanity, that I had common sense sufficient not to talk nonsense. Fix these 3 truths strongly in your mind: first, that it is absolutely necessary for you to speak in Parliament; secondly, that it only requires a little human attention, and no supernatural gifts; and thirdly, that you have all the reason in the world to think that you shall speak well. When we meet, this shall be the principal subject of our conversations, and if you will follow my advice, I will answer for your success. Now, from great things to little ones, the transition to me is easy, because nothing seems little to me that can be of any use to you. I hope you take great care of your mouth and teeth, and that you clean them well every morning with a sponge and tepid water, with a few drops of arquebusade water dropped into it, besides washing your mouth carefully after every meal. I do insist upon your never using those sticks, or any hard substance whatsoever, which always rub the gums and destroy the varnish of the teeth. I speak this from woeful experience, for my negligence of my teeth, when I was younger than you are, made them bad, and afterward my desire to have them look better made me use sticks, irons, etc., which totally destroyed them, so that I have not now above 6 or 7 left. I lost one this morning, which suggested this advice to you. I have received the tremendous wild boar, which your still more tremendous arm slew in the immense deserts of the Palatinate, but have not yet tasted of it. It is hitherto above my low regimen. The late King of Prussia, whenever he killed any number of wild boars, used to oblige the Jews to buy them at a high price, though they could eat none of them, so they defrayed the expense of his hunting. His son has juster rules of government, as the Code Frederick plainly shows. I hope that, by this time, you are as well ancre at Berlin as you were at Munich; but if not, you are sure of being so at Dresden. Adieu. End of section 164, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 165 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 197, London, February 26, 1754. My dear friend, I have received your letters of the 4th from Munich, and of the 11th from Ratisbon, but I have not received that of the 31st January, to which you refer in the former. It is to this negligence and uncertainty of the post that you owe your accidents between Munich and Ratisbon; for had you received my letters regularly, you would have received one from me before you left Munich, in which I advised you to stay, since you were so well there. But at all events you were in the wrong to set out from Munich in such weather and such roads, since you could never imagine that I had set my heart so much upon your going to Berlin, as to venture your being buried in the snow for it. Upon the whole, considering all, you are very well off. You do very well, in my mind, to return to Munich, or at least to keep within the circle of Munich, Ratisbon, and Mannheim, till the weather and the roads are good. Stay at each or any of those places as long as ever you please, for I am extremely indifferent about your going to Berlin. As to our meeting, I will tell you my plan, and you may form your own accordingly. I propose setting out from hence the last week in April, then drinking the Aix-la-Chapelle waters for a week, and from thence being at Spa about the 15th of May, where I shall stay 2 months at most, and then return straight to England. As I both hope and believe that there will be no mortal at Spa during my residence there, the fashionable season not beginning till the middle of July, I would by no means have you come there at first, to be locked up with me and some few Capuchins, for 2 months, in that miserable hole; but I would advise you to stay where you like the best, till about the first week in July, and then to come and pick me up at Spa, or meet me in the road at Liege or Brussels. As for the intermediate time, should you be weary of Mannheim and Munich, you may, if you please, go to Dresden, to Sir Charles Williams, who will be there before that time; or you may come for a month or 6 weeks to The Hague; or, in short, go or stay wherever you like best. So much for your motions. As you have sent for all the letters directed to you at Berlin, you will receive from thence 3 volumes of mine, among which you will easily perceive that some were calculated for a supposed perusal previous to your opening them. I will not repeat anything contained in them, excepting that I desire you will send me a warm and cordial letter of thanks for Mr. Eliot, who has, in the most friendly manner imaginable, fixed you at his own borough of Liskeard, where you will be elected jointly with him, without the least opposition or difficulty. I will forward that letter to him in Cornwall, where he now is. Now that you are soon to be a man of business, I heartily wish that you would immediately begin to be a man of method, nothing contributing more to facilitate and dispatch business than method and order. Have order and method in your accounts, in your reading, in the allotment of your time, in short, in everything. You cannot conceive how much time you will save by it, nor how much better everything you do will be done. The Duke of Marlborough did by no means spend, but he slatterned himself into that immense debt, which is not yet near paid off. The hurry and confusion of the Duke of Newcastle do not proceed from his business, but from his want of method in it. Sir Robert Walpole, who had 10 times the business to do, was never seen in a hurry, because he always did it with method. The head of a man who has business, and no method nor order, is properly that rudis ingestice mollis quam dixere chaos. As you must be conscious that you are extremely negligent and slatternly, I hope you will resolve not to be so for the future. Prevail with yourself only to observe good method and order for 1 fortnight, and I will venture to assure you that you will never neglect them afterward. You will find such conveniency and advantage arising from them. Method is the great advantage that lawyers have over other people, in speaking in Parliament, for, as they must necessarily observe it in their pleadings in the courts of justice, it becomes habitual to them everywhere else. Without making you a compliment, I can tell you with pleasure, that order, method, and more activity of mind are all that you want, to make, some day or other, a considerable figure in business. You have more useful knowledge, more discernment of characters, and much more discretion than is common at your age; much more, I am sure, than I had at that age. Experience you cannot yet have, and therefore trust in the meantime to mine. I am an old traveler. I am well acquainted with all the by as well as all the great roads. I cannot misguide you from ignorance, and you are still very sure that I shall not from design. I can assure you that you will have no opportunity of subscribing yourself my excellencies, etc. Retirement and quiet were my choice some years ago, while I had all my senses, and health and spirits enough to carry on business. but now that I have lost my hearing, and that I find my constitution declining daily, they are become my necessary and only refuge. I know myself, no common piece of knowledge, let me tell you. I know what I can, what I cannot, and consequently what I ought to do. I ought not, and therefore will not, return to business when I am much less fit for it than I was when I quitted it. Still less will I go to Ireland, where from my deafness and infirmities I must necessarily make a different figure from that which I once made there. My pride would be too much mortified by that difference. The two important senses of seeing and hearing should not only be good, but quick in business, and the business of a Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, if he will do it himself, requires both those senses in the highest perfection. It was the Duke of Dorset's not doing the business himself, but giving it up to favourites, that has occasioned all this confusion in Ireland, and it was my doing the whole myself, without either favourite, minister, or mistress, that made my administration so smooth and quiet. I remember, when I named the late Mr. Liddell for my secretary, everybody was much surprised at it, and some of my friends represented to me that he was no man of business, but only a very genteel, pretty young fellow. I assured them, and with truth, that that was the very reason why I chose him, for that I was resolved to do all the business myself, and without even the suspicion of having a minister, which the Lord Lieutenant's secretary, if he is a man of business, is always supposed, and commonly with reason, to be. Moreover, I look upon myself now to be emeritus in business, in which I have been near 40 years together. I give it up to you. Apply yourself to it, as I have done for 40 years, and then I consent to your leaving it for a philosophical retirement among your friends and your books. Statesmen and beauties are very rarely sensible of the gradations of their decay, and too often sanguinely hope to shine on in their meridian, often set with contempt and ridicule. I retired in time, uti convivasatur, or as Pope says, still the better, ere tittering youth shall shove you from the stage. My only remaining ambition is to be the counselor and minister of your rising ambition. Let me see my own youth revived in you. Let me be your mentor, and with your parts and knowledge, I promise you, you shall go far. You must bring on your part activity and attention, and I will point out to you the proper objects for them. I own I fear but one thing for you, and that is what one has generally the least reason to fear from one of your age. I mean your laziness, which, if you indulge, will make you stagnate in a contemptible obscurity all your life. It will hinder you from doing anything that will deserve to be written, or from writing anything that may deserve to be read, and yet one or other of those two objects should be at least aimed at by every rational being. I look upon indolence as a sort of suicide, for the man is effectually destroyed, though the appetites of the brute may survive. Business by no means forbids pleasures; on the contrary, they reciprocally season each other, and I will venture to affirm that no man enjoys either in perfection that does not join both. They whet the desire for each other. Use yourself, therefore, in time to be alert and diligent in your little concerns. Never procrastinate, never put off till tomorrow what you can do today, and never do two things at a time. Pursue your object, be it what it will, steadily and indefatigably, and let any difficulties, if surmountable, rather animate than slacken your endeavors. Perseverance has surprising effects. I wish you would use yourself to translate, every day, only 3 or 4 lines from any book, in any language, into the correctest and most elegant English that you can think of. You cannot imagine how it will insensibly form your style, and give you an habitual elegance. It would not take you up 1/4 of an hour in a day. This letter is so long that it will hardly leave you that 1/4 of an hour, the day you receive it. So good night. End of section 165. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 166 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 198. London, March 8, 1754. My dear friend, a great and unexpected event has lately happened in our ministerial world. Mr. Pelham died last Monday of a fever and mortification, occasioned by a general corruption of his whole mass of blood, which had broke out in sores in his back. I regret him as an old acquaintance, a pretty near relation, and a private man, with whom I have lived many years in a social and friendly way. He meant well to the public, and was incorrupt in a post where corruption is commonly contagious. If he was no shining, enterprising minister, he was a safe one, which I like better. Very shining ministers, like the sun, are apt to scorch when they shine the brightest. In our constitution, I prefer the milder light of a less glaring minister. His successor is not yet, at least publicly, designatus. You will easily suppose that many are very willing, and very few able, to fill that post. Various persons are talked of by different people for it, according as their interest prompts them to wish, or their ignorance to conjecture. Mr. Fox is the most talked of. He is strongly supported by the Duke of Cumberland. Mr. Legge, the Solicitor General, and Dr. Lee, are likewise all spoken of, upon the foot of the Duke of Newcastle's and the Chancellor's interest. Should it be any one of the last three, I think no great alterations will ensue; but should Mr. Fox prevail, it would, in my opinion, soon produce changes by no means favorable to the Duke of Newcastle. In the meantime, the wild conjectures of volunteer politicians, and the ridiculous importance which, upon these occasions, blockheads always endeavor to give themselves, by grave looks, significant shrugs, and insignificant whispers, are very entertaining to a bystander, as, thank God, I now am. One knows something, but is not yet at liberty to tell it; another has heard something from a very good hand; a third congratulates himself upon a certain degree of intimacy which he has long had with every one of the candidates, though perhaps he has never spoken twice to any one of them. In short, in these sort of intervals, vanity, interest, and absurdity always display themselves in the most ridiculous light. One who has been so long behind the scenes as I have is much more diverted with the entertainment than those can be who only see it from the pit and boxes. I know the whole machinery of the interior, and can laugh the better at the silly wonder and the wild conjectures of the uninformed spectators. This accident, I think, cannot in the least affect your election, which is finally settled with your friend Mr. Eliot. For, let who will prevail, I presume he will consider me enough not to overturn an arrangement of that sort, in which he cannot possibly be personally interested. So pray go on with your parliamentary preparations. Have that object always in your view, and pursue it with attention. I take it for granted that your late residence in Germany has made you as perfect and correct in German as you were before in French. At least it is worth your while to be so, because it is worth every man's while to be perfect master of whatever language he may ever have occasion to speak. A man is not himself in a language which he does not thoroughly possess. His thoughts are degraded, when inelegantly or imperfectly expressed; he is cramped and confined, and consequently can never appear to advantage. Examine and analyze those thoughts that strike you the most, either in conversation or in books, and you will find that they owe at least half their merit to the turn and expression of them. There is nothing truer than the old saying, nihil dictum quod non prins dictum. It is only the matter of saying or writing that makes it appear new. Convince yourself that manner is almost everything, in everything, and study it accordingly. I am this moment informed, and I believe truly, that Mr. Fox is to succeed Mr. Pelham as First Commissioner of the Treasury and Chancellor of the Exchequer, and your friend Mr. Yorke of the Hague to succeed Mr. Fox as Secretary of War. Editor's Note: Henry Fox, created Lord Holland, Baron of Foxley, in the year 1763. End note. I am not sorry for this promotion of Mr. Fox, as I have always been upon civil terms with him, and found him ready to do me any little services. He is frank and gentlemanlike in his manner, and to a certain degree, I really believe, will be your friend upon my account. If you can afterward make him yours upon your own, tant mieux. I have nothing more to say now, but adieu. End of section 166, read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 167 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 199. London, March 15th, 1754. My dear friend, we are here in the midst of a second winter. The cold is more severe and the snow deeper than they were in the first. I presume your weather in Germany is not much more gentle, and therefore I hope that you are quietly and warmly fixed at some good town, and will not risk a second burial in the snow, after your late fortunate resurrection out of it. Your letters, I suppose, have not been able to make their way through the ice, for I have received none from you since that of the 12th of February from Ratisbon. I am the more uneasy at this state of ignorance, because I fear that you may have found some subsequent inconveniences from your overturn, which you might not be aware of at first. The curtain of the political theatre was partly drawn up the day before yesterday, and exhibited a scene which the public in general did not expect. The Duke of Newcastle was declared First Lord Commissioner of the Treasury, Mr. Fox Secretary of State in his room, and Mr. Henry Legge Chancellor of the Exchequer. The employments of the Treasurer of the Navy and Secretary of War were supposed to be vacant by the promotion of Mr. Fox and Mr. Legge, were to be kept in petto till the dissolution of this Parliament, which will probably be next week, to avoid the expense and trouble of unnecessary re-elections. But it was generally supposed that Colonel Yorke, of the Hague, was to succeed Mr. Fox, and George Greenville Mr. Legge. This scheme, had it taken place, you are, I believe, aware, was more a temporary expedient for securing the elections of the new Parliament, and forming it, at its first meeting, to the interests and the inclinations of the Duke of Newcastle and the Chancellor, than a plan of administration either intended or wished to be permanent. This scheme was disturbed yesterday. Mr. Fox, who had sullenly accepted the seals the day before, more sullenly refused them yesterday. His object was to be First Commissioner of the Treasury and Chancellor of the Exchequer, and consequently to have a share in the election of the new Parliament, and a much greater in the management of it when chosen. This necessary consequence of his view defeated it, and the Duke of Newcastle and the Chancellor chose to kick him upstairs into the Secretaryship of State, rather than trust him with either the election or the management of the new Parliament. In this, considering their respective situations, they certainly acted wisely, but whether Mr. Fox has done so or not, in refusing the seals, is a point which I cannot determine. If he is, as I presume he is, animated with revenge, and I believe would not be over-scrupulous in the means of gratifying it, I should have thought he could have done it better, as Secretary of State, with constant admission into the closet, than as a private man at the head of an opposition. But I see all these things at too great a distance to be able to judge soundly of them. The true springs and motives of political measures are confined within a very narrow circle, and known to a very few. The good reasons alleged are seldom the true ones. The public commonly judges, or rather guesses, wrong, and I am now one of that public. I therefore recommend to you a prudent Pyrrhonism in all matters of state, until you become one of the wheels of them yourself, and consequently acquainted with the general motion at least of the others. For as to all the minute and secret springs, that contribute more or less to the whole machine, no man living ever knows them all, not even he who has the principal direction of it. As in the human body, there are innumerable little vessels and glands that have a good deal to do, and yet escape the knowledge of the most skillful anatomist. He will know more, indeed, than those who only see the exterior of our bodies, but he will never know all. This bustle and these changes at court, far from having disturbed the quiet and security of your election, have, if possible, rather confirmed them; for the Duke of Newcastle, I must do him justice, has, in the kindest manner imaginable to you, wrote a letter to Mr. Eliot, to recommend to him the utmost care of your election. Though the plan of administration is thus unsettled, mine for my travels this summer is finally settled, and I now communicate it to you, that you may form your own upon it. I propose being at Spa on the 10th or 12th of May, and staying there till the 10th of July. As there will be no mortal there during my stay, it would be both unpleasant and unprofitable to you to be shut up tete-a-tete with me the whole time. I should therefore think it best for you not to come to me there till the last week of June. In the meantime, I suppose that by the middle of April you will think that you have had enough of Mannheim, Munich, or Ratisbon, and that district. Where would you choose to go then? For I leave you absolutely your choice. Would you go to Dresden for a month or 6 weeks? That is a good deal out of your way, and I am not sure that Sir Charles will be there by that time. Or would you rather take Bonn in your way, and pass the time till we meet at the Hague? From Mannheim you will have a great many good letters of recommendation to the court at Bonn, which court, and its elector, in one light or another, are worth your seeing. From thence your journey to the Hague will be but a short one, and you would arrive there at the season of the year when the Hague is, in my mind, the most agreeable, smiling scene in Europe; and from the Hague you would have but 3 very easy days' journey to me at Spa. Do as you like, for, as I told you before, ella è absolutamente padrone. But, lest you should answer that you desire to be determined by me, I will eventually tell you my opinion. I am rather inclined to the latter plan; I mean, that of your coming to Bonn, staying there accordingly as you like it, and then passing the remainder of your time, that is, May and June, at the Hague. Our connection and transactions with the Republic of the United Provinces are such, that you cannot be too well acquainted with that constitution, and with those people. You have established good acquaintances there, and you have been feted around by the foreign ministers, so that you will be there in pays connu. Moreover, you have not seen the Stadtholder, the Gouvernante, nor the court there, which a bon compte should be seen. Upon the whole, then, you cannot, in my opinion, pass the months of May and June more agreeably or more usefully than at the Hague. But, however, if you have any other plan that you like better, pursue it; only let me know what you intend to do, and I shall most cheerfully agree to it. The Parliament will be dissolved in about 10 days, and the writs for the election of the new one issued out immediately afterward; so that by the end of next month you may depend upon being membre de la Chambre basse, a title that sounds high in foreign countries, and perhaps higher than it deserves. I hope you will add a better title to it in your own, I mean, that of a good speaker in Parliament. You have, I am sure, all the materials necessary for it, if you will but put them together and adorn them. I spoke in Parliament the first month I was in it, and a month before I was of age; and from the day I was elected till the day that I spoke, I am sure I thought nor dreamed of nothing but speaking. The first time, to say the truth, I spoke very indifferently as to the matter, but it passed tolerably, in favor of the spirit with which I uttered it, and the words in which I addressed it. I improved by degrees, till at last it did tolerably well. The House, it must be owned, is always extremely indulgent to the first 2 or 3 attempts of a young speaker; and if they find any degree of common sense in what he says, they make great allowances for his inexperience, and for the concern which they suppose him to be under. I experienced that indulgence; for, had I not been a young member, I should certainly have been, as I own I deserved, reprimanded by the House for some strong and indiscreet things that I said. Adieu. It is indeed high time. End of section 167. Read by Professor Heather & Bye. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 168 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 200. London, March 26, 1754. My dear Friend, yesterday I received your letter of the 15th from Mannheim, where I find you have been received in the usual gracious manner, which I hope you return in a graceful one. As this is a season of great devotion and solemnity in all Catholic countries, pray inform yourself of, and constantly attend to, all their silly and pompous church ceremonies. One ought to know them. I am very glad that you wrote the letter to Lord, which, in every different case that can possibly be supposed, was, I am sure, both a decent and a prudent step. You will find it very difficult, whenever we meet, to convince me that you could have any good reasons for not doing it; for I will, for argument's sake, suppose, what I cannot in reality believe, that he has both said and done the worst he could of and by you. What then? How will you help yourself? Are you in a situation to hurt him? Certainly not; but he certainly is in a situation to hurt you. Would you show a sullen, pouting, impotent resentment? I hope not. Leave that silly, unavailing sort of resentment to women, and men like them, who are always guided by humor, never by reason and prudence. That pettish, pouting conduct is a great deal too young, and implies too little knowledge of the world, for one who has seen so much of it as you have. Let this be one invariable rule of your conduct: never to show the least symptom of resentment which you cannot to a certain degree gratify, but always to smile, where you cannot strike. There would be no living in courts, nor indeed in the world, if one could not conceal, and even dissemble, the just causes of resentment, which one meets with every day in active and busy life. Whoever cannot master his humor enough 'pour faire bonne mine à mauvais jeu' should leave the world, and retire to some hermitage in an unfrequented desert. By showing an unavailing and sullen resentment, you authorize the resentment of those who can hurt you and whom you cannot hurt, and give them that very pretense, which perhaps they wished for, of breaking with and injuring you, whereas the contrary behavior would lay them under the restraints of decency at least, and either shackle or expose their malice. Besides, captiousness, sullenness, and pouting are most exceedingly illiberal and vulgar. Un honnête homme ne les connaît point. I am extremely glad to hear you are soon to have Voltaire at Mannheim. Immediately upon his arrival, pray make him 1,000 compliments from me. I admire him most exceedingly, and whether as an epic, dramatic, or lyric poet, or prose writer, I think I justly apply to him 'nihil molitur inepte'. I long to read his own correct edition of 'Les Annales de l'Empire', of which the 'Abrege chronologique de l'Histoire universelle', which I have read, is, I suppose, a stolen and imperfect part. However, imperfect as it is, it has explained to me that chaos of history, of 700 years, more clearly than any other book had done before. You judge very rightly that I love 'le style et le fleuri'. I do, and so does everybody who has any parts and taste. It should, I confess, be more or less fleuri, according to the subject; but at the same time I assert that there is no subject that might not properly, and which ought not to be adorned, by a certain elegance and beauty of style. What can be more adorned than Cicero's philosophical works? What more than Plato's? It is their eloquence only that has preserved and transmitted them down to us through so many centuries, for the philosophy of them is wretched, and the reasoning part miserable. But eloquence will always please, and has always pleased. Study it, therefore; make it the object of your thoughts and attention. Use yourself to relate elegantly; that is a good step towards speaking well in Parliament. Take some political subject, turn it in your thoughts, consider what may be said both for and against it, then put those arguments into writing, in the most correct and elegant English you can. For instance, a standing army, a place bill, etc. As to the former, consider on one side the dangers arising to a free country from a great standing military force; on the other, consider the necessity of a force to repel force with. Examine whether a standing army, though in itself an evil, may not, from circumstances, become a necessary evil, and preventive of greater dangers. As to the latter, consider how far places may bias and warp the conduct of men, from the service of their country, into an unwarrantable complaisance to the court; and, on the other hand, consider whether they can be supposed to have that effect upon the conduct of people of probity and property, who are more solidly interested in the permanent good of their country than they can be in an uncertain and precarious employment. Seek for and answer in your own mind all the arguments that can be argued on either side, and write them down in an elegant style. This will prepare you for debating, and give you an habitual eloquence; for I would not give a farthing for a mere holiday eloquence, displayed once or twice in a session, in a set declamation; but I want an everyday, ready, and habitual eloquence, to adorn extempore and debating speeches; to make business not only clear but agreeable, and to please even those whom you cannot inform, and who do not desire to be informed. All this you may acquire, and make habitual to you, with as little trouble as it costs you to dance a minuet as well as you do. You now dance it mechanically and well, without thinking of it. I am surprised that you found but one letter for me at Mannheim, for you ought to have found 4 or 5. There are as many lying for you at your banker's at Berlin, which I wish you had, because I always endeavor to put something into them, which I hope may be of use to you. When we meet at Spa, next July, we must have a great many serious conversations, in which I will pour out all my experience of the world, and which, I hope, you will trust to, more than to your own young notions of men and things. You will in time discover most of them to have been erroneous, and if you follow them long, you will perceive your error too late; but if you will be led by a guide, who, you are sure, does not mean to mislead you, you will unite two things seldom united, in the same person: the vivacity and spirit of youth, with the caution and experience of age. Last Saturday, Sir Thomas Robinson, who had been the King's Minister at Vienna, was declared Secretary of State for the Southern Department, Lord Holderness having taken the Northern. Sir Thomas accepted it unwillingly, and, as I hear, with a promise that he shall not keep it long. Both his health and spirits are bad, two very disqualifying circumstances for that employment. Yours, I hope, will enable you, some time or other, to go through with it. In all events, aim at it, and if you fail or fall, let it at least be said of you, Magnus tamen excidit ausis. Adieu. End of section 168, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 169 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 201. London, April 5th, 1754. My dear friend, I received yesterday your letter of the 20th March, from Mannheim, with the enclosed for Mr. Eliot. It was a very proper one, and I have forwarded it to him by Mr. Hart, who sets out for Cornwall tomorrow morning. I am very glad that you use yourself to translations, and I do not care of what, provided you study the correctness and elegance of your style. The Life of Sextus Quintus is the best book of the innumerable books written by Gregorio Leti, whom the Italians, very justly, call Leti Cacalibro. But I would rather that you chose some pieces of oratory for your translations, whether ancient or modern, Latin or French, which would give you a more oratorical train of thought and turn of expression. In your letter to me you make use of two words, which, though true and correct English, are, from long disuse, become inelegant, and seem now to be stiff, formal, and in some degree scriptural. The first is the word namely, which you introduce thus: you inform me of a very agreeable piece of news, namely, that my election is secured. Instead of namely, I would always use which is, or that my election is secured. The other word is mine own inclinations. This is certainly correct before a subsequent word that begins with a vowel, but it is too correct, and is now disused as too formal, notwithstanding the hiatus occasioned by my own. Every language has its peculiarities. They are established by usage, and, whether right or wrong, they must be complied with. I could instance very many absurd ones in different languages, but so authorized by the jus et norma loquendi, that they must be submitted to. Namely, and to wit, are very good words in themselves, and contribute to clearness more than the relatives which we now substitute in their room; but, however, they cannot be used, except in some sermon or some very grave and formal compositions. It is with language as with manners; they are both established by the usage of people of fashion. It must be imitated, it must be complied with. Singularity is only pardonable in old age and retirement. I may now be as singular as I please, but you may not. We will, when we meet, discuss these and many other points, provided you will give me attention and credit, without which it is to no purpose to advise either you or anybody else. I want to know your determination, where you intend to, if I may use that expression, while away your time till the last week of June, when we are to meet at Spa. I continue rather in the opinion which I mentioned to you formerly, in favor of The Hague, but, however, have not the least objection to Dresden, or to any other place that you may like better. If you prefer the Dutch scheme, you take Treves and Coblentz in your way, as also Dusseldorp, all which places I think you have not yet seen. At Mannheim you may certainly get good letters of recommendation to the courts of the two electors of Treves and Cologne, whom you are yet unacquainted with, and I should wish you to know them all, as I have often told you, olim haec meminisse juvabit. There is an utility in having seen what other people have seen, and there is a justifiable pride in having seen what others have not. In the former case, you are equal to others; in the latter, superior. As your stay abroad will not now be very long, pray, while it lasts, see everything and everybody you can, and see them well, with care and attention. It is not to be conceived of what advantage it is to anybody to have seen more things, people, and countries, than other people in general have. It gives them a credit, makes them referred to, and they become the objects of the attention of the company. They are not out in any part of polite conversation. They are acquainted with all the places, customs, courts, and families that are likely to be mentioned. They are, as M. de Maupertuis justly observes, de tous les pays, comme les savants sont de tous les temps. You have fortunately both those advantages. The only remaining point is de savoir les faire valoir, for without that one may not as well have them. Remember that very true maxim of La Bruyère's, qu'on ne vaut dans ce monde que ce qu'on veut valoir. The knowledge of the world will teach you to what degree you ought to show que vous valez. One must by no means on one hand be indifferent about it, as on the other one must not display it with affectation, and in an overbearing manner, but of the two it is better to show too much than too little. Adieu. End of section 169. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 170 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 202. Bath, November 27, 1754. My dear friend, I heartily congratulate you upon the loss of your political maidenhead, of which I have received from others a very good account. I hear that you were stopped for some time in your career, but recovered breath, and finished it very well. I am not surprised, nor indeed concerned, at your accident, for I remember the dreadful feeling of that situation in myself, and as it must require a most uncommon share of impudence to be unconcerned upon such an occasion, I am not sure that I am not rather glad you stopped. You must now therefore think of hardening yourself by degrees, by using yourself insensibly to the sound of your own voice, and to the act, trifling as it seems, of rising up and sitting down. Nothing will contribute so much to this as committee work of elections at night, and of private bills in the morning. There, asking short questions, moving for witnesses to be called in, and all that kind of small wear, will soon fit you to set up for yourself. I am told that you are much mortified at your accident, but without reason. Pray, let it rather be a spur than a curb to you. Persevere, and depend upon it, it will do very well at last. When I say persevere, I do not mean that you should speak every day, nor in every debate. Moreover, I would not advise you to speak again upon public matters for some time, perhaps a month or two, but I mean never lose view of that great object. Pursue it with discretion, but pursue it always. Pelotez en attendant partie. You know, I have always told you that speaking in public was but a knack, which those who apply to the most will succeed in the best. 2 old members, very good judges, have sent me compliments upon this occasion, and have assured me that they plainly find it will do, though they perceived from that natural confusion you were in, that you neither said all, nor perhaps what you intended. Upon the whole, you have set out very well, and have sufficient encouragement to go on. Attend, therefore, assiduously, and observe carefully all that passes in the House, for it is only knowledge and experience that can make a debater. But if you still want comfort, Mrs. I hope, will administer it to you, for in my opinion she may, if she will, be very comfortable, and with women, as with speaking in Parliament, perseverance will most certainly prevail sooner or later. What little I have played for here I have won, but that is very far from the considerable sum which you heard of. I play every evening, from 7 till 10, at a crown whist party, merely to save my eyes from reading or writing for 3 hours by candlelight. I propose being in town the week after next, and hope to carry back with me much more health than I brought down here. Good night. Editor's note: Mr. Stanhope being returned to England, and seeing his father almost every day, is the occasion of an interruption of 2 years in their correspondence. End of section 170, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 171 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Bath, November 15, 1756. My dear friend, I received yours yesterday morning, together with the Prussian papers, which I have read with great attention. If courts could blush, those of Vienna and Dresden ought to have their falsehoods so publicly and so undeniably exposed. The former will, I presume, next year, employ 100,000 men, to answer the accusation, and if the Empress of the two Russias is pleased to argue in the same cogent manner, their logic will be too strong for all the King of Prussia's rhetoric. I well remember the treaty so often referred to in those pieces, between the two Empresses, in 1746. The King was strongly pressed by the Empress Queen to accede to it. Wassenaer communicated it to me for that purpose. I asked him if there were no secret articles, suspecting that there were some, because the ostensible treaty was a mere harmless defensive one. He assured me that there were none. Upon which I told him, that as the King had already defensive alliances with those two Empresses, I did not see of what use his accession to this treaty, if merely a defensive one, could be, either to himself or the other contracting parties; but that, however, if it was only desired as an indication of the King's goodwill, I would give him an act by which his Majesty should accede to that treaty, as far, but no further, as at present he stood engaged to the respective Empresses by the defensive alliances subsisting with each. This offer by no means satisfied him, which was a plain proof of the secret articles now brought to light, and into which the court of Vienna hoped to draw us. I told Wassenaer so, and after that I heard no more of his invitation. I am still bewildered in the changes at court, of which I find that all the particulars are not yet fixed. Who would have thought, a year ago, that Mr. Fox, the Chancellor, and the Duke of Newcastle should all three have quitted together? Nor can I yet account for it. Explain it to me, if you can. I cannot see neither what the Duke of Devonshire and Fox, whom I looked upon as intimately united, can have quarrelled about, with relation to the Treasury. Inform me if you know. I never doubted of the prudent versatility of your Vicar of Bray, but I am surprised at O'Brien Wyndham's going out of the Treasury, where I should have thought that the interest of his brother-in-law, George Grenville, would have kept him. Having found myself rather worse these 2 or 3 last days, I was obliged to take some ipecacuanha last night, and, what you will think odd for a vomit, I brought it all up again in about an hour, to my great satisfaction and emolument, which is seldom the case in restitutions. You did well to go to the Duke of Newcastle, who, I suppose, will have no more levees. However, go from time to time, and leave your name at his door, for you have obligations to him. Adieu. Letter 204. Bath, December 14th, 1756. My dear friend, what can I say to you from this place, where every day is still but as the first, though by no means so agreeably passed, as Anthony describes his to have been? The same nothings succeed one another every day with me, as regularly and uniformly as the hours of the day. You will think this tiresome, and so it is, but how can I help it? Cut off from society by my deafness, and dispirited by my ill health, where could I be better? You will say, perhaps, where could you be worse? Only in prison or the galleys, I confess. However, I see a period to my stay here, and have fixed in my own mind a time for my return to London, not invited there by either politics or pleasures, to both which I am equally a stranger, but merely to be at home, which, after all, according to the vulgar saying, is home, be it ever so homely. The political settlement, as it is called, is, I find, by no means settled. Mr. Fox, who took this place in his way to his brother's, where he intended to pass a month, was stopped short by an express, which he received from his connection, to come to town immediately, and accordingly he set out from hence very early 2 days ago. I had a very long conversation with him, in which he was, seemingly at least, very frank and communicative, but still I own myself in the dark. In those matters, as in most others, half knowledge, and mine is at most that, is more apt to lead one into error than to carry one to truth, and our own vanity contributes to the seduction. Our conjectures pass upon us for truths. We will know what we do not know, and often what we cannot know. So mortifying to our pride is the bare suspicion of ignorance. It has been reported here that the Empress of Russia is dying. This would be a fortunate event indeed for the King of Prussia, and necessarily produce neutrality and inaction, at least of that great power, which would be a heavy weight taken out of the opposite scale to the King of Prussia. The Augustissima must, in that case, do all herself; for though France will, no doubt, promise largely, it will, I believe, perform but scantily, as it desires no better than that the different powers of Germany should tear one another to pieces. I hope you frequent all the courts; a man should make his face familiar there. Long habit produces favor insensibly, and acquaintance often does more than friendship, in that climate where 'les beaux sentiments' are not the natural growth. Adieu! I am going to the ball, to save my eyes from reading, and my mind from thinking. Section 171, read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.